Session 713. It might help here if you imagine the psyche again as some multidimensional living television set. In what seems to be the small space of the screen, many programs are going on, though you can tune in to only one at a time. In a manner of speaking, however, all of the other programs are quote-unquote latent in the one you are watching. There are coordinates that unite them all. There is a give and take quite invisible to you between one program and another, and action within one, again, affects the action within each of the others. Like this imaginary multidimensional television, the psyche contains within it other programs than the one in which you are acting, other plots, environments, and world situations. Theoretically, you can indeed momentarily, quote-unquote, walk out of your program into another, as easily, when you know how, as you now move from one room to another. You must know that the other programs exist where the possibility of such action will not occur to you. In larger terms, all of the programs are but portions of one. The various sets are real, however, and the characters quite alive. Now, actors playing parts are obviously alive as actors, but in a fictional play, for example, the characters portrayed by the actors are not alive in your terms in the same fashion that the actors are. In the psyche, however, and in its greater reality, the characters have their own lives, quite as real as those of the actors. Think again of the psyche in the manner mentioned, taking it for granted that the program now on the screen is a fully dimensioned reality, and that hidden somehow in its very elements are all of the other programs not showing. These are not lined up in space behind the quote-unquote front program, but in a completely different way contained within it. The point of any image at any given time in the picture showing might represent, for example, a top hat on a table. Everyone acting in that scene would view the hat and the table and react accordingly with their own individual characteristics. The hat on the table, while possessing all of the necessary paraphernalia of reality for that scene, might also, however, serve as a different kind of reference point for one of the other programs simultaneously occurring. In that reality, say Program 2, the entire configuration of hat and table may be meaningless, while still being interpreted in an entirely different way from a quite different perspective. There, in Program 2, the table might be a flat natural plane, and the hat an oddly shaped structure upon it, a natural rather than a manufactured one. Objects in your reality have an entirely different aspect in another. Any of the objects shown in the program you are watching, then, may be used as a different kind of reference point in another reality, in which those objects appear as something else. We are trying to make an analogy here on two levels, so please bear with me. In terms of your psyche, each of your own thoughts and actions exist not only in the manner in which you are familiar with them, but also in many other forms that you do not perceive. Forms that may appear as natural events in a different dimension than your own, as dream images, and even as self-propelling energy. No energy is ever lost. The energy within your own thoughts, then, does not dissipate even when yourself have finished with them. Their energy has reality in other worlds. Now, imagine that the picture on the television screen shows your own universe. Your idea of space travel would be to send a ship from one planet, Earth, outward into the rest of space that you perceive on that quote-unquote flat screen. Even with your projected technology, this would involve great elements of time. Imagine here, now, that the screen's picture is off-centered to begin with, so that everything is distorted to some extent, and going out into space seems to be going backward into time. If the picture were magically centered, then all quote-unquote time would be seen to flow out from the instant moment of perception, the private now, and in many ways the mass now, or mass perception, represents the overall now point of your planet. From that now, quote-unquote time goes out in all probable directions. Actually, it also goes inward in all probable directions. The simple picture of the universe that you see on our screen, therefore, represents a view from your own now perspective. But each star, planet, galaxy, or whatever is made up of other reference points in which, to put it simply, the same patterns have different kinds of reality. True space travel would of course be time-space travel, in which you learned how to use points in your own universe as quote-unquote dimensional clues that would serve as entry points into other worlds. Otherwise, you are simply flying like an insect around the outside of the television set, trying to light on the fruit, say, that is shown upon the screen, and wondering, like a poor bemused fly, why you cannot. You use one main focus in your reality. In the outside world, this means that you have a quote-unquote clear picture. There is no snow. That physical program is the one you are acting in, alive in, and is the one shown on the screen. The screen is the part of your psyche upon which you are concentrating. You not only tune in the picture, but you also create the props, the entire history of the life and times, but in living three-dimensional terms. And, quote-unquote, you are within that picture. The kind of reality thus created by that portion of your consciousness forms a given kind of experience. It is valid and real. When you want to travel, you do so within the dimensions of the reality thus created. If you drive or fly from one city to another, you do not consider the journey imaginary. You are exploring the dimensions given. Now, if you alter that picture a little so that the images are somewhat scrambled, and you do this by altering the focus of your consciousness, then the familiar coordination is gone. Objects may appear blurred, ordinary sounds distorted. It seems as if you are on the outskirts of your own reality. In such a case, however, it is easy to see that your usual orientation may be but one of the many frames of reference. If you did change the focus of your consciousness still further, you might then, quote-unquote, bring in another picture entirely. On the outside, this would give you another reality. In it, your quote-unquote old reality might still be somewhat perceivable as a ghost image if you knew what to look for and remembered your former coordinates. On the inside, however, you would be traveling not around or about, but through one portion of the psyche with its reality, into another portion of the psyche with its reality. That kind of journey would not be any more imaginary than a trip from one city to another. There are space-time coordinates that operate from your viewpoint, and space travel from the standpoint of your time, made along the axis of your space, will be a relatively sterile procedure. Some reported instances of UFOs happened in the past as far as the visitors were concerned, but appeared as images or realities in your present. This involves craft sightings only. When you change your ordinary television set from one station to another, you may encounter snow or distortion. If something is wrong with the set, you may simply tune in patterns that seem meaningless and carry no particular program. You may have sound without a picture, and sometimes even a picture but sound from another program. So, when you begin to experiment with states of altered consciousness, you often run into the same kind of phenomena when nothing seems to make sense. Currently, physicists have made some important breakthroughs, but they do not recognize their significance. The universe that you know is full of microscopic black holes and white holes, for example. Since your scientists have themselves given these labels, then using those terms I will say that there are red, green, orange, and purple holes. That is, the so-called black holes and white holes only represent what physicists have so far deduced about the deeper properties of your universe, and the way that certain coordinate points in one world operate, as providing feed-through into another. Nothing exists outside the psyche, however, that does not exist within it, and there is no unknown world that does not have its psychological or psychic counterpart. Man learned to fly as he tried to exteriorize inner experience, for in out-of-body states and dreams he had long been familiar with flight. All excursions into outer reality come as the psyche attempts to reproduce in any given quote-unquote exterior world the inner freedom of its being. Men have also visited other worlds through the ages. Others have visited your world. In dreams and in altered states through history as you accept it, man has been taken upon such journeys. On their return, they almost always interpreted their experiences in terms of their home programs, intertwining what happened into what ended up as great myths and stories. Real, but not real. While all of this may seem quite esoteric, it is highly practical, and we are dealing with the nature of creativity itself. Your thoughts, for example, and your intents have their own validity and force. You set them into motion, but then they follow their own laws and realities. All creativity comes from the psyche. I recently suggested a project to Rupert's class, one that will ultimately illuminate many of the points I am making in Unknown Reality. I suggested that Rupert's students create a quote-unquote city at another level of reality. This is not to be a pie-in-the-sky sort of thing, or some quote-unquote heaven hanging suspended above, but a very valid meeting place between worlds, a psychic marketplace, for example, where ideas are exchanged, a place of psychic commerce, a pleasant environment with quite definite coordinates, established as an quote-unquote orbiting satellite on the outskirts of your world. Initially, all worlds are created in just this fashion. In certain terms, then, this involves in a very small way the creation and colonization of a different kind of reality, consciously accepted, however, from your perspective. On an unconscious level, the world as you know it expands in just such a fashion. Several students have had dreams involving their participation in such a project. Session 714. This is somewhat of a momentous evening for Rupert. As I speak, he is experiencing certain sensations in which his body feels drastically elongated, the head reaching out beyond the stars, the whole form straddling realities. Now, in a sense, the physical body does this always. That is, it sits astride realities, containing within itself dimensions of time and being that cannot be even verbally described. The cells themselves are quote-unquote eternal, though they exist in your world only quote-unquote for a time. The unknown reality and the psyche's greater existence cannot be separated from the intimate knowledge of the flesh, however, for the life of the flesh takes place within that framework. As earlier mentioned, the conscious self generally focuses in but one small dimension. That dimension is experienced as fully as possible, its clear brilliance and exquisite focus possible only because you tune into it and bring it to the forefront of your attention. In your terms, when you understand how to do this, then you can begin to tune in to other quote-unquote stations as well. You know where physical reality is then on the dial of your multidimensional television set. While focused within that living scene, you can learn to travel through it, leaving the quote-unquote surface picture intact and whole. In a way, you program yourself, going about your daily duties as conscientiously and effectively as usual, but at the same time, you discover an additional portion of your own reality. This does not diminish the physical self. Instead, in fact, it enriches it. You discover that the psyche has many aspects. While fully enjoying the physical aspect, you find that there is some part of you left over, so to speak, and that part can travel into other realities. It can also then return, bringing the physically oriented self quote-unquote snapshots of its journeys. These snapshots are usually interpreted in terms of your home program. Otherwise, they might make no sense to the physical self. Throughout the ages, people have taken such journeys. The snapshots are developed in the quote-unquote dark room that exists between your world and those visited. The people who have journeyed into the unknown reality have always been adventurous. Yet many had already seen the snapshots sent to your world by others, and so they began to clothe their own original visions of their journeys in the guise of those other pictures. A group of handy ideas, concepts, and images then formed. The clear vision of such explorers became lost. Those travelers no longer tried to make their own original snapshots of the strange environments and realities through which they passed. It was easier to interpret their experiences through the psychic penny postcards. At one time, these postcards represented initial original visions and individual interpretations. Later, however, they began to serve as guidebooks consulted ahead of time. For instance, if you plan to travel to a distant country in your own world, you can find such publications to tell you what to expect. When you journey into other realities, or when your consciousness leaves your body, you can also rely upon guidebooks that program your activities ahead of time. Instead of telling you that you take an airplane from a certain airport at a certain time for a particular earthly destination, leaving one latitude and longitude and arriving at another set, instead of telling you that you leave your country for another ruled by a dictator or a president or by anarchy, they will tell you that you leave this astral plane for any one of a number of others, ruled as the case may be by lords or masters, gods and goddesses. Instead of pointing out to you as in earthly travel booklets the locations of art galleries and museums, they will direct you to the Akashic records. Instead of leading you to the archaeological sites of your world and its great ruins of previous civilizations, they will tell you how to find Atlantis and Mu and other times in your past. So you take a psychic guided tour into other realities. The unknown seems known, so that you are not an explorer after all, but a tourist, taking with you the paraphernalia of your own civilization, and beliefs that are quite conventional. There are inner conventions then, as there are outer ones. As the exterior Moors try to force you to conform to the generally accepted ideas, so the interior conventions try to force you to make your inner experience conform to preconceived packaging. There are good reasons for conventions. Generally, they help organize experience. If they are lightly held to and accepted, they can serve well as guidelines. Applied with a heavy hand, they become unnecessary dogma, rigidly limiting experience. This applies to inner and outer activity. Conventions are the result of stratified and rigid quote-unquote spontaneity. At one time, in your terms, each custom had a meaning. Each represented a spontaneous gesture, an individual reaction. When these become a system of order, however, the initial spontaneity is lost, and you project an artificial order that serves to stratify behavior rather than to express it. So there are psychic customs as there are physical ones, religious and psychic dogmas, guided tours of consciousness, in which you are told to follow a certain line or a certain program. You become afraid of your private interpretation of whatever reality you find yourself experiencing. Rupert has thus far insisted upon his private vision and his unique expression of the unknown reality as he experiences it. And so he brings back bulletins that do not agree with the conventional psychic line. The psychic postcards and travel folders are handy and colorful. They are also highly misleading. Once, individual travelers took those snapshots, and they represented original interpretations of other realities. They stood for individual versions of certain travelers, taking brief glimpses of strange worlds and interpreting their experiences to the best of their abilities. As such, they were very valid. They were as valid as any snapshot that you might take of your backyard in the morning. That picture, however, would vary considerably from one taken by an inhabitant of your planet in a different part of the world and in a different environment. If there were discrepancies among the snapshots, however, people worried. While you expect pictures of your own reality to be diverse, those who journeyed into the unknown reality became concerned if their snapshots did not agree, so they tried desperately to make all of the pictures look alike. They touched them up, in other words. First of all, In your own world, those travelers into unknown realms were considered outcasts, so to speak, as if they were picking up television programs that no one else saw. If their stories of their experiences did not jibe, who would believe them? They felt threatened. They felt that they had to tell the same story or they would be considered insane, so they made a tacit agreement, interpreting their experiences in the terms used by those who had gone quote-unquote before. You make your own reality. So, programmed ahead of time, they perceived data according to the psychic conventions that had been established. There are tigers in Asia, but you can travel through Asia, and if you do not want to, you'll never see a tiger. It's according to where you go. In the unknown reality, your thoughts are instantly made apparent and real, materialized according to your beliefs. There, if you believe in demons, you will see them, without ever realizing that they are part of the environment of your psyche, formed by your beliefs, and thrown out as mirages over a very real environment that you do not perceive. You will believe the psychic tour books and go hunting for demons instead of tigers. Individually and en masse, you form the world that you know, yet it has an overall individual and mass basis, so that some things are agreed upon. You view those things through your own unique vision. You form the reality. It is a valid one. It is experience. It is not therefore unreal, but one of the appearances that reality takes. It has a valid basis, an environment that you all accept in which certain experiences are possible. The same applies to other realities. You know there is a difference between, say, the picture before your eyes and a postcard, quote-unquote artificial rendition of it. So there is a difference between the unknown reality and the postcards that have been given to you to depict it. In your terms, Rupert has been out for the real thing, to experience the unknown reality directly through his own perceptions, as divorced from the scenes given by the postcards. Session 715. I said at our last session that the evening was momentous for Rupert, and that is true for many reasons. This book deals with the unknown reality, and Rupert began a different excursion into other dimensions last week. I hope in these sessions to show the indivisible connections between the experience of the psyche at various levels and the resulting experience in terms of varying systems, each valid, each to some extent or another bearing on the life you know. Rupert has allowed a portion of his this life consciousness to go off on a tangent, so to speak, on another path into another system of actuality. His life there is as valid as his existence in your world. In the waking state, he is able now to alter the direction of his focus precisely enough to bring about a condition in which he perceives both realities simultaneously. He is just beginning, so as yet he is only occasionally conscious of that other experience. He is, however, aware of it now in the back of his mind more or less constantly. It does not intrude upon the world that he knows, but enriches it. The concepts in unknown reality will help expand the consciousness of each of its readers, and the work itself is presented in such a manner that it automatically pulls your awareness out of its usual grooves, so that it bounces back and forth between the standardized version of the world you accept and the unofficial versions that are sensed but generally unknown to you. Now, as Rupert delivers this material, the same thing happens in a different way to him, so that in some respects he has been snapping back and forth between dimensions, practicing with the elasticity of his consciousness, and in this book, more than in previous ones, his consciousness has been sent out further, so to speak. The delivery of the material itself has helped him to develop the necessary flexibility for his latest pursuits. Clear understanding or effective exploration of the unknown reality can be achieved only when you are able to leave behind you many quote-unquote facts that you have accepted as criteria of experience. Unknown reality is also written in such a way that it will, I hope, bring many of your cherished beliefs about existence into question. Then you will be able to look even at this existence with new eyes. Rupert is taking this new step from your perspective, and from that standpoint, he is doing two things. He is consciously entering into another room of the psyche, and also entering into the reality that corresponds to it. This brings the two experiences together so that they coincide. They are held, however, both separately and in joint focus. As a rule, you use one particular level of awareness, and this correlates all of your conscious activities. I told you that the physical body itself was able to pick up other neurological messages beside those to which you usually react. Now let me add that when a certain proficiency is reached in alterations of consciousness, this allows you to become practically familiar with some of these other neurological messages. In such a way, Rupert is able to physically perceive what he is doing in his quote-unquote library. He first saw this library from the inside last Wednesday. He was simultaneously himself here in this living room, watching the image of himself in a library room, and he was the self in the library. Before him, he saw a wall of books, and the self in the living room suddenly knew that his purpose here in this reality was to recreate some of those books. He knew that he was working at both levels. The unknown and the known realities merged, clicked in, and were seen as the opposite sides of each other. He has been working with me for some time in your terms, yet I do not quote-unquote control his subjective reality in any way. I have certainly been a teacher to him, yet his progress is always his own challenge and responsibility, and basically what he does with my teaching is up to him. Like many, however, he was brought up to believe that the intellect's function was mainly to dissect, criticize, and analyze, rather than, for instance, to creatively unite and build, and analysis was thought of as separating the elements of a concept rather than restricting original concepts. New concepts were thought of as intuitional or psychic, as opposed to the conventional duties of the intellect, so the two seemed separate. Therefore, Rupert felt duty-bound to question any intuitive construct most vigorously as a matter of principle. This actually provided an excellent transitory working method, for what he thought of as intuitions would instantly come up with a new psychic construct in answer to what he thought of as intellectual scrutiny and skepticism. Actually, the intellect and intuitions go hand in hand. In Rupert's experience, the two finally began to work together as they should. What I call the high intellect then took over, a superb blend of intuitional and intellectual abilities, working together so that they almost seemed to form a new faculty. The development freed Rupert from many old limitations and allowed him to at last have practical experience with the unknown reality in intimate terms. Rupert's library does exist as surely as this room does. It also exists as unsurely as this room. It is one thing to be theoretically convinced that other worlds exist, and to take a certain comfort and joy from the idea. It is quite another thing to find yourself in such an environment and to feel the worlds coincide. Reality is above all practical, so when you expand your concepts concerning the nature of reality, you are apt then to find yourselves scandalized, appalled, or simply disoriented. So in this work I am presenting you not only with probabilities as conjecture, but often showing you how such probabilities affect your daily lives, and giving examples of the ways in which Rupert's and Joseph's lives have been so touched. For a while, many of you will play with the concepts while avoiding all direct encounters with any other experience, save that already acceptable. Yet the immensities of your own abilities speak in your dreams, in your private moments, as even inaudibly in the knowledge of your own molecules. There are civilizations of the psyche, And only by learning about these will you discover the truth about the quote-unquote lost civilizations of your planet. For each such physical culture coincided with and emerged from a corresponding portion of the psyche that you even now possess. Many of you are fascinated by theories or concepts that hint at the multidimensionality of your beings, and yet you are scandalized by any evidence that supports it. Often, you interpret such evidence in terms of the dogmas with which you are already familiar. This makes them more acceptable. Rupert was often almost indignant when presented with such evidence, but he also refused to cast it in conventionalized guise, and his own curiosity and creative abilities kept him flexible enough so that learning could take place while he maintained normal contact with the world you know. He has had many experiences in which he glimpsed momentarily the rich otherness within physical reality. He has known heightened perceptions of a unique nature. Never before, however, has he stepped firmly while awake into another level of reality, where he allowed himself to sense the continual vivid connection between worlds. He hid his own purpose from himself, as many of you do. At the same time, he was pursuing it, of course, as all of you are working toward your own goals. To admit his purpose, however, to bring it out into the open, would mean for Rupert a private and public statement of affiliation such as he was not able to make earlier. The goals of each of you differ. Some of you are embarked upon adventures that deal with intimate family contact, deep personal involvement with children, or with other careers that meet quote-unquote vertically with physical experience. So, journeys into unknown realities may be highly intriguing and represent important sidelights to your current preoccupations. These interests will be like an avocation to you, adding great understanding and depth to your experience. Rupert and Joseph chose to specialize, so to speak, in precisely those excursions or explorations that are secondary to others. The focus of each of their consciousness, therefore, was made up of a certain kind of mixture that made such probabilities in your terms possible as prime incentives. Each person is at his place or her place. You are where you are because your consciousness formed that kind of reality. Your whole physical situation will be geared to it, and your neurological structure will follow the habitual pattern. As you learn to throw aside old concepts, you will begin to experience the evidence for other levels of reality, and become aware of other quote-unquote messages that you have previously blocked. A certain portion of Rupert's training period is over. The entire focus of his personality now accepts the validity of many worlds, and this means in practical terms. I have told you many times that your consciousness is not stationary, but ever-moving and creative, so that each of you through your life moves through your psyche. Your physical experience is correspondingly altered. During these years, then, Rupert's position within his psyche has gradually shifted until he found a new, for him better, firmer point of basis. From this new framework, he can more effectively handle different kinds of stimuli, and form these together to construct an understandable model of other realities. I will continue to speak from my own unique viewpoint, but in your terms, Rupert is one of you, and his explorations, taken from your perspective, can be most valuable. These books, those written and not yet written, of his and mine, will provide frameworks for others to follow if they wish, as they wish. Section 5. How to Journey into the Unknown Reality. Tiny Steps and Giant Steps. Glimpses and Direct Encounters. Session 716. This section will deal with various methods that will allow you to come in contact with the unknown reality to one extent or another. We have spoken of probable man, hinted at probable civilizations, and mentioned alternate systems of actuality. Yet these do not exist completely apart from the world that you know, or entirely cut off from the psyche. If you have no experience with such realities, then their existence remains delightful or speculative conjecture. The unknown reality is a variation of the one that you know, so that many of its features are latent rather than predominant in your own private and mass experience. Any encounter with such phenomena will then include a bringing into focus of elements that are usually not concentrated upon. Your consciousness must learn to organize itself in more than one fashion, or rather, you must be willing to allow your consciousness to use itself more fully. It is not necessarily a matter of trying to ignore the contents of the world or to deny your physical perception. Instead, the trick is to view the contents of the world in different fashions, to free your physical senses from the restraints that your mental conventions have placed upon them. Each particular quote-unquote station of consciousness perceives in a different kind of reality, and as mentioned earlier, you usually tune in to your home station most of the time. If you turn your focus only slightly away, the world appears differently, and if that slightly altered focus were the predominant one, then that is how the world would seem to be. Each aspect of the psyche perceives the reality upon which it is focused, and that reality is the materialization of a particular state of the psyche projected outward. You can learn to encounter other realities by altering your position within your own psyche. In order to begin, you must first become familiar with the working of your own consciousness as it is directed toward the physical world. You cannot know when you are in focus with another reality if you do not even realize what it feels like to be in full focus with your own. Many people phase in and out of that state without being aware of it, and others are able to keep track of their own quote-unquote inner drifting. Here, simple daydreaming represents a slight shift of awareness out of directly given sense data. If you listen to an FM radio station, there is a handy lock-in gadget that automatically keeps the station in clear focus. It stops the program from quote-unquote drifting. In the same way, when you daydream, you drift away from your home station while still relating to it, generally speaking. You also have the mental equivalent, however, of the FM's lock-in mechanism. On your part, this is the result of training, so that if your thoughts or experience stray too far, this mental gadget brings them back into line. Usually, this is automatic, a learned response that by now appears to be almost instinctive. You must learn to use this mechanism consciously for your own purposes, for it is extremely handy. Many of you do not pay attention to your own experience, subjectively speaking, so you drift in and out of clear focus in this reality, barely realizing it. Often, your daily program is not nearly as clear or well-focused as it should be, but full of static, and while this may annoy you, you often put up with it, or even become so used to the lack of harmony that you forget what a clear reception is like. However, in this world you are surrounded by familiar objects, details, and ideas, and your main orientation is physical, so that you can operate through habit alone, even when you are not as well focused within your reality as you should be. When you go traveling off into other systems, however, you cannot depend upon your habits. Indeed, often they can only add to your mental clutter, turning into quote-unquote static, so that you must learn, first of all, what a clear focus is. You will not learn it by trying to escape your own reality, or by attempting to dull your senses. This can only teach you what it means not to focus, and in whatever reality you visit, the ability to focus clearly and well is a prerequisite. Once you learn how to really tune in, then you will understand what it means to change the direction of your focus. One of the simplest exercises is hardly an original one, but it is of great benefit. Practice Element 11. Try to experience all of your present sense data as fully as you can. This tones your entire physical and psychic organism, bringing all of your perceptions together so that your awareness opens fully. Body and mind operate together. You experience an immediate sense of power because your abilities are directed to the fullest of their capacities. In a physical moment, you can act directly on the spot, so to speak. Sit with your eyes open easily, letting your vision take in whatever is before you. Do not strain. On the other hand, do explore the entire field of vision simultaneously. Listen to everything. Identify all of the sounds if you can, mentally placing them with the objects to which they correspond, even though the objects may be invisible. Sit comfortably, but make no great attempt to relax. Instead, feel your body in an alert manner, not in a sleepy, distant fashion. Be aware of its pressure against the chair, for example, and of its temperature, of variations. Your hands may be warm and your feet cold, or your belly hot and your head cold. Consciously, then, feel your body's sensations. Is there any taste in your mouth? What odors do you perceive? Take as much time as you want to with this exercise. It places you in your universe clearly. This is an excellent exercise to use before you begin, and after you finish with, any experiment involving an alteration of consciousness. Now, bring all of those sensations together. Try to be aware of all of them at once, so that one adds to the others. If you find yourself being more concerned with one particular perception, then make an attempt to bring the ignored ones to the same clear focus. Let all of them together form a brilliant awareness of the moment. When you are using this exercise following any experiment with an alteration of consciousness, then end it here and go about your other concerns. You may also utilize it as an initial step that will help you get the feeling of your own inner mobility. To do this, proceed as given, and when you have the moment's perception as clearly as possible, then willfully let it go. Let the unity disappear as far as your conscious thought is concerned. No longer connect up the sounds you hear with their corresponding objects. Make no attempt to unify vision and hearing. Drop the package, as it were, as a unified group of perceptions. The previous clarity of the moment will have changed into something else. Take one sound if you want to, say of a passing car, and with your eyes closed, follow the sound in your mind. Keep your eyes closed. Become aware of whatever perceptions reach you, but this time do not judge or evaluate. Then, in a flash, open your eyes, alert your body, and try to bring all of your perceptions together again, as brilliantly and clearly as possible. When you have the sense world before you this time, let it climax, so to speak, then again close your eyes and let it fall away. Do not focus. In fact, unfocus. When you have done this often enough so that you are intimately aware of the contrast, you will have a subjective feeling, a point of knowing within yourself that will clearly indicate to you how your consciousness feels when it is at its finest point of focus in physical reality. As you go about your day, try now and then to recapture that point and to bring all data into the clearest possible brilliance. You will find that this practice, continued, will vastly enrich your normal experience. You find it much easier to concentrate, to attend. To attend is to pay attention and take care of. So this exercise will allow you to attend, to focus your awareness to the matters at hand as clearly and vividly as possible. The subjective knowledge of your own point of finest focus will also serve as a reference point for many other exercises. Practice Element 12. You must work from your own subjective experience. So when you find your own finest focus point, that is your clearest reception for your own home station. You may feel that it has a certain position in your inner vision or in your head, or you may find that you have your own symbol to represent it. You might imagine it, if you want to, as a station indicator on your own radio or television set, but your subjective recognition of it is your own cue. In our just previous exercise, when I spoke of having you let your clear perception drop away and told you to disconnect vision from hearing, you were drifting in terms of your own home station. Your consciousness was straying. This time, begin with the point of your own finest focus, which you have established. Then, let your consciousness stray as given. Only let it stray in a particular direction, to the right or the left, whichever seems most natural to you. In this way, you are still directing it and learning to orient yourself. In the beginning, 15 minutes at most for this exercise, but let your awareness drift in whatever direction you have chosen. Each person will have his or her own private experience here, but gradually, certain kinds of physical data will seem to disappear, while others may take prominence. For example, you might mentally hear sounds, while knowing they have no physical origin. You may see nothing in your mind, or you may see images that seem to have no exterior correlation, but you may hear nothing. For a while, ordinary physical data may continue to intrude. When it does, recognize it as your home station, and mentally let yourself drift further away from it. What is important is your own sensation as you experience the mobility of your consciousness. If ever you grow concerned, simply return to your home station, back to the left or right according to the direction you have chosen. I do not suggest that you use quote-unquote higher or quote-unquote lower as directions because of the interpretations that you may have placed upon them through your beliefs. Do not be impatient. As you continue with this exercise over a period of time, you will be able to go further away, orienting yourself as you grow more familiar with the feeling of your mind. Gradually, you will discover that this inner sense data will become clearer and clearer as you move toward another quote-unquote station. It will represent reality as perceived from a different state of consciousness. The first journey from one home station to another unfamiliar one may bring you in contact with various kinds of bleed-throughs, distortions, or static. These can be expected. They are simply the result of not yet learning how to tune your own consciousness clearly into other kinds of focus. Before you can pick up the quote-unquote next station, for example, you may see ghost images in your mind or pick up distorted versions from your own home station. You have momentarily dispensed with the usual habitual organizational process by which you unite regular physical sense perceptions. So while you are quote-unquote between stations, you may well encounter mixed signals from each. When you alter your conscious focus in such a fashion, you are also moving away from the part of your psyche that you consider its center. You are journeying through your own psyche, in other words, for different realities are different states of the psyche, materialized, projected outward, and experienced. That applies to your home station or physical world as well. Even your home station has many programs, and you have usually tuned in to one main one and ignored others. Characters in your quote-unquote favorite program at home may appear in far different guises when you are between stations, and elements of other programs that you have ignored at home may suddenly become apparent to you. I will give you a simple example. At home, you may tune in to religious programs. That means that you might organize your daily existence about highly idealistic principles. You may try to ignore what you consider other programs dealing with hatred, fear, or violence. You might do such a good job of organizing your physical data about your ideal that you shut out any emotions that involve fear, violence, or hatred. When you alter your consciousness again, you automatically begin to let old organizations of data drop away. You may have tuned out what you think of as negative feelings or programmings. These, however, may have been present but ignored, and when you dispense with your usual method of organizing physical data, they may suddenly become apparent. If you tell yourself that sexual feeling is wrong and organize your daily programming in that fashion, then when you quote-unquote meditate or dispense with that orientation, You may suddenly find yourself presented with material that you consider unsavory. You cannot deny the reality of the psyche, or those natural feelings that you experience in the flesh. When you begin to alter your perception then, and your habitual picture of reality drops away, you may well find yourself encountering in distorted fashion elements of your own reality that you have up to then studiously denied or ignored. This is most apparent with those who use the Ouija board or automatic writing as methods to alter consciousness. In your home station, events are encountered clearly in space and time. When you move away, however, you may meet events in time but not in space, and reality that you have tried to deny may then appear vividly. If you understand this, you can gain immeasurably, for as you move your focus away from your organized reality, other portions of it upon which you have not concentrated will come into view. This can show you what was missing from your home station if you know how to read the clues. You form your home station according to your beliefs. If you firmly believe, again, that sex is wrong, then your home station may involve you in a life quote-unquote programming in which you constantly try to deny the vitality of the flesh. The sight of a nude body might upset you. You might undress in the dark, or think, if you are married, of the sexual act of intercourse as dirty. If you are a man, you might be ashamed of what you consider to be your need. I have an example in point. A young man I will call Joe wrote Rupert a letter. He left his home in San Francisco to travel in India with a guru. He has been told that sexual desire mitigates against spiritual illumination. His home program involves him with no sex whatsoever. Joe tries desperately to abstain. At the same time, when he meditates and alters his consciousness, he immediately finds himself with a blinding headache, images of nude women, and fantasies of female goddesses out to tempt him from his celibate state. Joe thinks of such images as very wrong. Instead, they are telling him something, that his home program is impoverished, for he has been denying the reality of his being. If he ignores the advice of his psyche, then his journeys into the unknown reality will be highly distorted. Seductive goddesses will follow him wherever he goes. Session 718. Now, this section deals with the various exercises that will, I hope, provide you with your own intimate glimpses into previously unknown realities. I said that your normal focus of consciousness can be compared to your home station. So far, exercises have been described that will gently lead you away from concentration upon this home base, even while its structure is strengthened at the same time. You can also call this home station or local program your worldview, since from it you perceive your reality. To some extent, it represents your personal focus through which you interpret most of your experience. As I mentioned, when you begin to move away from that particular organization, strange things may start to happen. You may be filled with wonder, excitement, or perplexity. You may be delighted or appalled according to whether or not your new perceptions agree or disagree with your established worldview. Instead of a regular session, the framework of the session was used in a new kind of exercise. It was meant as an example of what can happen under the best of circumstances when someone leaves a native worldview and tunes in to another quite different from the original. You always form your own experience. Rupert picked up on the worldview of a man known dead. he was not directly in communication with William James. He was aware, however, of the universe through William James's worldview. As you might dial a program on a television set, Rupert tuned in to the view of reality now held in the mind of William James. Because that view necessarily involved emotions, Rupert felt some sense of emotional contact, but only with the validity of the emotions. Each person has such a worldview, whether living or dead in your terms, and that quote-unquote living picture exists despite time or space. It can be perceived by others. Each worldview exists at its own particular quote-unquote frequency, and can only be tuned into by those who are more or less within the same range. However, the frequencies themselves have to be adjusted properly to be brought into focus, and those adjustments necessitate certain intents and sympathies. It is not possible to move into such a worldview if you are basically at odds with it, for example. You simply will not be able to make the proper adjustments. Rupert has been working with alterations of consciousness, and wondering about the basic validity of religion. He has been trying to reconcile intellectual and emotional knowledge. James is far from one of his favorite writers, yet Rupert's interests, intent, and desire were close enough so that under certain conditions he could experience the worldview held by James. The unknown reality is unknown only because you believe it must be hidden. Once that belief is annihilated, the other quite as legitimate views of reality can appear to your consciousness, and worlds just as valid as your own swim into view. To do this, you must have faith in yourself and in the framework of your known reality. Otherwise, you will be too afraid to abandon, even briefly, the habitual organized view of the world that is your own. Even in your life as you understand it, if you are insecure or frightened, you cannot properly see your family or your neighbors. If you are afraid, then your own fear stands between yourself and others. You do not dare take your eyes off yourself for a second. You cannot afford to be friendly, for instance, because you are terrified of being rebuffed. In the same way, if you are overly concerned about the nature of your own reality, and if you are looking to others to justify your existence, you will not be able to abandon your own worldview successfully, for you will feel too threatened. Or, traveling in psychic exercises even slightly away from your own home station, you will still try to take your familiar paraphernalia with you, and interpret even entirely new situations of consciousness in the light of your own worldview. You will transpose your own set of assumptions, then, into conditions in which they may not really fit at all. Rupert picked up on William James's worldview because their interests coincided. A letter from a Jungian psychologist helped serve as a stimulus. The psychologist asked me to comment about Jung. Rupert felt little correspondence with Jung. In the back of his mind, he wondered about James, mainly because he knew that Joseph enjoyed one of James's books. It is quite possible to tune into the worldview of any person, living or dead in your terms. The worldview of any individual, even not yet born from your standpoint, exists nevertheless. Rupert's experience simply serves as an example of what is possible. Quite rightly, he did not interpret the event in conventional terms, and Joseph did not suppose that James himself was communicating in the way usually imagined. Joseph did recognize the excellence of the material. James was not aware of the situation. For that matter, James himself is embarked upon other adventures. Rupert picked up on James's worldview, however, as in your terms at least it quote-unquote existed perhaps 10 years ago. Then, in his mind, James playfully thought of a book that he would write, were he quote-unquote living, called The Varieties of Religious States, an altered version of a book he wrote in life. He felt that the soul chooses states of emotion as you would choose, say, a state to live in. He felt that the chosen emotional state was then used as a framework through which to view experience. He began to see a conglomeration of what he loosely called religious states each different and yet each serving to unify experience in the light of its particular quote-unquote natural features. These natural features would appear as the ordinary temperaments and inclinations of the soul. Rubert tuned in to that unwritten book. It carried the stamp of James's own emotional state at that quote-unquote time, when he was viewing his earthly experience in your terms from the standpoint of one who had died, could look back and see where he thought his ideas were valid and where they were not. At that point in his existence, there were changes. The plan for the book existed and still does. In Rubert's quote-unquote present, he was able to see this worldview as expressed within James's immortal mind. To do this, Rubert had to be free enough to accept the view of reality as perceived by someone else. To accomplish this, Rubert allowed one portion of his consciousness to remain securely anchored in his own reality, while letting another portion soak up, so to speak, a reality not his own. The unknown reality. Again, because of your precise orientation, you are often theoretically intrigued by the contemplation of worlds not your own, and while you may often yearn for some evidence of those other realities, you are just as apt to become scandalized by the very evidence that you have so earnestly requested. Rubert has embarked upon his own journeys into the unknown reality. I cannot do that for him. I can only point out the way, as I do for each reader. In his own book, Rubert has his personal way of explaining what he is experiencing, and since he shares the same reality with you, then you will be able to relate, perhaps better even, to his explanations than to mine. However, it is quite possible for him to tune in to James's complete book if he desires to, for that work is indeed a psychic reality, a plan or a model existing in the inward order of activity. Such creative quote-unquote architect's plans are often unknowingly picked up by others, altered or changed, ending up as entirely new productions. Most writers do not examine their sources that closely. The same applies, of course, to any field of endeavor. Many quite modern and sophisticated developments have existed in what you think of now as past civilizations. The plans, as models, were picked up by the inventors, scientists, and the like, and altered to their own specific directions, so that they emerge in your world not as copies, but as something new. Many so-called archaeological discoveries were made when individuals suddenly tuned in to a worldview of another person, not of your space or time. Before you have the confidence to leave your own particular home station, however, you must be secure within it. You must know it will, quote-unquote, be there when you get back. Now, Rubert has trained himself to deal with words as a writer. When he picks up a worldview that belongs to someone else, he can quite automatically translate it faithfully enough into that idiom of language. Many artists do the same thing, translating inner quote-unquote models into paint, lines, and form. So do scientists and inventors often tune in to the worldview of others, living or dead in your terms, that correlate with their own intents, talents, and purposes. These quote-unquote other reinterpreted worldviews form a matrix from which new creativity emerges. The same thing applies in more mundane endeavors in ordinary life. For example, you may be in a predicament that seems beyond solving. It may be highly individual, since it is yours. It is unique, and has happened in no other way before. No one else has viewed your particular dilemma through your eyes, yet others have been in similar situations, solved the challenges involved, and gone on to greater creativity and fulfillment. If you can momentarily abandon your private worldview, that focus from which you experience reality, then you can allow the experience of others who have had similar challenges to color your perception. You can tune into their solutions and apply them to your particular circumstances. You often do this unconsciously. I do not want you to think, then, that such occurrences work only in esoteric terms. Many people working with the Ouija board or automatic writing receive messages that seem or purport to come from historic personages. Often, however, the material is vastly inferior to that which could have been produced by the person in question during his or her existence. Any comparison with the material received to the written books or accounts already existing would immediately show glaring discrepancies. Yet, in many such instances, the Ouija board operator or the automatic writer is to some extent or another tuning in to a world view, struggling to open roads of perception free enough to perceive an altered version of reality, but not equipped enough through training and temperament perhaps to express it. The most legitimate instances of communication between the living and the dead occur in an intimate personal framework, in which a dead parent makes contact with its offspring, or a husband or wife freshly out of physical reality appears to his or her mate. But very seldom do historic personages make contact, except with their own intimate circles. There is great energy, however, in those who have persevered enough to become generally known in their time, and the great impetus of that psychic and mental energy does not cease at death, but continues. In their way, others may tune in to that continuing world view, and picking it up can be convinced that they are in contact with the physical personality who held it. You are so used to your own private interpretation of reality that when you allow yourselves to stray from it, you immediately want to interpret your new experience in terms that make sense to your familiar orientation. You are also highly involved with symbols. In ordinary life, you often hamper your own creativity. When you use the Ouija board or trance procedures, you frequently free philosophical areas of your mind that have been frozen. The resulting information then definitely seems to come from outside of yourself, and because you are literal-minded, you try to interpret such experiences in a literal way. The material must come from a philosopher, therefore, and since it certainly seems profound to your usual mundane organization, then it appears that such information must originate with a profound mind, certainly not your own. You may signify this to yourself symbolically, so that the board or the automatic writing designates its origin as being Socrates or Plato. If you are spiritualistically oriented, the information may come from a famous psychic recently dead. Instead, you yourself have momentarily escaped from your accustomed worldview or home program. You are reaching out into other levels of reality, but still interpreting your experience in old terms. Therefore, much of its creativity escapes you. You are each as valid as Socrates or Plato. Your influences reach through the entire framework of actuality in ways that you do not understand. Socrates and Plato and William James specialized in certain fashions. You know these individuals as names of people that existed, but in your terms, and in your terms only, those existences represented the flowering aspects of their personalities. They often dwelled nameless upon the face of the earth, as many of you do in your terms only now before reaching what you think of as those summits. Session 719. Now, I consider my own book, The Nature of Personal Reality, a Seth book, as a prerequisite for the exercises given here in this volume. In that previous book, I discussed the ways in which you form your private experience through your beliefs. You have certain pet ideas, therefore, and you use them to structure your own worldview of the reality you know. It is important that you understand what your own beliefs are. Many of them might work quite well, quote-unquote, at home, but when you begin to journey away from that home station, you may find that those same ideas impede your progress. Other concepts are really not basically workable even in your own physical reality. A rigid, dogmatic concept of good and evil will force you to perceive physical existence as a battleground of opposing forces, with the poor unwary soul almost as a buffer. Or you will think of the poor soul as a blackboard eraser, slapped between two hands, one good and one evil. Upon the blackboard, in this homey analogy, would be written the soul's earthly experiences. With the eraser, the quote-unquote evil hand would try to rub out all of the good, and at the same time The quote-unquote good hand would be trying to erase all of the evil. In such a case, all of your experience becomes suspect. You will have a tendency to consider the body with its natural appetites wrong and deny them, while at the same time, the physical part of you will look upon your quote-unquote good intents as wrong, an infringement upon its own existence. If you do not understand the natural grace of your being, then when you try some of the exercises given here, you may automatically translate them into a quite limiting set of beliefs. You are familiar with your own view of the world. As you leave your usual orientation, however, altering the focus of your consciousness, you may very well structure your new experience just as you do your physical one. At the same time, you are more free. You have greater leeway. You are used to projecting your beliefs onto physical objects and events. When you leave your home station, those objects and events no longer present themselves in the same fashion. You often find yourself encountering your own structures, no longer hidden in the kind of experience with which you are familiar. These may then appear in quite a different light. You may be convinced that you are evil simply because you are physical. You may believe that the soul, quote-unquote, descends into the body, and therefore that the body is lower, inferior, and a degraded version of, quote-unquote, what you really are. At the same time, your own physical being knows better, and basically cannot accept such a concept. So, in daily life, you may project this idea of unworth outward onto another person, who seems then to be your enemy, or upon another nation. In general, you might select animals to play the part of the enemy, or members of another religion, or political parties. In any case, in your private life, you may hardly ever encounter your belief in your own unworth or evil. You will not recognize that you actually consider yourself the enemy. You will be so convinced that your projection onto others is the enemy that there will be no slack to take up, for all of your feelings of self-hate or self-fear will be directed outward. When you begin to leave your home station and alter your focus, however, you leave behind you the particular familiar receptors for your projections. Using the Ouija board or automatic writing, you may find yourself immediately confronted with this material that you have suppressed in the past. When it surfaces, you may then project it outward from yourself again, but in a different fashion. Instead of thinking you are in contact with a great philosopher, or quote-unquote ancient soul, you may believe that you are instead visiting with a demon or a devil, or that you are possessed of an evil spirit. In such a case, you will have already been convinced of the power of evil. Your natural feelings, denied, will also carry the great charge of repression. You may be filled with the feeling that you are in the midst of a great cosmic struggle between the forces of good and evil. And indeed, this often represents a valid picture of your own view of the world. None of this is necessary. There is no danger in the exercises I suggest. You are in far greater danger the longer you inhibit your natural feelings, and alterations of consciousness often present you with the framework in which these come to light. If they do not in one way or another come to your attention, then it is very possible that the denied energy behind them will erupt in ruptured relationships or illnesses. Quote-unquote psychic explorations never cause such difficulties, nor do they ever compound original problems. On the contrary, they are often highly therapeutic, and they present the personality with an alternative to continued repression that would be literally unbearable. If you are normally capable of dealing with physical reality, you will encounter no difficulties in alterations of consciousness, or leaving your home station. Be reasonable, however. If you have difficulties in New York City, you are most apt to encounter them in a different form no matter where else you might travel. A change of environment might help clear your head by altering your usual orientation, so that you can see yourself more clearly and benefit. The same applies when you leave your home station. Here, the possible benefits are far greater than in usual life and travel, but you are still yourself. It is impossible not to structure reality in some fashion. Reality implies a structuring. If you take your own worldview with you all of the time, however, as you travel, even in your own world, then you never see the quote-unquote naked culture. You are always a tourist, taking your homey paraphernalia with you and afraid to give it up. If you are American or English or European, then when you visit other areas of the world, you stay at cosmopolitan hotels. You always see other cultures through your own eyes. Now, when you leave your home station and alter your consciousness, you are always a tourist if you take your own baggage of ideas along with you and interpret your experiences through your own personal cultural beliefs. There is nothing unconventional about gods and demons, good spirits or bad spirits. These are quite conventional interpretations of experience with religious overtones. Cults simply represent counter-conventions, and they are as dogmatic in their way as the systems they reject. When you try these exercises, therefore, make an honest attempt to leave your conventional ideas behind you. Step out of your own worldview. There is an exercise that will help you. Practice element 13. Close your eyes. Imagine a photograph of yourself. Yes, we are finally back to photographs. In your mind's eye, see the photograph of yourself on a table or desk. If you are working mentally with a particular snapshot, then note the other items in the picture. If the photograph is strictly imaginary, then create an environment about the image of yourself. Look at the image in your mind as it exists in the snapshot, and see it as being aware only of those other objects that surround it. Its world is bounded by the four edges of the picture. Try to put your consciousness into that image of yourself. Your worldview is limited to the photograph itself. Now, in your mind, see that image walking out of the snapshot onto the desk or table. The environment of the physical room will seem gigantic to that small self. The scale and proportion alone will be far different. Imagine that miniature image navigating in the physical room, then going outside, and quite an expanded worldview will result. Many of you do not really want to step out of the photograph or leave your worldview, yet in the dream state you are far freer. You can pretend that dreams are not quote-unquote real, however, so you can have your cake and eat it too, so to speak. Different varieties of dreams often provide frameworks that allow you to leave your own worldview under quote-unquote cushioned conditions. You step out of the normal picture that you have made of reality. Your alterations of consciousness frequently occur in the dream state, therefore, where it seems to you at least that your experiences do not have any practical application. You imagine that only hallucinations are involved. Many of your best snapshots of other realities are taken in your dreams. They may be over or underdeveloped, and the focus may be blurred, but your dreams present you with far more information about the unknown reality than you suppose. In the most intimate of terms, your body is your home station, so when you leave it, you often hide this fact from yourselves. In your sleep, however, your consciousness slips out of your body and returns to it frequently. You dream when you are out of your body, even as you dream inside it. You may therefore form dream stories about your own out-of-body travel, while your physical image rests soundly in bed. The unknown reality, you see, is not really that mysterious to you. You only pretend that it is. Sometimes you have quite clear perceptions of your journeys, but the actual native territories that you visit are so different from your own world that you try to interpret them as best you can in the light of usual conditions. If you remember such an episode at all, it may well seem very confusing, for you will have superimposed your own worldview where it does not belong. In dream travel, it is quite possible to journey to other civilizations, those in your past or future, or even to worlds whose reality exists in other probable systems. There is even a kind of quote-unquote crossbreeding, for you affect any system of reality with which you have experience. There are no closed realities, only apparent boundaries that seem to separate them. The more parochial your own world view, however, the less you will recall of their dreams or their activities, or the more distorted your quote-unquote dream snapshots will be. Now, here is another brief but potent exercise. Practice element 14. Before you go to sleep, tell yourself that you will mentally take a dream snapshot of the most significant dream of the night. Tell yourself that you will even be aware of doing this while asleep, and imagine that you have a camera with you. You mentally take this into the dream state. You will use the camera at the point of your clearest perceptions, snap the picture, and mentally again take it back with you so that it will be the first mental picture that you see when you awaken. You will, of course, try to snap as good a picture as possible. Varying results can be expected. Some of you will awaken with a dream picture that presents itself immediately. Others may find such a picture suddenly appearing later in the day, in the middle of ordinary activities. If you perform this exercise often, however, many of you will find yourselves able to use the camera consciously, even while sleeping, so that it becomes an element of your dream travels. You will be able to bring more and more pictures back with you. These will be relatively meaningless, however, if you do not learn how to examine them. They are not to be simply filed away and forgotten. You should write down a description of each scene and what you remember of it, including your feelings both at the time of the dream and later when you record it. The very effort to take this camera with you makes you more of a conscious explorer and automatically helps you to expand your own awareness while you are in the dream state. Each picture will serve as just one small glimpse of a different kind of reality. You cannot make any valid judgment on the basis of one or two pictures alone. Now, this is a mental camera we are using. There is a knack about being a good dream photographer, and you must learn how to operate the camera. In physical life, for example, a photographer knows that many conditions affect the picture he takes. Exterior situations, then, are important. You might get a very poor picture on a dark day, for instance. With our dream camera, however, the conditions themselves are mental. If you are in a dark mood, for example, then your picture of inner reality might be dim, poorly outlined, or foreboding. This would not necessarily mean that the dream itself had tragic overtones, simply that it was taken in the quote-unquote poor light of the psyche's mood. Inner weather changes constantly, even as exterior weather does. One dream picture with a dreary cast, therefore, is not much different from a physical photograph taken on a rainy afternoon. Many people, however, remembering a dark dream, become frightened. You even structure your dreams, of course. For that matter, your dream world is as varied as the physical one. Each physical photographer has an idea of what he wants to capture on film, and so to that extent he structures his picture and his view. The same applies to the dream state. You have all kinds of dreams. You can take what you want, so to speak, from dream reality, as basically you take what you want from waking life. For that reason, your dream snapshots will show you the kind of experience that you are choosing from inner reality. Session 720. Now, if you take a physical camera with you today and snap pictures as you go about your chores, walk, or talk with friends, then you will have preserved scenes from the day's activities. Your film, however, will only take pictures today of today. No yesterday or tomorrow will suddenly appear in the snapshots of the present. The photographer in the dream world, though, will find an entirely different situation, for there, consciousness can capture scenes from entirely different times as easily as the waking photographer can take pictures of different places. Unless you realize this, some of your quote-unquote dream albums will make no sense to you. In waking life, you experience certain events as real, and generally, these are the only ones that can be captured by an ordinary photographer. The dream world, however, presents a much larger category of events. Many events may later appear as physical ones, while others, just as valid, will not. The dream camera, therefore, will capture probable events also. When you awaken with a dream photograph in your mind, it may appear meaningless because it does not seem to correlate with the official order of activities you recognize. You may make one particular decision in physical and waking consciousness, and that decision may bring forth certain events. Using your dream camera, you can, with practice, discover the history of your own psyche and find the many probable decisions experienced in dreams. These served as a basis from which you made your physical decision. There is some finesse required as you learn to interpret the individual pictures within your dream album. This should be easy to grasp, for if you tried to understand physical life having only a group of snapshots taken at different places in different times, then it would be rather difficult to form a clear idea of the nature of the physical world. The same applies to dream reality, for the dreams that you recall are indeed like quick pictures taken under varying conditions. No one picture alone tells the entire story. You should write down your descriptions of each dream picture, therefore, and keep a continuing record, for each one provides more knowledge about the nature of your own psyche and the unknown reality in which it has its existence. When you take a physical photograph, you have to know how your camera works. You must learn how to focus, how to emphasize those particular qualities you want to record, and how to cut out distracting influences. You know the difference between shadows, for example, and solid objects. Sometimes shadows themselves make fascinating photographic studies. You might utilize them in the background, but as a photographer, you would not confuse the shadows with, say, the solid objects. No one would deny that shadows are real, however. Now, using an analogy only, let me explain that your thoughts and feelings also give off shadows that we will here call hallucinations. They are quite valid. They have as strong a part to play in dream reality as shadows do in the physical world. They are beautiful in themselves. They add to the entire picture. A shadow of a tree cools the ground. It affects the environment. So hallucinations alter the environment, but in a different way and at another level of reality. In the dream world, hallucinations are like conscious shadows. They are not passive, nor is their shape dependent upon their origin. They have their own abilities. Physically, an oak tree may cast a rich, deep shadow upon the ground. It will move, faithfully mirroring the tiniest motion of the smallest leaf, but its freedom to move will be dictated by the motion of the oak. Not one oak leaf shadow will move unless its counterpart does. Following our analogy, in the dream world, the shadow of the oak tree, once cast, would then be free to pursue its own direction. Not only that, but there would be a creative give and take between it and the tree that gave it birth. Anyone fully accustomed to inner reality would have no difficulty in telling the dream oak from its frisky shadow, however, any more than a waking photographer would have trouble distinguishing the physical oak tree from its counterpart upon the grass. When you, a dream tourist, wander about the inner landscape with your mental camera, however, it may take a while before you are able to tell the difference between dream events and their shadows or hallucinations. So you may take pictures of the shadows instead of the trees, and end up with a fine composition indeed, but one that would give you somewhat of a distorted version of inner reality. So you must learn how to aim and focus your dream camera. In your daily world, objects have shadows, and thoughts or feelings do not. So in your dream travels, simply remember that their quote-unquote objects do not possess shadows, but thoughts and feelings do. Since these are far more lively than ordinary shadows, and are definitely more colorful, they may be more difficult to distinguish at first. You must remember that you are wandering through a mental or psychic landscape. You can stand before the shadow of a friend in the afternoon in waking reality and snap your fingers all you want to, but your friend's shadow will not move one whit. It will certainly not disappear because you tell it to. In the dream world, however, Any hallucination will vanish immediately as soon as you recognize it as such and tell it to go away. It was cast originally by your own thought or feeling, and when you withdraw that source, then its quote-unquote shadow is automatically gone. A stone's physical shadow will faithfully mirror its form. In those terms, little creativity is allowed it. Far greater leeway exists, however, as a thought or feeling in the dream world casts its greater shadow upon the landscape of the mind. Moods obviously exist when you are dreaming as well as when you are waking. Physically, the day may be brilliant, but if you are in a blue mood, you may automatically close yourself off from the day's natural light, not notice it, or even use the natural beauty as a counterpoint that only makes you feel more disconsolate. Then you might look outward at the day through your mood and see its beauty as a meaningless or even cruel facade. Your mood, therefore, will alter your perception. The same applies in the dream state, but there, the shadows of your thoughts may be projected outward into scenes of darkest desolation. In the physical world, you have mass sense data about you. Each individual helps form that exterior environment. No matter how dark your mood on any given sunny day, your individual thoughts alone will not suddenly turn the blue skies into rainy ones. You alone do not have that kind of control over your fellow's environment. In the dream world, however, such thoughts will definitely form your environment. Stormy dream landscapes are, on the one hand, hallucinations, cast upon the inner world by your thoughts or feelings. On the other hand, they are valid representations of your inner climate at the time of any given dream. Such scenes can be changed in the dream state itself if you recognize their origin. You might choose instead to learn from such hallucinations by allowing them to continue, while realizing that they are indeed shadows cast by your own mind. Now, if you are honest with your thoughts and feelings, then you will express them in your waking life, and they will not cast disturbing shadows in your dreams. You may be afraid that a beloved child or mate will die suddenly, yet you may never want to admit such a fear. The feeling itself may be generated because of your own doubts about yourself, however. You may be depending upon another such person too strongly, trying to live your own life second-handedly through the life of another. Your own fear, admitted, would lead you to other feelings behind it, and to a greater understanding of yourself. Unencountered in waking life, however, the fear might cast its dim shadow, so that you dream of your child's death, or of the death of another close to you. The dream experience would be cast into the dream landscape and encountered there. If you remembered such a dream, therefore, you might think that it was precognitive, and that the event would become physical. Instead, the whole portent of the dream would be an educational one, bringing your fear into clear focus. In such cases, you should think of the dire dream situation as a shadow, and look for its source within your mind. Shadows can be pleasant and luxurious, and on a hot sunny day, you are certainly aware of their beneficial nature. So, some dream hallucinations are beautiful, comforting, refreshing. They can bring great peace and be sought after for themselves. You may believe that God exists as a kindly Father, or you might personify him as Christ or Buddha. In your dreams, you might then encounter such personages. They are quite valid, but they are also hallucinations cast by your own thoughts and feelings. Dreams of heaven and hell alike fall into the same category, in those terms, as hallucinations. Now, the physical shadow of a tree bears witness to the existence of a tree, even if you see only the shadow. So your hallucinations appearing in dreams also bear witness to their origin and give testimony to a valid quote-unquote objective dream object that is as quote-unquote solid in that reality as the tree is in your world. In physical reality, there is a time lag that exists between the conception of an idea, say, and its materialization. Beside that, other conditions operate that can slow down an idea's physical actualization, or even impede it altogether. If not physically expressed, the thought will be actualized in another reality. An idea must have certain characteristics, for example, that agree with physical assumptions before it turns into a recognizable event. It must appear within your time context. In the dream world, however, each feeling or idea can be immediately expressed and experienced. The physical world has buildings in it that you manufacture. That is, they do not spring up naturally from the ground itself. In the same way, your thoughts are quote-unquote manufactured products in the dream world. They are a part of the environment and appear within its reality, though they change shape and form constantly, as physically manufactured objects do not. The Earth has its own natural given data, however, and you must use this body of material to form all of your manufactured products. The dream world also possesses its own natural environment. You form your dreams from it, and use its natural products to manufacture dream images. Few view this natural inner environment, however. Session 721. Now, when you look into a mirror, you see your reflection, but it does not talk back to you. In the dream state, you are looking into the mirror of your psyche, so to speak, and seeing the reflections of your own thoughts, fears, and desires. Here, however, the quote-unquote reflections do indeed speak and take their own form. In a certain sense, they are freewheeling, in that they have their own kind of reality. In the dream state, your joys and fears talk back to you, perform, and act out the role in which you have cast them. If, for example, you believe that you are possessed of great inner wealth, you may have a dream about a king in a fine palace. The king actually need not look like you at all, nor need you identify with him in the dream. Symbolically, however, this would represent one way of expressing your feelings. Inner wealth would be interpreted here in the same terms as worldly luxury. The dream, once created, would go its own way. If you have conflicts over the ideas connected with good and evil, or wealth and poverty, then the king might lose his lands or goods, or some catastrophe might befall him. If you suspect that abundance is somehow spiritually dangerous, then the king might be captured and punished. All kinds of other events might be involved. Groups of people, for example, representing bands of quote-unquote rampaging desires. The entire drama would involve the quote-unquote evolution of an emotion or belief. In the dream state, you set it free and see what will happen to it, how it will develop, where it will go. The reflections of your ideas and intimate emotions are then projected outward in a rich drama. You can observe the play, take a role in it, or move in and out of its acts as you prefer. You will use your own private symbols. These represent your psychic shorthand. They are connected with your personal creativity, so dream books will not help you in deciphering those meanings if you attach a specific significance to any given symbol. Symbols themselves change. If you had before you your entire dream history and could read, as in a book, the story of all of your dreams from birth, you would discover that you changed the meaning of your symbols as you went along, or as it suited your purposes. The content of a dream itself has much to do with the way you employ any given symbol. The king, for example, may be at one time the symbol of great inner wealth. He may be kingly but poor, signifying the idea that wealth does not necessarily involve physical goods. He might at another time appear as a dictator, cruel and overbearing, where he would represent an entirely different framework of feeling and belief. He might show himself as a young monarch, signaling a belief that quote-unquote youth is king. At various times in history, the same image has been used quite differently. When people are fighting dictatorial monarchs, then often the king appears in dreams as a despicable character, to be booted and routed out. Whether or not you remember your dreams, you are educating yourself as they happen. You may suddenly, quote-unquote, awaken while still within the dream state, however, and recognize the drama that you have yourself created. At this point, you will understand the fact that the play, while seeming quite real, is to a certain extent hallucinatory. If you prefer, you can clear the stage at once by saying, "I do not like this play, and so I will create it no longer." You may then find yourself facing an empty stage, becoming momentarily disoriented at the sudden lack of activity, and promptly begin to form another dream play more to your liking. If, however, you pause first and wait a moment, you can begin to glimpse the environment that serves as a stage, the natural landscape of the dream reality. In waking life, if you want to disconnect yourself from an event or place, you try to move away from it in space. In dream reality, events occur in a different fashion, and places spring up about you. If you meet with people or events not of your liking, then you must simply move your attention away from them, and they will disappear as far as your experience is concerned. In physical reality, you can move fairly freely through space, but you do not travel from one city to another, for example, unless you want to. Intent is involved. This is so obvious that its significance escapes you, but it is intent that moves you through space, and that is behind all of your physical locomotion. You utilize ships, automobiles, trains, airplanes because you want to go to another place, and certain vehicles work best under certain conditions. In the waking state, you travel to places. They do not come to you. In dream reality, however, your intent causes places to spring up about you. They come to you instead of the other way around. You form and attract quote-unquote places, or a kind of inner space in which you then have certain experiences. This inner space does not quote-unquote displace normal space or knock it aside, yet the creation of a definite inner environment or location is concerned. Those of you who are curious, try this experiment. Practice element 15. In a dream, attempt to expand whatever space you find yourself in. If you are in a room, move from it into another one. If you are on a street, follow it as far as you can, or turn a corner. Unless you are working out ideas of limitations for your own reasons, you will find that you can indeed expand inner space. There is no point where an end to it need appear. The properties of inner space, therefore, are endless. Most people are not this proficient in dream manipulation, but surely some of my readers will be able to remember what I am saying while they are dreaming. To those people I say, look around you in the dream state. Try to expand any location in which you find yourself. If you are in a house, remember to look out the window, and once you walk to that window, a scene will appear. You can walk out of that dream house into another environment, and theoretically, at least, you can explore that world, and the space within it will expand. There will be no spot in the dream where the environment will cease. Now, what you think of as exterior space expands in precisely the same manner. In this respect, dream reality faithfully mirrors what you refer to as the nature of the exterior world. Earth experience, even in your terms, is far more varied than you ever consciously imagine. The intimate life of a person in one country with its culture is far different from that of an individual who comes from another kind of culture with its own ideas of art, history, politics, or religion or law. Because you focus upon similarities of necessity, then the physical world possesses its coherence. There are unknown gulfs that separate the private experience of a poor Indian, a rich Indian, a native in New Guinea, an American tailor, an African nationalist, a Chinese aristocrat, an Irish housewife. These differences cannot be objectively stated. They bring about qualitative differences, however, in the experience of space and time. There are jet travelers and those who have never seen a train, so your own system of reality contains vast contrasts. The dream state, however, involves you with a kind of communication that is not physically practical, for there no man or woman is caught without a given role. No individual's ideas in the dream state are limited by his or her cultural background or physical experience. Even those who have never seen an airplane can travel from place to place in the twinkling of an eye, and the poor are fed, the ignorant are wise, the sick are well. The creativity that may be physically hampered is expressed. It is true that the hungry man awakening is still hungry. The ill may awaken no healthier than they were before. In deeper terms, however, in the dream state, each person will be working out his or her own problems or challenges. Dreaming, a person can cure himself or herself of a disease, working through the problems that caused it. Dreaming, the hungry individual can discover ways to find food or to procure the money to buy it. Dreaming is a practical activity. If it were understood as such, it would be even more practical in your terms. Animals also dream, for example, and whole herds of starving animals will be led by their dreams to find better feeding grounds. In the same way, the dreams of starving people point toward the solution of the problem. Such data are largely ignored, however. In the dream state, any individual can find the solution to whatever challenge exists. The great natural cooperation that exists between the waking and the dreaming self has been mostly set aside. The conscious mind is quite equipped to interpret dream information. You forget that dreaming is a part of life. You have disconnected it in your thoughts, at least from your daily experience, so that dreams seem to have no practical application. You live in a waking and dreaming mental environment, however. In both environments, you are conscious. Your dream experience represents a pivotal reality, like the center of a wheel. Your physical world is one spoke. You are united with all of your other simultaneous existences through the nature of the dream state. The unknown reality is there, presented to your view, and there is no biological, mental, or psychic reason why you cannot learn to use and understand your own dreaming reality. In your dreams, in your terms, you find your personal past appearing in the present, so in those terms the past of the species also occurs. Future probabilities are worked out there also, so that individually and en masse the species decides upon its probable future. There is a feeling held by many that a study of dream reality will lead you further away from the world you know. Instead, it would connect you with that world in most practical terms. I said that inner space expands, but so does inner time. Those of you who can remember, try the following experiment. Practice element 16. When you find yourself within a dream, tell yourself you will know what happened before you entered it, and the past will grow outward from that moment. Again, there will be no place where time will stop. The time in a dream does not quote-unquote displace physical time, it opens up from it. Exterior time, again, operates in the same fashion, though you do not realize it. Time expands in all directions, and away from any given point. The past is never done and finished, and the future is never concretely formed. You choose to experience certain versions of events. You then organize these, nibbling at them, so to speak, a bit, quote-unquote, at a time. The creativity of any given entity is endless, and yet all of the potentials for experience will be explored. The poor man may dream he is a king. A queen, weary of her role, may dream of being a peasant girl. In the physical time that you recognize, the king is still a king, and the queen a queen. Yet their dreams are not as uncharacteristic or apart from their experience as it might appear. In greater terms, the king has been a pauper and the queen a peasant. You follow, in terms of continuity, one version of yourself at any given quote-unquote time. Many people realize intuitively that the self is multitudinous and not singular. The realization is usually put in reincarnational terms, so that the self is seen as traveling through the centuries, moving through doors of death and life into other times and places. The fact is that the basic nature of reality shows itself in the nature of the dream state quite clearly, where in any given night you may find yourself undertaking many roles simultaneously. You may change sex, social position, national or religious alliance, age, and yet know yourself as yourself. Lately, Joseph has found himself embarked upon a series of episodes that seem to involve reincarnational existences. There was a catch, however. He saw himself as a woman, black. Last month, he also saw himself as a Roman soldier aboard a slave ship. He previously had experience that convinced him that he was a man called Nabeen. All of this could have been accepted quite easily in conventional terms of reincarnation, but Joseph felt that Nabeen and the Roman soldier had existed during the same general time period, and he was not sure where to place the woman. In all of these episodes, definite emotional experience was involved. Also connected was an indefinable but unmistakable sense of familiarity. Space and time continually expand, and all probabilities of any given action are actualized in one reality or another. All of the potentials of the entity are also actualized. Quite literally, you live more than one life at a time. You do not experience your century simply from one separate vantage point, and the individuals alive in any given century have far deeper connections than you realize. You do not experience your space-time world then from one, but from many viewpoints. If you are glutted, sated, with a steak dinner, for example, in America or Europe, then you are also famished in another portion of the world, experiencing life from an entirely different viewpoint. You speak of races of men. You do not understand how consciousness is distributed in that regard. You have counterparts of yourself. Generally speaking, the people living within any given century are related in terms of consciousness and identity. This is true biologically and spiritually through interrelationships you do not understand. Joseph was quote-unquote picking up on lives that quote-unquote he lived in the same time scheme. In this way, and in your terms, he was beginning to recognize the family ship that exists between individuals who share your earth at any given time. Each identity has free will and chooses its environment as a physical stance in space and time. Those involved in a given century are working on particular problems and challenges. Various races do not simply quote-unquote happen, and diverse cultures do not just appear. The greater self, quote-unquote, divides itself, materializing in flesh as several individuals with entirely different backgrounds, yet with each embarked upon the same kind of creative challenge. The black man is somewhere a white man or woman in your time. The white man or woman is somewhere black. The oppressor is somewhere the oppressed. The conqueror is somewhere the conquered. The primitive is somewhere sophisticated, and in your terms, somewhere on the face of the same earth in your general time. The murderer is somewhere the victim, and the other way around, and again, in your terms of space and time. Each will choose his or her own framework, according to the intents of the consciousness of which each of you is an independent part. In such a fashion are the challenges and opportunities inherent in a given quote-unquote time worked out. You are counterparts of yourself, but as Rupert would say, living quote-unquote eccentric counterparts, each with your own abilities. So Joseph quote-unquote was Nabeen, a scholarly man, not adventurous, obsessed with copying ancient truths, and afraid that creativity was error, authoritative, and demanding. He feared sexual encounter, and he taught rich Roman children. At the same time, in the same world, and in the same century, Joseph was an aggressive, adventurous, relatively insensitive Roman officer who would have little understanding of manuscripts or records, yet who also followed authority without question. In your terms, Joseph is now a man who questions authority, stamps upon it and throws it aside, who rips apart the very idea structures to which he quote-unquote once gave such service. In greater terms, these experiences all occur at once. The black woman followed nothing but her own instincts. I do not want to give too much background here, and hence rob our Joseph of discoveries that he will certainly make on his own. But the woman bowed only to the authority of her own emotions, and those emotions automatically put her in conflict with the British colonial politics of the times. Joseph's focus of identity is his own. He will follow it. He was not Nabin or the Roman officer or the woman, yet they are versions of what he is, and he is a version of what they quote-unquote were, and at certain levels each is aware of the others. There is constant interaction. The Roman soldier dreams of the black woman and of Joseph. There is a reminiscence that appears even in the knowledge of the cells and a certain correspondence. There are connections then as far as cellular recollection is concerned, and dreams. Now, the Roman soldier and Nabin and the woman went their separate ways after death. They contributed to the world as it existed in those terms, and then followed their own lines of development elsewhere in other realities. So each of you exists in many times and places, and versions of yourselves exist in the world and time that you recognize. As you are part of the physical species, so you are a part of a species of consciousness. That species forms the races of mankind that you recognize. Session 722. I told you to take a moment while you were within a particular dream and to use it to try to discover what had been happening within the dream before you experienced it. It is true that you create your own dreams, but it is also true that you only focus upon certain portions of your dream creations. Even in the dream state, any present expands into its own version of past and future, so in those terms, the dream possesses its own background, its own kind of historic past, the moment you construct it. You need not experience those past dream events, although if you just turn your attention in that direction, then the dream's past will become apparent. Mental impressions of any kind, therefore, are not simply imprinted or written, as it were, in a medium of space and time. They have a greater dimensionality. The past and future ripple outward from any event, making it quote-unquote thicker than it appears to be. In greater terms, the past is definitely created from the present. In your system of reality, this does not seem to be the case at all, since your senses project a forward kind of motion outward upon events. Quote-unquote subatomic particles, however, appear in your present, rippling into your system's dimensions, creating their own quote-unquote tracks, which scientists then try to observe. In some cases, unknowingly, your scientists are close to observing the birth of time effects within your system. Since your brains are composed of cells with their atoms and molecules, and since these are themselves made of certain invisible particles, then your memories are already structured by the biological mechanisms that make them possible in your terms. After death, for example, you still possess a memory, though it does not operate through the physical organism as you understand it. Psychologically, then, while you are living, your memories follow a pattern of past into present. It seems, therefore, quite inconceivable that in certain terms any present event can bring about a memory of a similar event that occurred before while instead each actually occurs at once. In the dream state, the freedom of events from time as you understand it can be more apparent. If you are alert and curious while dreaming, and you can learn to be, then you can catch yourself in the act of creating a dream's past and future at once. Physicists know that waves can appear as particles upon certain conditions, and that particles can behave like waves. So, moments as you understand them are like waves experienced as quote-unquote particles, as small bubbles, for example, each one breaking and another forming. Subatomic particles also behave like waves sometimes. In fact, it is usually only when they act like particles that they are perceived at all. Physicists think of atoms as particles. Their wave-like characteristics are not observed. At other levels of reality, atoms behave in a wave-like manner. Subjectively, you will think of your own thoughts as waves rather than as particles. Yet in the dream level of reality, those waves quote-unquote break into particles, so to speak. They form pseudo-objects from your viewpoint. While dreaming, you accept that reality as real. Only upon awakening do the dream objects seem not real or imaginary. The nervous system itself is biologically equipped to perceive various gradations of physical matter, and there are quote-unquote in-between impulse passageways that are utilized while dreaming. From your point of view, these are alternate passageways, but in the dream state, they allow you to perceive as physical matter objects that in the waking state would not be observable. Again, from the waking viewpoint, these other neurological recognitions could be thought of as ghost or trace methods of perception. Waking, you do not usually use them. They are utilized to some extent in daydreaming, however, and in certain alterations of consciousness while you perceive as real or nearly real events that are not immediately happening within your space-time structure. The dream world is as organized as your own, but from the waking state you do not focus upon that inner organization. The dream images exist. They are quite as real as a table or a chair. They are built up from particles, invisible only from the waking situation. Physicists are beginning to study the characteristics of quote-unquote invisible particles. They seem to defy space and time principles. This is precisely why they form the basis for dream reality, why objects in a dream can appear and disappear. In your physical universe, such particles are invisible components, deduced but not directly encountered. To a certain extent, they are latent. In some realities, however, their characteristics rule, rather than the attributes of the visible particles that you see. Dream images, therefore, exist at a different range of matter. Now, many of these invisible particles, or consciousness units, can be in more than one place at a time, a fact that quite confounds the physically tuned brain perceiving a world in which objects stay where they are supposed to be. Basically, however, each quote-unquote appearance of such a particle is a self-version, for it is altered to some extent by its quote-unquote location. So can the human self appear in several places at once, each such appearance subtly altering the quote-unquote human particle, so that each appearance is a version of an quote-unquote original self that as itself never appears in those terms. When you look at an electron, figuratively speaking, you are observing a trace or a track of something else entirely, and that appearance is termed an electron. So the self that you know is a physical trace or intrusion into space and time of an quote-unquote original self that never appears. In a way, then, you are as ghostly as an electron. The unknown self, the quote-unquote original self, straddles realities, dipping in and out of them in creative versions of itself, taking on the properties of the system in which it appears and the characteristics native to that environment. Waves and particles are versions of other kinds of behavior taken by energy. Using that analogy, you flow in wave-like fashion into the physical particleized versions that you call corporal existences. I am putting this as simply as possible, but when your quote-unquote original self enters part of itself into three-dimensional life from an inner reality, the energy waves carrying it break, not simply into one particle following our analogy, but into a number of conscious particles. In certain terms, these are built up using the medium at hand, the biological properties of the Earth. They spread out from the quote-unquote point of contact, forming individual lives. In your conception of the centuries, then, there are other counterparts of yourself living at the same time and in different places, all creative versions of the original self. There is a great intimate cooperation that exists biologically and spiritually between all of the beings on your planet, quote-unquote, at any given time. You are all connected psychically in terms of inner and outer structures. A certain identity and cohesiveness is also maintained because of these interconnections. There are psychic structures quite as effective as physical ones, and these underlie the reality of your objective world. They merge together beautifully to form an inner picture of the world at any given quote-unquote time, even while that picture is ever-changing. In greater terms, the picture of your world at any given time can be compared to the position, behavior, and characteristics of an invisible particle as it is quote-unquote caught, intruding into your reality. Your dream adventures, however exciting, remain quote-unquote invisible from your waking standpoint. Within dreams, space and time expand, again as I have mentioned, but in a way that you cannot physically pinpoint. Your own exterior space exists in precisely the same manner from the standpoint of any other reality. For that matter, you yourself are so richly creative that your own thoughts give birth to other quite legitimate systems of which you have no knowledge. Now, you are each members of a particular race, and you do not feel any less individualistic because of that affiliation. You consider yourselves further members of a species. The races are alive together at any given time on your Earth in varying proportions, so there are physical organizations, biologically speaking, that you recognize. You do not feel threatened because you do not have your particular race to yourself. So there are inner psychic quote-unquote races to which you belong, or psychic stocks, so to speak, each providing physical variations. In those terms, each living person has other counterparts of himself or herself alive, generally speaking, at the same time, sharing the physical face of the Earth. There are psychic pools of identity, therefore, and generally speaking, those alive in any given century are as much a part of that inner pool as they are a part of the particular race to which they may belong. Each member of the species is an individual, and each member of a psychic pool of identity is an individual. Again, your idea of personhood limits you when you think of these concepts. You imagine personhood to be a kind of mental particle that must have definite boundaries, or it will lose its identity. The identity of even the smallest consciousness is always maintained, but not limited. If you can think of your present idea of identity as if it were but one shape or one motion of a moving particle, a shape or a motion that never loses its imprint or meaning, then you could also see how you could follow it forward or backward to the shape or motion taken quote-unquote before or afterward. You could retain the identity of yourself as you know yourself, and yet flow into a greater field or wave of reality that allowed you to perceive your own other motions or shapes or versions. You could become aware of a larger structure in which you also have your own validity, and therefore add to your own knowledge and to the dimensions of your experience. You can do this the easiest way, perhaps, by observing yourself in the dream state, for there you create versions of yourself constantly. In the morning, you are enriched, not diminished. You are the living version of yourself in space and time, around which your world revolves. The great potentiality that exists in the unknown self, however, also actualizes other such focuses, and in the same space-time framework. They are not you any more than you are the black man or the white woman or the Indian woman or the Chinese man. As certain races possess their own characteristics and shared biological background, and come from the same biological pool, however, so these counterparts come from the same psychic pool, and psychically seed the members of the races at any given quote-unquote time. In such a way, mental abilities and propensities are given a greater range and distributed about the earth. Session 723. Your worldview is your personalized interpretation of the physical universe. Your home station does not simply present programming for you to view. Instead, you help create the program, of course, even while you are part of it. On any given afternoon, certain elements of experience will be quote-unquote given, roughly sketched in. There are certain cues to set the stage. It may be a snowy, humid, or dry and sunny day, for instance. The location may be city or town. Yet within that loose framework, you create the program of the day according to your own worldview. If that view is expansive, then you have far greater leeway in creating your experience. You can add greater depth, so to speak, to the characterization. You can, in other words, take advantage of the unknown reality by letting it add to your home station. In the dream state, you range beyond your waking worldview. You are able to bring into focus other interests and activities. These can remain in the background during waking life, or you can decide to enlarge your worldview by taking advantage of your dreaming activities. Many of the exercises given here are geared in that direction. You are not alone in physical reality, so obviously your picture of the world is also affected by the worldviews of others, and you play a part in their experiences. There is a constant waking give and take. The same give and take occurs in the dream state, however. You affect your world through your dreams then, as much as you do through your waking activities. In terms of time, lapses had to occur as various species physically matured and developed. They did so in response to inner impetus. The many languages that are now known originated in what you can call, from your point of view, non-waking reality. Words, again, are related to the neurological structure, and languages follow that pattern. In the dream state, many kinds of communication occur, and there are inner translations. Two people with different languages can speak together quite clearly in certain dreams and understand each other perfectly. They may each translate the communication into their familiar language. Underneath this, however, there are basic inner sounds upon which all language is based, in which certain images give forth their own sound, and the two together portray clear, precise meaning. A long time ago, I said that language would be impossible were it not for its basis in telepathic communication, and that communication is built up of microscopic images and sounds. These are translated into different languages. Consciously, then, your worldview is affected by the language of your culture or country. Certain sounds, inflections, and expressions taken together have a more or less precise meaning. The meaning is usually quite specific and often directional. Words in a language function not only by defining what a specific object is, for example, but also by defining what it is not. To some extent, in the dream state, you are freed of such cultural leanings. In the most effective of dreams, experience is actually more direct, in that it is less limited by language concepts. Waking, you generally become familiar with your thoughts through words that are mental, automatically translating your thoughts into language. Your thoughts therefore fall or flow into prefabricated forms. In the dream state, however, thoughts are often experienced directly. Quote unquote, you live them out. You become what they are. They are projected instantly and in such a fashion. They escape the limitations that you often place upon them. That is why it is frequently difficult to remember your dreams in a verbal fashion, or squeeze them back into the expression of usual language. Your language often purposely inhibits meaning. To some extent, language does make the unknown known and recognizable. It sets up signposts that each person in a culture recognizes. To do this, however, it latches upon certain significances and ignores others. You might know the word for rock, for instance. Knowing the word might actually prevent you from seeing any specific rock clearly as it is, or recognizing how it is different from all other rocks. The play of sunlight or shadow upon any given rock may utterly escape you. You will simply pass it by under the category of rock. In the dream state, you might find yourself sleeping on a sun-warmed rock, or climbing on icy ones. You might feel yourself encased in a rock, with your consciousness dispersed. You might have any number of different experiences involving rocks, all quite liberating. After such an experience, you might look at rocks in an entirely different fashion, and see them in ways that escape your language. Rocks give forth sounds that you do not hear, for example, yet your language automatically limits your perception of what any rock is. To some extent, words come between you and your direct expression. They should and can express that experience instead. Practice Element 17. Part of the unknown reality, then, is hidden beneath language and the enforced pattern of accustomed words. So, for an exercise, look about your environment. Make up new, different quote-unquote words for the objects that you see about you. Pick up any object, for example. Hold it for a few seconds. Feel its texture. Look at its color. And spontaneously give it a new name by uttering the sounds that come into your mind. See how the sounds bring out certain aspects of the object that you may not have noticed before. The new word will fit as much as the old one did. It may, in fact, fit better. Do this with many objects following the same procedure. You can instead say the name of any object backwards. In such ways, you break up to some extent the automatic patterning of familiar phrases, so that you can perceive the individuality that is within each object. To get in direct contact with your own feelings as they are, again, make up your own spontaneous sounds sometimes. Your emotions often cannot be expressed clearly in terms of language, and such unpatterning can allow them to flow freely. The freshness of dream experience lies in its direct nature. Your cultural worldview does not have any clear understanding of the nature of dreams, so that their direct, clear expression is not recalled often in the morning. At night, you tune in to dreaming reality simply by closing out so-called waking reality, but the same kind of dream experience continues beneath your focus in waking life. Dreaming, you are still aware of your daily experience, but it is seemingly peripheral. Waking, your dream experience is peripheral also, but you are less aware of that condition. Both together represent the dimensions of your consciousness, and they exist simultaneously. You can, and often do, work out in dreams the challenges of daily life. In waking life, you are also working out challenges set for yourselves in the dream state. Obviously, then, your consciousness is equipped to function in the known and unknown realities, and the divisions that you have set up are quite arbitrary. You may understand that many of your dreams have a symbolic meaning. It may escape you, however, that the objects with which you surround yourself in physical life also have symbolic meanings, only these are three-dimensional. You may spend time trying to understand the nature of dreams and their implications, without ever realizing that your physical life is to some extent a three-dimensional dream. It will faithfully mirror your dream images at any given time. Your physical life and your dreaming life are so intimately connected that it can be misleading to say what I am about to say, that waking experience springs from the unknown dream reality. On the one hand, the statement is indeed true. On the other hand, the intricate inner workings make it impossible to separate one from the other. Quote-unquote reality operates basically, however, in a way that is perceived more clearly in the dream state. Freedom from time and place, the wider kind of communication, the great mobility of consciousness. All of these experiences under dreaming conditions are characteristic of the basic nature of reality, whereas your waking experience provides limitations that are indicators of certain conditions only. To some extent, the greater expression of consciousness can be experienced under usual waking conditions, but only when a personality is flexible enough and secure enough to alter the focus of consciousness. This way, other unperceived data become available. The unknown reality is not beyond your experience, therefore. Any of your scientific or religious disciplines could benefit from a study of the dreaming consciousness, for there the basic nature of reality exists as clearly as you can perceive it. The inner condition of dreaming is valid. You find yourselves in other times and places, because basically neither time nor space exists as you suppose. There are no basic dangers involved in alterations of consciousness without drugs, but artificial dangers can occur because of your cultural beliefs. These result because such individuals find themselves with no acceptable framework in which to correlate or understand their experiences. They try to fall back upon religious or scientific or pseudoscientific explanations. In a way, the one-line kind of consciousness that you have developed can be correlated with your use of any one language. Experience is programmed, highly specialized, and attains a seemingly tight organization only because it limits so much of reality. In those terms, if you are bilingual, you are somewhat better off, for your thoughts have a choice of two paths. Biologically, you are physically capable of speaking any language now in use on the face of the earth. You would consider it an achievement if you learned to speak many languages. You would not find it frightening or unnatural, though you would take it for granted that some training was involved. In the same way, your one-line kind of consciousness is but one of many quote-unquote languages. The others are as native, as natural, as biologically feasible. Rupert has been involved in what he calls the Sumari language. This is an expression of the consciousness at a different focus. It is the native expression of a kind of experience that happens just outside of your official one-line focus of consciousness. First of all, it breaks up verbal patterning. It is composed, however, of sounds and syllables Rupert has heard before, made up of jumbled Romance languages. These are quote-unquote foreign as far as he is concerned. At the same time, those sounds are, in your terms, filled with the implications of antiquity, and bring up connotations of the species and of the psyche's past. They alter the usual physical response to meaningful sound. You may not realize it, but your language actually structures your visual perception of objects. Sumari breaks down the usual patterning, therefore, but it also releases the nervous system from its structured response to any particular stimulus. The sounds, however, while spontaneous, are not unstructured. They will present a sound equivalent of the emotion or object perceived, an equivalent that is very direct and immediate, and that bears legitimate correspondence with the object or emotion. The fresh expression sets up a new kind of relationship between the so-called perceiver and the perceived. The Sumari then becomes a bridge between two different kinds of consciousness, and returning to his usual state, Rupert can translate from the Sumari to English. The English itself, however, then becomes charged, freshened with new concepts, carrying within a strangeness that itself alters the relationship of the words. This is a dream or trance language. It is as native to its level of consciousness as English is to your own, or Indian or Chinese or whatever. The various focuses of consciousness will have their own quote-unquote languages. Rupert has discovered that beneath the Sumari there are deeper meanings. He has become aware of what he calls long and short sounds. Some come so quickly that he cannot keep track or speak them quickly enough. Others are so slow that he feels a sentence would take a week to utter. These are the signatures of different focuses of consciousness as they are transposed in your space-time system. Languages express certain kinds of reality, usually by organizing experience verbally and mentally. In your case, again, a certain neurological prejudice occurs. If you experienced greater instances of out-of-body consciousness, for example, then your verbal expressions of space and time would automatically change. If you became aware of more of your dreaming experience, your language would automatically expand. Again, automatically, you would also become aware of other neurological patterns than those you use. These, activated, would then be picked up by your scientific instruments, and therefore change your ideas in such fields. Many people find themselves singing quote-unquote gibberish when they are alone, and trying to free themselves from language structuring. Children often play by constructing their own languages, and speaking with tongues is a beautiful example of the attempt to express a reality that escapes the tyranny of overly structured words. Music is a language. Painting is a language. The senses have a language of their own, one that seeps into structured words, but dimly. Other focuses of consciousness besides your own have different concepts of time, and are actually more biologically correct, in that they have greater knowledge of both cellular and spiritual realities. There is nothing quote-unquote wrong with your present habitual kind of consciousness, any more than there is anything wrong with speaking only one language. There is within you, however, the impetus to explore, to expand, to create, and that will automatically lead you to explore inner lands of consciousness, as, in your terms, it has led you to explore the other countries of the physical world. Session 724. Again, we come up against limited ideas of personhood. If I tell you that you are a part of a far greater personhood, then unfortunately you take this to mean that you are less than you are by contrast. I am not referring here to you specifically, Joseph, any more than I am to any reader or class member. Each individual recognizes the existence of abilities or talents, leanings or propensities that are largely unexpressed. In your system of reality, you must operate in time. To develop as an athlete, for example, great training is required that automatically focuses energy and activity, and hence usually precludes deep concentration to the same degree in a different area. Similarly, to be a musician or an artist or a writer takes effort in time, and automatically focuses attention in specified directions that bar the same kind of work in other fields. A person in time, then, can only do so much, and in your terms, the great sources of the psyche are barely tapped in a given lifetime. That much is obvious. Earlier in this work, I hinted at the hypothetical existence of a truly fulfilled Earth person. All of the spiritual, mental, and biological abilities would be actualized to whatever extent possible. Each physical body, in its own way now, following its own individual peculiarities, would develop whatever skills it chose and found comfortable. Bodily abilities, however, would be freely expressed, so that one woman might be a great runner, or a man excel at swimming. Physical endurance of the kind now considered extraordinary would be the norm. At the same time, all of the latent spiritual and mental qualities would be fulfilled in a like manner, so that all of the potentials of the species would find actualization in the most developed way in the experience of each individual. All aspects of the sciences and the arts would be explored. Again, in the terms of one lifetime, such achievements are practically impossible. This does not mean that a different kind of education would not bring those ideals closer. It does mean that individuals choose to develop certain portions of their abilities, and that such a choice often necessitates ignoring other talents. In its own way, the world at any given time is a unit of individuals with deep psychic and biological connections. Each of you take a hand at painting a combined world picture. Though each version is slightly different, and some appear strange within the whole context, still a world picture emerges at any given quote-unquote time. The people alive during any century are embarked upon certain overall challenges. These are the result of private challenges that can best be worked out within a certain kind of framework. Time, as you understand it, is utilized as a method of focus, a divider like a room divider, separating purposes instead of furniture. If you want a quote-unquote Victorian room, you do not plank it down in the middle of a Spanish arrangement. Instead, you set it aside and frame it with its own decor, as you might in a museum that has separate rooms designating life in past centuries. The rooms in the museum exist at once. You may have to walk down a long corridor, go in a particular room and out the same door before you can get to the next adjoining room. The 18th century drawing room may be next to a 12th century chapel in this hypothetical museum, but you cannot move through one to the other. You have to go into the corridor first. It is difficult to try to explain the creativity of the psyche when, as a species, you have such set ideas about it, but I shall try. Physically, you multiply. If you have a child, you are not diminished. You are not less yourself. You accept parents and grandparents and see them as individuals, while you yourself are also you as an individual, and yet sprung from the same biological seeds. Those seeds form the physical races, which are all variations on a theme, or as Rupert would say, eccentricities of an ever-changing model. You accept the fact that there are biological connections in terms of family, country, and race between yourselves and the other individuals on your planet. The species divides itself up, so to speak, and the members of the different races at any given time distribute themselves in the various lands and continents. You are used to making organizations. You say, this race is thus and so, and we can trace its history through the ages. Or, that race initiated language. Generally speaking, you see certain races as having their own characteristics. When you do this, you often ignore other contradictory tendencies that are not as apparent. No one, however, feels less a person because of not being in a race by himself or herself. The children that spring from your loins are real. They have their own lives. They share a certain portion of your experience, but they use that experience as they choose. In your terms, you exist in physical life before your children do. Now, in other terms, your own greater personhood exists before you do in the same way. That greater personhood gives birth to many quote-unquote psychic children, who then become physical by being born into the races of men and women. Each of those children wants to develop its abilities in a particular manner, translating them into Earth experience in such a way that all other portions of the Earth are also benefited. The world, then, is indeed like a theater at any given time, but the play is not preordained or laid out. It is instead a spontaneous happening in which overall themes are accepted beforehand. Each quote-unquote greater personage takes several parts, or brings forth several psychic children who spring to life as individual human beings. These psychic children have as much say in their birth as you have in yours, physically speaking, and that is considerable. You choose ahead of time your environment and purposes. This greater personage, then, has earthly counterparts, each individual alive taking part in the vital human drama of any given century. Each learns from the others, and the counterparts fit together like mosaics, except that these mosaics are fully endowed with independence and free will. So, the individuals alive upon the body of the earth at any given time fit together as beautifully as the cells do within your individual body at a particular time. Now, I am not saying that the human personality is, quote-unquote, as significant as a cell, no more and no less. I am saying that in a way the people alive on the body of the earth have the same kind of relationship one to another as the cells have one to the other. Psychically, you are made up of counterparts, as physically you come from various races. There are far more counterpart groupings than there are races, but then your definition of races is arbitrary. Counterparts can be better related to physical families, for you might well have 4 or 5 counterparts alive in one century, as you might have 4 or 5 family members spanning the same amount of time. Basically, however, counterparts deal with fulfillments and developments that transcend races or countries. Now remember, you are one Earth version of your own greater personage. You are utterly yourself. That greater identity, however, is intrinsically your own, but is the part that cannot be physically expressed. Your experiences are your own. Through you, they become a part of the experience of the greater identity, but its reality also, quote-unquote, originally gave you your physical existence, as you gave your children physical life. Your children are not you, yet once they were contained within the mother's womb. Yet they did not originate from the womb either, but from the seed and the egg. Your individual experiences, then, becomes a part of your own greater personage, but at the same time, you unconsciously draw upon the knowledge of that personage and use it for your purposes. You become an offshoot, so to speak. You are unconsciously aware of the experience of quote-unquote your counterparts, as they are of yours, and you use that information to round out your own. Certain abilities can be developed with much greater ease in particular time periods, in a highly industrialized technology, for example, and those interested in that kind of an environment did not generally appear in the eras of the cavemen, simply because those alive at that time were working with different challenges. So, this hypothetical greater identity also chooses to be born in different time periods, historically speaking, and the same pattern appears in which counterparts are born as individuals, each biologically and spiritually connected, but with great intertwinings and variations, as with a physical family tree. In its way, then, each century has its own integrity at all levels. The identity of each living person is always quote-unquote brand new, yet its rich psychic heritage connects it through memory and experience to those who will quote-unquote come after, or those who have quote-unquote gone before. You are closer to some family members than others, and you are closer to some counterparts than others. Your parents have physical representations of their memories in terms of photos and letters. Now, those memories are not yours, and yet they are a very definite part of your heritage. In some cases, your parents might tell you about events that happened in your own early childhood that you have forgotten. In a strange way, however, these are not your memories, but those of your parents about you. You take it on faith that particular events occurred, even though you do not recall them. Those incidents are recorded unconsciously, however, if they applied to your direct experience, and under hypnosis, for example, you could make them your own. So there are different kinds of memories. You share certain biological similarities with your parents, but there are other biological groupings not understood, uniting counterparts in any given century. Organ transplants, for example, could be accepted more easily from counterparts, so that you have a kind of inner subspecies, or subfamily if you prefer, that operates within the regular physical divisions that you recognize. Telepathic messages flash more quickly from one counterpart to another. Some of your counterparts' memories may appear in your dream states, where they show up as fantasies, perhaps, to you. These are like psychic snapshots rather than physical ones, involving instances that are a part of your heritage. Yours, but not yours. They add to what you are. They can give you correct information about the quote-unquote past, even as your parents' photographs can tell you about a time in which you did not directly participate in your terms. The old photographs will strike a chord within you, however, and so will the psychic memories. You are always at the center of your life. Again, your being as you understand it is never annihilated, but continues to develop its own existence in other ways. A portion of you has lived many lives upon this planet, but the quote-unquote you that you know is freshly here, and will never again encounter space and time in precisely the same way. The same applies to each life lived, either before or after. Biologically, you rest upon a heritage, however, and psychically the same applies. The soul, or this greater personage, does not simply send out an old self in new clothes time and time again, but each time a new, freshly minted self that then develops and goes its own way. That self rides firmly, however, in the great flight of experience, and feels within itself all of those other fully unique versions that also fling their way into existence. So you, Joseph, were Nabeen, and the black woman, and the Roman soldier, and yet you were none of those. But their realities are also a part of your own greater alliance. Now, your friend Peter shared the same earthly period. You were not counterparts, or you are not counterparts, but closely enough allied so that in certain terms you quote-unquote share some of the same psychic memories, like cousins who speak about old dimly remembered brothers. However, there are no coincidences in any groupings, biological or psychic or social. It is obvious that certain interests bring people together in any club meeting or gathering. There are reasons then why people are born in any given century, and why they meet in space and time. So there are reasons why you and Peter met, and why certain people come to Rupert's classes. Session 725. Now, this book is concerned with the nature of the unknown reality, and the ways in which it can become known. In this section, therefore, I have outlined various experiments or exercises for the reader. These will certainly lead you to form your own versions of the exercises given, or will open your mind so that spontaneously, in your own way, you become aware of events that were literally invisible to you before. You may find some of your most cherished conceptions to be misconceptions in the light of your new experiences. Since explorations are highly personal, you will most likely begin them from the framework of your current beliefs. Symbols may be utilized, and these may change their meaning for you as you progress. The symbols may evolve, therefore. In the beginning of this work, I quote-unquote warned the reader that here in these sessions we would go beyond ideas of one God and one self. I stated that your ideas of personhood would be expanded. As unknown reality is being produced, Rupert and Joseph are having their own experiences and uncovering the nature of the unknown reality as it applies to them. Joseph recently had an experience that disturbed him, simply because it was difficult to interpret, even in the light of his understanding about the nature of the self. You cannot explore the nature of reality hoping to discover its unknown aspects if you insist that those aspects correspond with the known ones. So Joseph allowed himself some freedom, and then was almost scandalized with the results. His experience appeared to imply that his father's identity had so much mobility and so many possibilities for development that the very idea of identity seemed to lose its boundaries. First of all, in your terms, quote-unquote pure identity has no form. You speak of oneself within one body because you are only familiar with one portion of yourself. You suppose that all personhood in one way or another must have an equivalent of a human form, spiritual or otherwise, to quote-unquote inhabit. Identity itself is composed of pure energy. It takes up no space. It takes up no time. I said that there are invisible particles that can appear in more than one place simultaneously. So can identity. Atoms and molecules build blocks of matter in your terms, even while the atoms and molecules remain separate. The table between Joseph and myself does not feel invaded by the invisible particles that compose it. For that matter, if you will forgive me for that old pun, the atoms and molecules that form the table today did not have anything to do with the table 5 years ago, though the table appeared the same then as now. In the same way, quite separate identities can merge with others in a give-and-take gestalt, in which the overall intent is as clear as the shape of the table. To some extent, Joseph was perceiving that kind of inner psychic organization. In your terms, the earth at any given time represents the most exquisite physical, spiritual, and psychic cooperation, in which all consciousnesses are related and contribute to the overall reality. Physically, this is somewhat understood. It is difficult to explain on spiritual and psychic levels without speaking in terms of gradations of identity, for example, but in your terms, even the smallest quote-unquote particle of identity is inviolate. It may grow, develop or expand, change alliances or organizations, and it does combine with others, even as cells do. Your body does not feel as if you invade it. Your consciousness and its consciousness are merged, yet it is composed of the multitudinous individual consciousnesses that form the tiniest physical particles within it. Those particles come and go, yet your body remains itself. What was physically a part of you last year is not today. Physically, you are a different person. Put simply, the stuff of the body is constantly returned to the earth, where it forms again into physical actualization, but always differently. In somewhat the same way, your identity changes constantly, even while you retain your sense of permanence. That sense of permanence rides upon endless changes. It is actually dependent upon those physical, spiritual, and psychic changes. In your terms, for example, if they did not occur constantly, your body would die. The cells, again, are not simply minute, handy, unseen particles that happen to compose your organs. They also possess consciousnesses of their own. That kind of consciousness unites all physical matter. There is indeed a communication existing that joins all of nature, an inner webwork, so that each part of the earth knows what its other parts are doing. Cells are organizations, ever-changing, forming and unforming. Cells compose natural forms. An identity is not a thing of a certain size or shape that must always appear in one given way. It is a unit of consciousness ever itself and inviolate, while still free to form other organizations, enter other combinations in which all other units also decide to play a part. As there are different shapes to physical objects, then, so identity can take different shapes, and basically those forms are far more rich and diverse than the variety of physical objects. You speak about the chromosomes. Your scientists write about heredity, buried and coded in the genes, blueprints for an identity not yet formed. But there are psychic blueprints, so to speak, wherein each identity knows of its quote-unquote history, and taking any given line of development, projects that history. The potential of such an identity is far greater, however, than can ever be expressed through any physical one-line kind of development. Identities, then, do send out quote-unquote strands of consciousness into as many realities as possible, so that all versions of any given identity have the potential to develop in as many ways as possible. You, as you think of yourself, may have trouble following such concepts, just as you would have trouble trying to follow the quote-unquote future reality of the cells within your body at this moment. You must understand that in greater terms, there is no big or small. There is not a giant identity and a pygmy one. Each identity is inviolate. Each also unites with others while maintaining its individuality and developing its own potential. A mountain exists. It is composed of rocks and trees, grass and hills, and in your terms of time you can look at it, see it as such, give it a name, and ignore its equally independent parts. Without those parts, the mountain would not exist. It is not invaded by the trees or rocks that compose it, and while trees grow and die, the mountain itself, at least in your terms of time, exists despite the changes. It is also dependent upon the changes. In a manner of speaking, your own identities, as you think of them, are dependent upon the same kinds of living organizations of consciousness. Let us look at it differently. People who read so-called quote-unquote occult literature may consider me quote-unquote an old soul, like a mountain. In grand ancient fashion above other more homey village-like souls, I have my own identity. Yet that identity is composed of other identities, each independent, as the mountain is composed of its rocks and could not exist without them, even while it rises up so grandly above the plain. My understanding rests upon what I am, as the mountain's height rests upon what it is. I do not feel invaded by the selves or identities that compose me, nor do they feel invaded by me, any more than the trees, rocks, and grass would resent the mountain's shape into which they have grown. The top of the mountain can quote-unquote see further. Its view takes in the entire countryside. So I can look into your reality as the top of the mountain can look down to the plain and the village. The mountain peak and the village are equally legitimate. Let us look at this again in another way. Your thinking mind, as you consider it, is the top of your mountain. In certain terms, you can see quote-unquote more than your cells can, though they are also conscious of their realities. Were it not for their lives, you would not be at the top of your psychological mountain. Even the trees at the highest tip of the hillside send sturdy roots into the ground and receive from it nourishment and vitality, and there is a great give and take between the smallest sapling in the foothills and the most ancient pine. No single blade of grass dies, but that it affects the entire mountain. The energy within the grass sinks into the earth, and in your terms is again reborn. Trees, rocks, and grass constantly exchange places as energy changes form. Water rushes down the hillside into the valley, and there is a constant give and take between the village below, say, or the meadows, and the mountain. So there is the same kind of transformation, change, and cooperation between all identities. You can draw the lines where you will for convenience's sake, but each identity retains its individuality and inviolate nature, even while it constantly changes. Now, trees bear seeds. Some fall nearby, others are carried by the wind some distances into areas that the tree itself, for all of its height, could not perceive. The tree does not feel less itself because it brings forth such seeds. So identities throw off seeds of themselves in somewhat the same fashion. These may grow up in quite different environments. Their realities in no way threaten the identity of the quote-unquote parent. Identities have free choice, so they will pick their environments or birthplaces. Because a tree is physical properties will be involved, and the seeds will mature following certain general principles or characteristics. Atoms and molecules will sometimes form trees. Sometimes they will form parts of couches. They will form people or ants or blades of grass. Yet in each of these ventures, they will also retain their own sense of identity. They combine to form cells and organs, and through all of these events, they obtain different kinds of experience. Physically speaking, and generally, your body is composed of grasses and ants and rocks and beasts and birds, for in one way or another, all biological matter is related. In certain terms, through your experience, birds and rocks speak alphabets, and certain portions of your being fly or creep as birds or insects, forming the great gestalt of physical experience. It is fashionable to say, quote-unquote, you are what you eat. That, for example, quote-unquote, you must not eat meat because you are killing the animals, and this is wrong. But in deeper terms, physically and biologically, the animals are born from the body of the earth, which is composed of the corpses of men and women as much as it is of other matter. The animals consume you, then, as often as you consume them, and they are as much a part of your humanity as you are a part of their so-called animal nature. The constant interchange that exists biologically means that the same physical stuff that composes a man or a woman may be dispersed and later form a toad, a starfish, a dog, or a flower. It may be distributed into numberless different forms. That arithmetic of consciousness is not annihilated. It is multiplied and not divided. Reminiscent within each form is the consciousness of all the other combinations, all of the other alliances, as identity continually forms new creative endeavors and gestalts of relatedness. There is no discrimination, no prejudice. When you eat, you must eliminate through your bowels. That resulting matter eventually returns to the earth, where it helps form all other living things. The quote-unquote dead matter, the residue of a bird, the slowed-off cells, these things are not then used by other birds, though they may be occasionally, but by men and women. There is no rule that says your discarded cellular material can be used only by your own species. Yet in your terms, any identity, no matter how quote-unquote minute, retains itself and its identity through many forms and alliances of organizations. Through such strands of consciousness, all of your world is related. Your own identity sends out strands of itself constantly then. These mix psychically with other strands, as physically atoms and molecules are interchanged. So there are different organizations of identity in which you play a part. Rupert is connected with me in that manner. He is also connected with any ant in the backyard in the same way. Yet I retain my identity. The ant retains its identity, and Rupert retains his. But one could not exist without the other two. For in greater terms, the reality of any one of the three presupposes the existence of the others. Session 726. Now, the unknown reality. It cannot be expressed in the cozy terms of known knowledge, and so you must stretch your imagination, rouse yourself from mental lethargy, and be bold enough to discard old dogmatic comfort blankets. Imagine that you are a small sandy island with softly graded shores, some palm trees, and a haven for traveling birds. Pretend further that you are quite content, though sometimes lonely. A fine fog encircles you, though it does not prevent the sun from shining directly down. You feel quite independent and you think of the fog as a kind of cocoon that gently shields you from the great expanse of an endless sea. Then, however, you begin to wonder about the other islands that you know exist beyond your vision. Are they like you? Your wondering forms a tiny window in the fog, and you look through. Astonished, you discover that a small coral path unites you with the next island that is glimpsed, shimmering now through the ever-growing window in the mist. Who is to say where you end and the other island begins? As you wonder, more astonished still, you discover other coral paths extending from you in all directions. These lead to further islands. They are all me, you think, though each is very different. One may have no trees at all, and another be the home of a volcano. Some may be filled with soft grasses, innocent of sand. Now, this first island is very clever indeed, and so it sends its spirit wandering to the closest counterpart, and says, "You are myself, but without sand or palm trees." Its neighbor responds, "I know, you are me without my towering volcano, ignorant of the thundering magic of flowing lava, calm and rather stupid if truth be known." The spirits of the two islands join for a journey to a third one, and there they discover a top-heavy island filled to the brim with strange birds and insects and animals that either knew at home. The first island says to the third, "You are myself, only unbearably social. How can you stand to nurture so many different kinds of life?" The second island spirit says, also to the third, "You are myself, only my excitement, my joy and beauty are concentrated in the magic of my volcano, and you instead stand for the twittering excitement of diverse species, birds and animals and insects, that flow in far less grandiose fashion across the slopes of your uneasy land." The third island, startled, replies, "I am myself, and you must be imperfect versions of my reality. I would no more be a dull island of only sand and palms, or a neurotic landscape of burning lava, any more than I would be a snail. My life is far the better, and you two are only poor shadowy counterparts of me." The first island responds in our hypothetical dialogue, "I suspect that each of us is quite correct, and more, I wonder if we are really islands at all." The second island says, "Suppose my spirit visits your island for a while, to discover what it is like to possess palm trees, a few birds, and a tranquil shore. I will give up my volcano for a while, and try to make an honest evaluation, if you will in turn come to my land and promise to view it without prejudice. Perhaps then you will understand the great majesty and explosive power of my exotic world." The third island says, "I am myself too busy for such nonsense. The many species that roam my domain demand my attention, and if you two want to exchange your realities, that is fine, but leave me out of it, please." The spirit of the first island visits the second island and finds itself amazed. It feels an ever-thrusting power rushing up from beneath that erupts in ever-changing form. Yet it is always itself, comparing its experience to what it has known. When the volcano itself, ceaselessly erupting, wishes for peace, the spirit of the first island thinks of its own quiet home shores. The volcano learns a new lesson. It can direct its power in whatever way it chooses, shooting upward or lying quietly. It can indeed be dormant and dream for centuries. It can, if it chooses, allow soft sands to lie gracefully upon its cooling expanse. In the meantime, the spirit of the volcano island is visiting the first island, and finds itself enchanted by the still waters that lap against the shore, the gentle birds, and the few palm trees. However, it seems that the palm trees and the birds and the sand have dreamed for centuries. One day, a bird flies out further from the first island than ever before, to another one, and comes back with a strange seed that falls from its beak. The seed grows. From it springs a completely new and unknown species of plant, as far as the island is concerned, and the plant in turn brings forth flowers with pollen, fruits, and scents that have a different kind of creativity that is still its own. The spirit of the second island, then, brings forth elements in the first island that were not active earlier, but it becomes homesick, and so it finally returns to its own land. What a transformation! Its volcano, it finds, now gives birth to soil and pollen, its excitement roused in a million different ways. It meets the spirit of the first island that has been living there, and says, "What a change! I would like a still more spectacular display. The flowers are not nearly colorful or wild enough. It is, if you will forgive me, too well tamed. Yet all in all, you've done wonders. Now, however, I'd like a cultural interchange with others still unknown, and if you don't mind, I wish you'd go home. This is, after all, me and my land." The spirit of Island 1 says, "I quite enjoyed my venture, and I've learned that the great explosive thrusts of creativity are good. But oh, I yearn for my own quiet, undisturbed shores, and so, if you don't care, I think I'll return there." And so it does, to find a land in some ways transformed. The sands still lie glittering, but the fog and mists are gone. The beloved birds have multiplied, and there is in the old familiar sameness a new, muted but delightful refrain. New species in keeping with the old but more vigorous. The spirit of Island 1 realizes that it would find the old conditions quite boring now, and the new alterations fill it with a pleasing excitement and challenge. What a delightful interchange! For the spirit is convinced that it definitely improved the condition of Island 2, and there is no doubt that the spirit of the second island improved Island 1 beyond degree. In the meantime, Island 3's spirit has been thinking. The spirits of Island 1 and 2 did not appeal to it, or to him or her in any of these cases if you prefer, at all. It was determined to retain its own identity. Yet it too has become lonely, and it has seen endless coral paths reaching out from itself. Its spirit followed one such path and came upon a desert island upon which nothing grew. Figuratively, its image was appalled. "How can you stand such barrenness?" it calls to the spirit of this fourth island. That island spirit responds, "Even the vigor of your questions sickens me. I sense that you come from a land so overcrowded and tumultuous that it makes my sands blanch even further, and the knuckles of my rocks turn white." Island 3's spirit says, "You are myself, utterly devoid of feeling, dead and barren." The spirit of the desert island replies, "I am myself. You must be some counterpart, drunken with sensation, not realizing the purity of my own stripped-down nothingness." The two confront each other sideways, for neither can look in each other's eyes. What opposites, what contrasts, what fascinations! So they strike a bargain. The spirit of the desert island says, "You are all wrong. I will go to your land and prove it, and you can stay here and partake of the joys of my peaceful existence, and, I hope, learn the value of austerity." So the spirit of Island 4 journeys to that other reality, where all kinds of life swarm over shore and mountain, and the spirit of Island 3 visits a world of such peace that all motion seems stilled. What peace! Yet in the peace, what power! And so, little by little, cacti grow where there were none, delicate buds opening, filled with water. The spirit of the third island immediately begins to transform the desert island. Great changes appear, and showers of power, quick bursts of rain, explosive inundations of energy. In the meantime, the spirit of the desert island is almost overwhelmed by the teeming life forms on Island 3. So next it visits the volcanic one, and when the volcano becomes frightened of its own energy, the spirit of the desert island says, "Peace, it is all right to sleep, all right to dream. You do not need to be so worried for your energy. It can flow swiftly or slowly, in surges of dreams that take ages. Do as you will." So the volcano throws its energy into the formation of still more new species, while the desert spirit sings its calmness through their tissues. But this new life confounds it also, and it yearns to return home to its old quietude. There, the spirit of the third island has quickened the desert's abilities so that it blooms with muted flowers not present before. The two spirits meet. Each island is changed. We are counterparts, each of the other, yet inviolate. And the spirit of the volcanic island says to the spirit of the first island, "My volcano knows now how best to use its energy. It can shoot into the heavens in great displays, or creep into the tiny crevices of the earth, equally powerful." And the spirit of the first island responds, "You have taught my island that life is not something to be afraid of, though still it is translated in my own familiar gentle terms." This is the end of our analogy. The spirit of each of the 4 islands was itself intact, and the interchanges were chosen. You are not islands unto yourselves, except when you choose to be. Each counterpart views reality from its own viewpoint, and there is never any invasion. Section 6. Reincarnation and Counterparts. The quote-unquote past seen through mosaics of consciousness. Session 727. In your terms, the land changes through the ages. Mountains and islands arise, then disappear, to re-emerge in new form. The oceans rise and fall also, and in some cases the floor of the ocean becomes the surface of the planet, only to be covered again by water. Yet through all of these changes, the Earth retains a landscape, and at any given time, the features of the land are quite dependable and permanent enough for your purposes. So the islands that I spoke about in our last session rose up from beneath the sea. Even as the dialogues of those islands took place, the islands themselves were changing in somewhat the same way the psyche sends up counterparts of itself, each with different features or characteristics. As the physical properties of the Earth distribute themselves in a certain given fashion about the surface of the planet, so do the properties of the Earth-tuned psyches distribute themselves. As all physical matter is connected in any particular time or era, so the individual consciousness of each being is also connected with every other. This applies to all consciousnesses as you understand that term. A mountain is composed of many layers of rock that serve, as you think of it, as its foundation. The top of the mountain represents the present to you, and the tiers of rock beneath stand for the past. The mountain itself is not any one of these rock layers that seemingly compose it, however. There is a relationship between the mountain and those strata, but the term mountain is one that you have applied. In greater terms, the mountain and all of its components exist at once, of course. You can examine the various levels of rock structure. Geologists can tell when, in terms of time, certain sedimentary deposits formed. The rocks themselves still exist in the geologist's present time, or they could not make such an examination. The mountain would not be a mountain without that quote-unquote foundation. Again, however, it is not any one of those rock layers. Now, in somewhat the same manner, the self that you know is the mountain, and the rock layers forming it are past lives. You are not any of those past selves, even though they are a part of the history of your being. They are themselves in their own space and time. They exist simultaneously with your own life, even as the strata of rock exists simultaneously with the mountain. Your present existence, however, is highly related to those other levels of selfhood. Now, what happens at the top of the mountain affects all that goes on below, and so everything that you do affects those other realms of selfhood, and there is an interchange that occurs constantly. Physical conditions may be quite different in the valley, in the foothills of the mountain, and at its top. The very climate and vegetation may vary considerably, and yet all life and vegetation within the area are interrelated. Each layer of life that composes the mountain is equally valid and important, and each concentrates upon its own reality at its own level. Like the mountain, therefore, you have a history in terms of the present that is yours and yet not yours. It does not control you, for you alter it with each thought and action, even as each motion at the mountain's top affects its base. The layers at the bottom, however, are also constantly changing, so that the whole area is a gestalt of relatedness. In the physical world, islands, valleys, plateaus, continents, and oceans all have their place and serve to form the physical basis of your reality. Each blade of grass helps form the life of the earth. So each consciousness, however minute, is indispensable in its place and time. Each flower on a hillside looks out with its own unique vision of the world, and each consciousness does the same thing, fulfilling a position impossible for any other consciousness to fulfill. In terms of time only, there is an archaeological meaning that is hidden from your own nature. To discover it, you look, quote-unquote, down through the levels of your own being, there to find the layers of selfhood that in your world represent the past history of yourself from which you emerged. You are not those selves psychically, however, any more than you are your mother's or your father's in physical terms. You are different from those reincarnational selves, therefore, as you are from your parents, though you share certain backgrounds and characteristics. It is easy for you to see how you affect your parents in your lifetime, though they are older than you. In the same way, however, you affect your reincarnational family. When it rains, water rushes its great exuberant gushes down the sides of the mountain, bringing life and vitality to all of its parts. In somewhat the same way, your own experiences flow down and into the cracks and crevices of all the other times and centuries that compose your present lifetime. I have a surprise for you, however, for I have been speaking of you as the top of our mountain, for it certainly seems to you that you are at the top, so to speak. Instead, your vantage point and your focus is such that you cannot turn your head to look higher. Perhaps you are like a fine sunny cliff on the side of the mountain, jutting out, looking down to the valley beneath, not realizing that the mountain itself continues up beyond you. You are, then, in the position of any of the other levels quote-unquote beneath, many also thinking themselves the top of the mountain, looking only downward. You are convinced that you cannot see the future, and this means, in terms of our analogy at least, that you cannot look upward beyond your own time. While this is the case, you will always think of reincarnation as occurring in the past. Think instead of strata of being, each simultaneously occurring. Physically, the human fetus bears a memory of its quote-unquote past. In your terms, it travels through the stages of evolution before attaining its human form. It attains that form, however, because it responds to a future time, a future self not as yet physically created. The fetus itself, before its conception, responds to a self not yet physically apparent, and the future, in those terms, draws new life from the past. A reality of selfhood, an idea not yet materialized in the unformed future, reaches down into the past and brings that future into realization. The cells are imprinted with physical information in terms of space and time, but those data came from a reality in which space and time are formed. The knowledge of probabilities brings forth present time and reality. Voices speak through the genes and chromosomes that connect the future and the past in a balance that you call the present form. The history of the private psyche and the mass experience of the species, again, resides in each individual. The archaeology of the past and the future alike is alive within the layers of consciousness that compose your being. Now, in many ways, your language itself has a history that you do not understand. The past is obviously built into words in terms of time. When you speak a given word, You may not know the history of its changes through the years, yet you speak it perfectly. You seldom realize that the present state of your language, whatever it is, will for others someday seem to be an archaic version. In whatever terms, again, you think of yourselves as being at the top of the mountain. In your terms, language presupposes a particular kind of development of mind, and when you think of language, you tie the two together. There are languages that have nothing to do with words or with thoughts as you understand them, yet some of these communicate in a far more precise fashion. Cellular transmission, for example, is indeed much more precise than any verbal language, communicating data so intricate that all of your languages together would fall far short of matching such complexity. This kind of communication carries information that 1,000 alphabets could not translate. In such a way, one part of the body knows what is happening in every other part, and the body as a whole knows its precise position on the surface of the planet. It is biologically aware of all the other life forms around it to the most minute denominator. This applies to the future as well as to the past. The body itself knows the source of water, for example, and food. Natives divorced from your technology do very well, as wild animals also do, in probing the life of the planet and their positions within it. A simple tree deals with the nature of probabilities as it thrusts forward into new seeds. Computations go on constantly within it, and that communication involves an inner kind of language innocent of symbols and vowels. The tree knows its present and future history in your terms, but it understands a future that is not preordained. It feels its own power in the present as it constructs that future. In deeper terms, the tree's seeds also realize that there is a future there, a variety of futures toward which they grope. The fetus also understands that it can respond to a stimulus, to any stimulus it chooses, from a variety of probable futures. So do you unconsciously grope toward probable futures that to one extent or another beckon you onward. You choose your futures, but you also choose your pasts. There is only so much that I can say since I am using a verbal language that in itself makes a tyrant of time. This book is paced in such a way, however, that if you follow it, an inner language will be initiated. This in itself annihilates your stereotyped concepts and releases you from time's dictatorship. Some of the exercises to be given in this section will be geared to that purpose. An archaeologist or a geologist examining quote-unquote old rock strata will find dead fossils, just as from your viewpoint you will discover quote-unquote dead past lives as you look quote-unquote downward through your psyche. You will seem to view finished reincarnational existences, even as from his present the geologist will discover only inanimate fossils embedded in rock. Those fossils are still alive, however. The geologist is simply not tuned in to their life area. So, reincarnational lives are still occurring, but they are a part of your being. They are not you, and you are not your reincarnational past. To a future self no more illuminated than you are, you appear dead and lifeless, a dim memory. When you look out into the universe from your viewpoint, it seems as if you look into the past. Scientists tell you that when the light from every distant galaxy reaches you, the galaxy is already dead. In the same way, when you look quote-unquote backward into the psyche, the life you may indistinctly view, the past life, is already vanished. Why is it that your scientists' instruments do not allow them to look into the future instead, into worlds not yet born, since they operate so well in discerning the past? And why is it, with all your ideas about reincarnation, that there is precious little said about future lives? The answer is that your language is limited. Your verbal language, for your biological communication is quite aware of probable future events, and the body constantly maintains itself amid a maze of probabilities. Session 728. While mountains generally maintain a more or less permanent position in your terms, the vegetation that grows on the different levels changes. New flowers come each spring. You may always find a patch of violets in the same general position in the foothills each year, for example, yet they are not the same violets that grew last season, or that will appear next season. The pattern for those flowers serves to seed each new batch. All kinds of alterations also take place in the soil beneath the mountain's layers. So while different ledges may appear more or less the same, this sameness is the result of minute changes, new growths, and seasonal variations. For our analogy now, think of the various ledges or levels of the mountain as different time periods. It seems to you as if one reincarnational existence would be layered above the other. You may be able to see that those existences, like the mountain, would exist at once, but you might forget that there is endless creativity and change at all levels of the mountain. New vegetation grows at the bottom layers, for example, as well as at the top ones. Time periods are natural and creative. They are like the levels of the mountain, bringing forth fresh life. They do not vanish when you are finished with your growth there, but serve as a growing media for other personalities. Time periods themselves, then, are somewhat like platforms, natural platforms that serve, quote-unquote, time and time again, to bring forth fresh life. Because of your viewpoint, this is highly difficult for you to understand. Say you were born in 1940. It seems to you that 1940 is gone, though it was the time of your birth. Returning to our analogy, however, you are like one violet, born on one spring on one ledge, and we will call the ledge here 1940. Other people are being born in 1940 now, in a different quote-unquote season. You are only aware of your own position within time, or your own place on the quote-unquote platform, or the ledge as you understand it. Not only do these ledges or platforms of time exist simultaneously, but each one brings forth its own batches of personalities in its own different seasons. To that degree, you are aware of your own season only, and we will call it the physical one, the particular probable reality that you accept as real. The ledge of 1940, however, is still as immediate and now and present as it was when you were born. Other personalities, again, are being born quote-unquote there, but their season or reality is different than yours. Psychically, you are somewhat related, in the same way, for instance, that the violets that grow this year in one spot are related to all violets that have grown or will ever grow from or on the same spot. Each moment, each year, has other dimensions, therefore, that you do not comprehend as yet. To you, other people born now in 1940 would be born in a probable reality. Yet you share the same bed, so to speak. When you look at an object, you see its exterior, and when you experience time, you perceive its exterior. The year 1940, then, continues to exist as the mountain ledge continues to exist, and it brings forth new creativity, quote-unquote, each season. The violets on our hypothetical mountainside contribute to the life of the mountain, even while they have their own independent reality, and the overall cycle of the seasons regulates the growth and development of the mountain and all of its manifestations. Time multiplies from within itself. When you think in terms of reincarnation, you are still dealing with very simple time concepts. You accept, if you were born in 1940, a particular historical sequence, but others born in 1940 in a different season than your own are born into a different historical context, a different 1940, with its own probable events. You always think of being reincarnated in terms of being born backward into a history of which you have read, but any given year has its own variations. In a way, you seed yourself into time, but you could choose to be born 5 quote-unquote times in 1940, and each existence would be entirely separate, as you probed into the probable realities existing for you in the variations of that period. As a physical being, your beliefs and concepts form your reality. The psyche from which your identity springs is free of the picture of reality that you have chosen. You choose, in other words, to accept a given picture of the world, and you use that picture as a frame within which you form a life. If you think in conventional terms about reincarnation, then you might examine a book in which each page is a life. You read the book from the beginning, so you think of one life or page following another. You should be able to see that the entire book exists at once, but in larger terms, it is just one volume that you, the greater psyche, are reading, told in terms of serial time. Instead, you are not only reading, but writing many such books of living experience that represent existences. Creativity is endless, and the psyche is the greatest source of creativity. Pretend that you are a writer of fiction, and you create a character. This character is so independent, alive, and real that it, in turn, forms other characters, and each writes its own book, or forms its own reality. That is a truer picture of your position. Physically, the seeds of a plant fall onto the earth. They may be blown to some place distant from their birth, but the psyche's quote-unquote seeds fly into other realities also. Within all of this, however, there is the finest balance between spontaneity and order. Violets do not grow in wintertime. Their characteristics appear only when certain conditions are met. So, if you were born in 1940, you have no trouble keeping track of your own time, and you fulfill your life under the same general conditions as those in which you were born. Cells retain their shape and integrity, and their position more or less within your organs, although the atoms and molecules within them change. The overall pattern continues, however, so that your body retains its familiarity, even as, in other terms, the mountain maintains its form. The cells serve as patterns of development on the one hand, through which atoms and molecules express their being. Each category is dependent upon the others. So your own consciousness follows a certain line of development that is its own, and that recognizes its own quote-unquote seasons. Other offshoots of yourself, in your terms, operate following their own orders, in times quite apart from your own. The roots of the tiniest plant know the best conditions for their growth, and they reach spontaneously toward the most fulfilling probabilities for development. At each moment, they sense their position. They are familiar with the most insignificant motion of the earth about them. They grow downward, even while the stem grows upward, and the flower has not yet seen the space into which it will grow. What knowledge, then, resides within those roots, and what precognitive ability that the plant itself yearns toward fulfillment that is as yet not achieved? Is the psyche, then, any less miraculous? And does not each of my readers possess the same innate capacity? You have within yourselves the same yearning for your own greatest flowering. You are multidimensional, however, so you grow in different kinds of realities, sending petals of yourselves into other times and places, and you have the ability to mature in environments that are quite different one from the others. In terms of your reality only, however, you seem to come to bloom through the seasons of the earth, and in your terms only, through consecutive periods. You are like a flower bulb that each time gives birth to a different blossom, while still conforming to certain overall patterns, but each blossom is entirely new. Because you think in terms of time sequences, it is natural for you to think of your psychic lineage in the same way. Each flowering of the bulb, however, brings about a different expression. You were not your past quote-unquote self, therefore, though you shared a certain relationship. You see the flower bulb as it exists from your own perspective. Yet, being multidimensional, you bloom in many other dimensions also. You have to walk around a plant on a table in order to see it from all sides. So, figuratively, walk around quote-unquote time to see yourself from all angles and to perceive all of your manifestations. In certain terms, for instance, I am a future of Rupert, but the quote-unquote past is always freshly creative. Rupert's life as he knows it is not in my memory, because I did different things when I was Rupert, and he is not bound by that reality that was mine. I have memories of being Rupert, but the Rupert I was is not the Rupert that Rupert is in his reality. He surprises me, and his reactions alter my past. In his terms, I am a future self with far greater knowledge, yet he uses that knowledge to alter his present reality, and when I was Rupert, I did not have that knowledge. You can say then that I am altering my own past, but Rupert's present experience also changes my present experience, and so there is an unending interchange. The same kind of interrelationship occurs with each individual now alive in your terms, whether or not conscious awareness is involved. Rupert is exploring time as he probes the reality of his own psyche then. You must begin any study from your own viewpoint, from your own ledge, but your personal living experience is always the main source of information. Within you, as you know yourself, are all of the hints you need, if you are but willing to follow them. And these will not destroy the fabric of physical reality, but instead show you more clearly the structure of its miraculous patterns. Session 729. Now, as soon as you label yourself, you are setting limitations, putting up boundaries and defining the reality of your psyche, usually according to quite limited beliefs. You think that the self must begin or end someplace. There must be a fence around it, a yard of identity in which you can feel safe. I have said many times that there are no limitations to the self. You seem to be afraid that the self will bleed out and lose quote-unquote itself in a maze in which all identity is lost. Yet you recognize that your self is a far greater dimension than you usually suppose, so to speak, in terms of reincarnation. This allows you to imagine greater realms of identity while still holding your concepts of selfhood intact. You think of being one self after another, each identity being neatly separated from the others by a passage of years, an obvious death and an obvious birth. The idea of counterparts somewhat shatters that old concept, yet you still want definitions for the self so that you know where you quote-unquote stand. You are so taken with the idea of labels that many follow astrology blindly. You were born at a certain time, at a certain place, under certain conditions, but consciousness always forms the conditions. If it is to some extent affected by those conditions, then, it is because the effects followed in the same way that a painter is affected by the landscape that he has himself created. So you decide to be born, say, in a certain month when the planets are thus and so. Ahead of time, you choose the seasons of your birth. In the most simple of terms, you are deciding upon the environment. A violet springs to life in the backyard, but the violet must stay there. Its whole growth is dependent upon the weather conditions in that particular area, even though those conditions themselves result from the overall planetary activity. You walk out of the place and time of your birth, however, as the flower cannot. Now, in greater terms, probabilities operate to an extent you may not suspect. For one thing, any focus point of physical life is caused by a merging of probabilities. Our session is being witnessed by a student, a most intelligent young man. He also helps Rupert with correspondence. Earlier tonight, he wrote to a woman who had the same birth date as Rupert. In our last session, I compared a year to a ledge on a mountain. I said that the seasons came and went, and that many crops of spring flowers grew there over a period of time. So each year, in those terms, is like a ledge. Say again that the year is 1940. All of those born on a particular date in 1940 will not necessarily be born, quote-unquote, at the same time at all. What you think of as 1940 is but one season on that ledge, the season that you recognize. Flowers from the spring of one year, quote-unquote, do not see or mix with the flowers of the following spring, or with those of the spring before. In the same way, those born in 1940, quote-unquote, at one season, do not, in a greater context, mix with those born in the same year either. The word season here may be misleading. Each year is like one ledge, however, bringing forth countless variations of the characteristic quote-unquote flora growing there. Each of those separate years, say, each of those 1940s or 1920s or 1950s, carries on its own line of development. Time expands inwardly and outwardly in those terms. It does not just go forward. Again, your reality is like a shining platform, a surface resting upon probabilities. You follow these so unconsciously and beautifully, you swim through them so easily, that it does not occur to you to question your origin, or the medium in which your experience has its existence. All of those sharing any given birth date, however, sharing even place as well as time, do not have the same quote-unquote destiny, but more, they do not share the same conditions necessarily. They are each affected by their own probability system at birth, and those conditions drastically alter the nature of their development. The very practice of pinpointing the time of physical birth at conception itself errs. There is no point at which you can say in basic terms that an individual is alive, though you do find it more practical to accept certain points of life and death. It is true that you emerge into space and time at a certain point in your perception. Your consciousness has been itself long before, however. In an even larger context, difficult I know for you to follow, the son is the father of his father in quite as valid a way as he is the son, and vice versa. Once you free your consciousness from limited concepts of time and self, then you can begin to explore the unknown reality that is the unrecognized self. Now, when you think in conventional terms about astrology, it is as if you were looking at the cover of a book, not realizing that there are many pages within it. Consciousness, being active within all cellular structures, triggers itself ahead of time, so to speak, to react to certain conditions and not to others. Many are born the same day of any given year, and generally within the same time period, but individually, the inner triggering may be far different, so that while the overall conditions at birth may appear more or less the same, the inner reactions to them will vary widely. Some persons will be much more affected by and sensitive to other probabilities, which, for instance, do not show at all in the conventional astrological quote-unquote charts. Those charts emphasize one line of probabilities at the expense of all others. Interpretations based upon the charts then will make more sense to those who have chosen the same probable birth circumstances, but they will be of no value to those who were born at the same time in your terms, but who follow a different order of probabilities. As the cells operate with the knowledge of probable actions, and still maintain the physical body in your chosen system, so the psyche, operating in the same way, quote-unquote, seeds itself in many different probabilities. In this case specifically, I am speaking of other physical probabilities, alternates, in other words, of the world as you know it. Those alive with you, your contemporaries, do not all belong to the same probable system. You are at a meeting ground in that respect, where individuals from many probable realities mix and merge, agreeing momentarily to accept certain portions of the same space-time environment. Because you focus upon the similarities in experience and play down the variances, then the oftentimes greater dissimilarities in so-called experience escape you completely. You take it for granted that memory is faulty if you do not agree with another person on the events that happened at a certain place and time, say those in a recently experienced historical past. You take it for granted that interpretations of events change, but that certain definite events occurred that are beyond alteration. Instead, the events themselves are not nearly that concrete. You accept one probable event. Someone else may experience instead a version of that event, which then becomes that individual's felt reality. These events may be quite different indeed, and the separate interpretations make quite valid explanations of separate variations. In your terms, one event can happen in many different ways. All of this is fine theory, esoteric but hardly practical, unless you begin to question the nature of your own thoughts and begin to explore the reality of those events that you seem to encounter. Back to our flowers. Any wildflower on our mountain ledge will view the valley below from its own perspective and see stretched about it the environment with which it is familiar. Generally speaking, the other flowers born in the same spring will die at about the same time. The next year, the new flowers will see a slightly different landscape, yet the overall patterns will be the same. Violets will grow where there were violets before. The houses in the valley will be in the same quote-unquote place. If you looked at the same landscape one summer and then the next, you might say, "Ah, the violets always grow there, and it is good to see the lilies of the valley in the shadow of the same rock." You might realize that the flowers you pick are not the same flowers that you picked last year at the same spot, but the very nature of your focus would cause you to concentrate upon those differences only when you were forced to. Otherwise, you would think, violets are violets, and they are always here each spring. The vast unexplainable difference that exists as far as the flowers are concerned is something else again, for on that scale, the flowers that you pick are utterly themselves in their own world, from which to a certain extent you have taken them. Unimaginable differences would be present if those posies could see the same environment of the year before, and all of the minute variations that you ignore would be gigantic, different, enough indeed so that at their level the flowers might think that a different kind of reality was involved. So there are variations, and highly significant probabilities, operating even between those born generally in the same month or the same year, not only in terms of exterior conditions, but of inward ones. Consciousness does not simply choose to be born at a certain place in space and time, but it also endows its physical organism ahead of time with certain inner triggers so that it will respond to those conditions in highly individualistic ways. I am not even hinting at predestination or predetermination. Let us try another simple analogy. A seed, quote-unquote, knows that it will come to life in the middle of a pot in someone's living room. Say it is a tomato seed, and our house owner decides to start a plant from scratch. All cellular life is precognitive in your terms. The seed then knows that the sun comes, say, from the west in this particular room. It begins to respond in that manner before the shoot emerges. The shoot does not simply react to the direction from which the sun shines, but senses this far before, and the seed sensitizes itself quote-unquote ahead of time to those conditions. It could grow to the east just as well. The trigger is not the sun's direction on its own, but the plant's innate knowledge of that direction. The plant is not predestined to grow toward the west, for example. In the same manner, the self knows ahead of time the best conditions for its own development, in light of the time and the place of its chosen birth. It has, however, literally endless probabilities to choose from, to fulfill its abilities while maintaining a workable selfhood. Consciousness chooses the best overall conditions available for its own purposes of growth. It then preconditions its own organism to respond or not to respond to the time and place of birth, to exaggerate or minimize, to negate or accept. The emergence of consciousness into those physical conditions automatically alters them, a fact not recognized by astrologers. Each child born alters the entire universe, and changes the world of its time and birth by bringing into it action not there earlier in your terms, and by impressing the universe with the stamp, the indelible stamp, of its reality. Each child chooses its own probable version of any given birth date. Such dates are obviously not just points in time pinpointed in space. In the first place, since all time is simultaneous, you are always dying and being born, and your later experience affects the time of your birth. I admit that a birth date operates as a handy reference, but if you realized that your consciousness did exist before that time, your memory will open up, and your accepted birth date will appear far less important. Quote-unquote coming out of the womb is an event, and much better to use than quote-unquote birth. In greater terms, far greater terms than you imagine, you are aware of probable quote-unquote births, and your other parentages that are quite as legitimate as the personal history you now accept. The self is not limited. The true meaning of that statement may sometime dawn. The idea of one personhood still closes your eyes to the greater multi-personhood that is your true reality. Often your dreams give you a hint of this kind of existence. You view the heavens and the universe, the planets and the stars from your own focus, a highly limited one in certain terms. In the first place, you are looking at one version of the universe, as it seems to exist at the moment of your perception. The entire nature of the personality cannot be considered in its totality in that small context. The personality itself is not only independent of space and time, but uses the illusions that result for its own purposes. All things are related, but they do not act in a certain way because the planets were such and such at your birth. There is a relationship, but it is not causal. It is quite as true to say that the planets behave in a certain way because you are what you are, as it is to turn the statement around as is generally done. The very positions of the planets and the stars are affected by the senses, perceptions that would have no meaning were it not for your own kind of consciousness. Those perceptions, then, cannot cause you to behave in any given way because of conditions that have no meaning outside of your own consciousness. Now, the universe exists, but it takes the shape and form that you recognize only in your own perceptions. The motion of the planets, indeed their very perceived reality, exists in far different terms. The universe is seeded with various kinds of consciousnesses. Some of these appear to you as planets or stars, as they quote-unquote intrude into your field of actuality. As such, they appear to behave in a certain fashion, to take a certain form, to have certain effects. You and the stars are simultaneous events, each conscious and aware, but in different quote-unquote scales of actuality, as your scale of consciousness is different from that of the violets. With physical perception, the picture all fits, of course. You realize that someone, some interested observer, viewing the Earth from another planet in another galaxy, would be seeing what you think of as Earth's past. But as I pointed out, quote-unquote he might also be seeing Earth's future according to quote-unquote his viewpoint. This would in no way alter your reality. The positions of the stars and planets, however, and your time scheme cannot be depended upon to give an indication of quote-unquote causal effects. The personality simply exists in greater terms. Using conventional astrology, you will find certain correlations because of particular events occurring that are indeed interrelated. Yet many individuals will not discover semblances of themselves in the charts of astrology simply because their chosen probabilities are, qualitatively speaking, so different from the quote-unquote norm. When astrology works, it works because the astrologer is using his or her creative and psychic abilities, and then projecting that knowledge into a pattern that is of itself too small to contain it. The chart then simply becomes an aid. I understand that some of this will be difficult to follow. The only other recourse, of course, is to repeat myths and tales that you have outgrown. The stars and planets simply are in more than one place at one time. I admit that your perception of them makes them appear to be relatively stable, and you are biologically tuned in to that perception. Your experience of time and motion, as you know, is relative, and in comparison with your own relatively brief lives, the planets seem to endure for almost endless periods. This is your viewpoint as you look out from your ledge. Other minute creatures might well mark portions of their lives with your coming and going, and imagine that your position at their birth regulated their activity. Imagine them making up charts correlating their lives with your own. Are you in the habit of pacing the floor? In another scale of time, how many ages might it seem to take for your shadow to cross from one side of the room to another? The analogy is not as far-fetched as it may seem, for certainly your shadow will affect the temperature of the room minutely and alter other conditions there in ways you would never comprehend, often causing gigantic variations to a consciousness on another scale. An imaginary ant, a philosophical one, might sit and in its own way contemplate how often you walked the floor in a period that might seem like a year to it. It might try to calculate your next passage ahead of time, so that, prudent ant, it could run, quote-unquote, out of the way in time to avoid your footsteps. Your rumbling tread might shake its tiny home beneath certain floorboards or in the crevices between. I admit that I am stretching our ant tale here, but imagine further that our little ant fellow becomes familiar with everyone in, say, an apartment house, learning to recognize all of the footsteps that go up and down the stairs. Our philosopher keeps in touch with the other ants, until with time and work and patience, a chart is made and calculations drawn. An ant born at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Miss X comes home with her boyfriend, is apt to have a hard time of it, for the couple runs about exuberantly, shaking all of the establishment and tumbling the dust in the inner crevices. I am not comparing astrologers with ants. I am, however, trying to show you that you are not ruled by the stars, and that when you behave as if you are, then you are showing as little comprehension of your true position as our ant did. You are small in relationship to the stars also, but when you seek to place your fate in their hands, figuratively speaking, then it does seem as if you have little control over your own destiny. You are consciousnesses at particular points of experience, and in other kinds of reality, you twinkle like stars. Session 730. Usually, you think in terms of a hypothetical whole self or consciousness, emerging at birth and disappearing at death. There are, however, learned arguments in which professors debate such questions. Some astrologers use the time of conception in their calculations, while others prefer the date of birth. Various religions have decided that the quote-unquote soul enters the fetus at its conception, while others argue that consciousness cannot be considered a human soul until some time later, just prior to birth. The same kind of questions occur at the other end of the scale. When does death actually come? In most of these debates, this hypothetical self or consciousness is taken as the measure. In the first place, again, the self or soul in this case is not a thing of measurement, nor is it necessarily some thing that suddenly arrives and then disappears. The physical self as you know it is a focus of consciousness that forms a personality in response to that focus. It is very difficult to make analogies here, but I am foolhardy enough to try it. It seems to you that any naturally aborted fetus has no physical life at all, that such life has been denied it for some reason. Instead, the fetus experiences another level, physical life at a different scale, that in your terms would apply to the distant past. In, I repeat, conventional ideas of evolution, this would be a period in which your kind of consciousness experimented with a water environment, with fins instead of lungs. In certain terms, this gives the consciousness a look at particular portions of the species' quote-unquote past. It also provides that consciousness with first-hand knowledge, psychically and directly. Again, most difficult to explain, particularly without offending your ideas of selfhood. Yet each of you, quote-unquote alive, died in just such a manner. While in conventional terms you think of long centuries' duration, in which finned creatures rose from the seas, some quote-unquote becoming reptiles and finally mammals, many did not make that journey, but quote-unquote fell along the way. So in those terms, and following that analogy, the psyche makes the same kinds of adjustments and life changes. You have each existed many times then as fetuses, quote-unquote, who did not make it. Not necessarily because you did not want to be born, but because those experiences were in themselves legitimate, and in your present state are written in the quote-unquote memory of your physical being. This does not mean that your personality as you know it was often trapped within a womb, destined to die there, or that a hypothetical whole self would not be born. It means that the archaeology of your psyche, as it is physically focused, carries those experiences. The self is not like a clay figure coming from a potter's oven, so that you can say, "Ah, here is a self, and nothing can be added to it." You have always existed as a probable self, though you were not focused in the knowledge of your own experience. You may have been focused quite well in other realities, but I am speaking of your earthly existence as you understand it. At any point now, you can literally become more yourself. In that regard, you are born by degrees. In certain terms, you have discarded portions of yourself, so you died by degrees. But the two, the living and the dying, occur at once. To a certain extent, what you are was latent in the fetus, but there is no point when, quote-unquote, the full awareness of the soul enters into the flesh. The process is gradual. In physical terms, it begins before your own parents are born. The chart of events at the time of your quote-unquote birth is like one small snapshot of someone's backyard in the afternoon. Here in this analogy, the entire earthly personality could be compared to the world. Now, as long as you make your deductions according to that one picture, there will be correlations that apply, but only to that small specific area. In your terms, the person at birth is affected by multidimensional conditions, and the collective position of the planets is but one very minute indication of the other realities involved. Rupert is correct. Even in conventional terms, a true horoscope would have to involve the time of your death in your temporal reality, as well as that of birth. Your focus of attention forms boundaries that predispose you to believe in a point at which your consciousness emerges as you understand it, and a point when it is no longer effective or dies. Your beliefs in such concepts limit your perception, for by altering the focus of your attention, you can to some extent become aware of perception before and after the recognized points of birth and death. You grant soulhood only to your own species, as if souls had sizes that fit your own natures only. You preserve these ideas by thinking of animals as beneath you. Then, however, you must wonder when the soul enters the flesh, or when the alien fetus becomes one of your own, and therefore blessed by the gods and granted the right to life. But all things have consciousness, and in those terms possess a soul nature. There are no gradations as to soul. Soul is the life within everything that is. Of course, the fetus, quote-unquote, has a soul, but in the same way, if you think in those terms, then each cell within the fetus must be granted a soul. The course of a cell is not predetermined. Cells are usually very cooperative, particularly as they form the structures of the body. But the body is a context that they have chosen to experience. In fulfilling themselves, the cells aid your own existence, but in a framework they have chosen. They can reject certain elements within their existences, however, change their courses, or even form new alliances. They have great freedom within what you think of as the framework of your reality. If their paths cannot be charted, and can indeed constantly surprise you, then why do you think that your course can be mapped out ahead of time by reading the positions of the stars at your birth? The cells are not inferior as far as you are concerned, even though they form part of the structure of your physical being. They are not even less conscious. They are conscious in a different fashion. There is no need to quote-unquote romanticize them or to think of them as little people, but each of them possesses a highly focused consciousness and a consciousness of self. You like to think, again, that only your own species possesses an awareness of its own selfhood. There are different kinds of selfhood, and an infinite variety of ways to experience self-awareness. As an example, it appears to you that animals do not reflect upon their own reality. Certainly it seems that a cell has no quote-unquote objective knowledge of its own being, as if it is without knowing what it is, or without appreciation of its own isness. You are quite wrong in such deductions. Nor are there necessarily gradations in which one kind of consciousness progresses in rigid terms from a lower to a higher state. Any cell has practical use of precognitive abilities, for example, that quite escape you, yet many of you assign such abilities to quote-unquote higher souls. Each kind of life has its own qualities that cannot be compared with those of others, and that often cannot be communicated. Now, all of this may seem to have little to do with the nature of reincarnation as you think of it, or with counterparts as I have explained them. Yet it is vital that you throw aside old concepts of the self and of the soul before you can begin to understand the freedom of your own selfhood. This evening, Rupert read some just published material about dolphins and whales. It contained strong hints that those creatures are geniuses, possessing the ability of abstract thought to a high degree. Such is indeed the case. Now, dolphins deal with an entirely different dimension of reality. There is as yet no method of communication that can allow you to perceive their concepts of selfhood, or their collective vision of existence. They are sensitive, self-aware individuals. They are altruistic. They understand the nature of relativity, and they have different ways of passing on information to their young. They are not higher or lower than your own species. They simply represent a different kind of selfhood. Now, there is some relationship, at least in terms of our discussion, between the reality of the dolphins and the reality of the fetus. In your terms, the fetus lives in primeval conditions, reminiscent of periods in the species' past. It relates in its own way to its environment. Now, for some consciousnesses, this is sufficient. In your terms, again, for each of you, it was sufficient. The soul is not a unit that is definable. It is instead an undefinable quality. It cannot be broken down or built up, destroyed or expanded. yet it can change affiliation and organization, and its characteristics, while ever remaining itself. The soul within the fetus cannot be destroyed by any kind of abortion, for instance. Its progress cannot be charted, for it will always escape such calculations. Its history is in the future, which always creates the past. Session 731. Your present idea of identity is maintained only because you grant as valid such small aspects of your own reality. In other words, your accepted concepts of selfhood would disappear if you ever allowed any significant subjective experience to intrude. Quote unquote, the absent self, the absent or unknown self, is the portion of your own existence that you do not ordinarily perceive or accept, though there is within you a longing for it. Much of unknown reality is involved with the breaking up of theories that have been long accepted, but that prevent you from perceiving the powerful nature of those absent portions of the self. As you focus upon certain details from a larger field of physical reality, so then you focus upon only the small portion of yourself that you consider quote-unquote real. You carry within you, however, the deep knowledge of experience that in your terms would be prior, yet in your cells and your own deeper mind, such information is current. Selfhood overspills with great luxurious outcroppings, yet you jealously guard against such creativity. To a certain extent, you do carry the knowledge of your forefathers within your cells as chromosomes, which present a pattern that is not rigid but flexible, one that in a codified fashion endows you with the subjective living experience of those who, in your terms, have gone before. As Rubert recently suspected, some very old cultures have been aware of this. While being independent individuals, their members also identified with their ancestors to some extent, accepting them as portions of their selfhoods. This does not mean that the individual self was less, but was more aware of its own reality. A completely different kind of focus was presented, in which the ancestors were understood to contribute to the quote-unquote new experience of the living, one in which the physically focused consciousness clearly saw itself as perceiving the world for itself, but also for all of those who had gone before, while realizing that in those terms he or she would contribute as well as the generations past. The animals were also accepted in this natural philosophy of selfhood, as the individual plainly saw the living quality of consciousness. The characteristics of the animals were understood to continue quote-unquote life, adding their qualities to the experience of the self in a new way. The human body would be used in Earth's great husbandry, as from it dying and decaying new forms would arise. This was a give and take, in which, for instance, a jungle neighborhood was truly home, and all was a portion of the self psychically, spiritually, and physically. Let those who will laugh at tales of spirits turning into trees. A simplistic theory, certainly, yet a symbolic statement in such societies. The dead were buried at home in the same close territory, to form in later times the very composition of the ground upon which religions grew. Again, your limited concepts of selfhood make what I am saying difficult for you to perceive. I am not saying, for example, that the living consciousness of each individual returned to the earth literally, but that the physical material permeated and stamped with that consciousness did, and does. Again, even the cells retain knowledge of all of their affiliations. In physical terms, the consciousness that you understand is based upon this. Selfhood is poorer when it does not at least intuitively understand this heritage. Those intimate realizations, however, had to be counterbalanced in line with certain purposes set by your species, and even for that matter momentarily set aside so that other abilities and characteristics could emerge. The species' sense of curiosity would not allow it to stay in any home territory for long, and so the sense of intimacy was purposely broken. It would become highly important again, however, when the planet was populated extensively as it is now. Only the original feeling of home area has to be extended over the face of the Earth. The quote-unquote absent portions of the self are ready to emerge. The other, to you probable, lines of consciousness can now come into play. These different lines of focus will each show you other aspects of your own reality, as individuals and as a species. I said once that no knowledge exists outside of consciousness. In those terms, neutral data are not transferred through the chromosomes. Consciousness passes on information through quote-unquote living vehicles. Whether physically materialized or not, knowledge is possessed by consciousness. It is always quote-unquote individualized, though not necessarily in your terms. The information carried by the chromosomes is not general, but highly specific. It is codified data, itself alive, that contains within it the essence of ancestral experience, of specific ancestral experience. Biologically, you do indeed carry within you then the memories of your particular ancestors. These form a partial basis for your subjective and physical existence, and provide the needed support for it. Since one portion of your heritage is physical, in those terms, those memories can be translated again back into emotional and psychological events, though usually they are not in your societies. To that extent, the so-called past experience of your ancestors and of your species is concurrent with your own, biologically speaking. That is but one line, however, covered by the chromosomes. You have, quote-unquote, another line of existence that also serves as a support for the one that you presently recognize. It includes other interweaving physical relationships that bind you with all others upon your planet at the same adjacent level of time. That is, to some extent or another, you are related to all of those alive upon the planet. You are time contemporaries. You will have a far closer relationship with some than with others. Some will be your counterparts. These may or may not be closer to you than family relationships, but psychically speaking, they will share a certain kind of history with you. You will also be connected through the physical framework of the Earth in the large give and take of its space-time scheme. A third line supporting your selfhood as you think of it is the reincarnational one. This is somewhat like the ancestral line, and there are also reflections in the genes and chromosomes undetected by your scientists. The ancestral and reincarnational lines merge to some extent to form what you think of as your genetic patterns ahead of time, so to speak. Before this life, you chose what you wished from those two main areas. Reincarnational experience is also transmitted then, and can be retranslated from a biological code imprint into emotional awareness. Again, however, as you are not your parents or your ancestors, you are not your quote-unquote reincarnational selves. Here, also ideas of time hamper you, for I must explain all of this in temporal terms. Since time is simultaneous, at other levels your ancestors knew of your birth, though they died centuries ago in recognized continuity. The same applies to reincarnational existences that you think of as occurring in the past. You cannot say that your ancestors, like some strange plants, were growing toward what you are, or that you are the sum of their experiences. They are themselves. You cannot say that you are the sum of your past reincarnational lives either, and for the same reasons. You cut off the knowledge of yourself, and so divisions seem to occur. You are somewhat like a plant that recognizes only one of its leaves at a time. A leaf feels its deeper reality as a part of the plant, and adds to its own sense of continuity, and even to its own sense of individuality. But you often pretend that you are some odd dangling leaf with no roots, growing without a plant to support you. All of the leaves now growing on this plant could be thought of as counterparts of each other, each alive and individual in one time, each contributing yet facing in different directions. As one leaf falls, another takes its place, until next year the whole plant, still living, will have a completely new set of leaves, future reincarnational selves of this batch. You are not plants, but the analogy is a simple one, and if you will forgive me, overall it holds water. There is a constant interaction in the plant between its parts that you do not perceive. The leaves now present are biologically valid, interrelating in your terms. Yet in time terms, each leaf is also aware of the past history of the plant, and biologically they spring up from that quote-unquote past. Each leaf seeks to express its leafhood as fully as possible. Leaves take in sun, which help the plant itself grow. The development of the leaves, then, is very important to the plant's own existence. The cells of the plant are kept in contact with the environment through the leaves' experiences, and future probabilities are always taken into consideration. The smallest calculations involving light and dark are known. The life of the plant and its leaves cannot be separated. The plant has its own quote-unquote idea of itself, in which each of its leaves has its part. Yet each leaf has the latent capacities of the whole plant. Root one, for instance, and a new plant will grow. Selves have far greater freedom than leaves, but they can also root themselves if they choose, and they do. Reincarnational selves are like leaves that have left the plant, choosing a new medium of existence. In this analogy, the dropped leaves of the physical plant have fulfilled their own purposes to themselves as leaves, and to the plant. The selves, however, dropping from one branch of time, root themselves in another time and become new plants from which others will sprout. The larger self, then, seeds itself in time. In this process, no identity is lost, and no identity is the same, yet all are interrelated. So you can theoretically expand your consciousness to include the knowledge of your past lives, though those lives were yours and not yours. They have a common root, as next year's leaves have a common root with the leaves now of this plant. Such knowledge, however, would automatically affect those past lives. Ideas of cause and effect can hold you back here, because it seems to you that the leaves of next year come as an effect caused by this year's leaves. To the plant and its innate creative pattern, however, all of its manifestations are one, an expression of itself, each portion different. The knowledge of its quote-unquote future leaves as potential pattern exists now. The same applies to the psyche. In that greater realm of reality, there is creative interplay and interrelationships between all aspects of selfhood. Session 732. Now, I have spoken about counterparts in Rupert's class. Many of the students became deadly serious as they tried to understand the concept. Some wanted me to identify their counterparts for them. One student, a contractor, said little. Instead, during the last week, he let his own creative imagination go wherever it might, while he held the general idea in his mind. He played with the concept then. In a way, his experiences were like those of a child, open, curious, filled with enthusiasm. As a result, he himself discovered a few of his counterparts. Most people, however, are so utterly serious that they suspect their own creativity. They expect that its products will be unreal or not valid in the physical world. Yet, there is a great correlation between what you think of as creativity, altered states of consciousness, play, and quote-unquote spiritual development. When you create a poem or a song or a painting, you are in a state of play, of enjoyment, of freedom. You intend to make something different, to produce a new version of reality. You create out of love for the sake of the experience. At one time or another, almost everyone has that kind of experience, but children have it often. They compose songs and music and paintings in their heads. They alter the focus of their consciousnesses frequently. They do not stop to ask whether or not the play is real or pertinent. Physically, play develops their body mechanisms. It also flexes the great capabilities of their minds. When you think, quote-unquote, life is earnest, and decide to put away childish things, then often you lose sight of your own creativity and become so deadly serious that you cannot play, even mentally. Spiritual development becomes a goal that must be attained. The goal is to be achieved through hard work, and as long as you believe this, you do not understand what the spirit is. I keep returning to natural analogies, but plants do not work at developing their potential. They are not beautiful because they believe it is their responsibility to please your eye. They are beautiful because they love themselves and beauty. When you are so serious, you almost always distort the nature of your own spirit as far as your understanding of it is concerned. You cannot let your guard down long enough to discover what it is. You keep looking for new rules or regulations or methods of discipline. You keep searching for a new quote-unquote ascended master or guru to keep you in line and point out the way. In their own ways, children are quite aware of their counterparts and of other portions of their individual realities. They relate to their counterparts in dreams. They sometimes see them as quote-unquote invisible companions. You dream of your own counterparts frequently, but you are so afraid of maintaining what you think of as the rational adult self that you ignore such communications. People have written here asking about soulmates. In certain circles, this is the latest vogue. The idea is an old one. It is based on the reality of counterparts, and presents another version of the theory. But again, it is treated with an almost pompous seriousness. Many of those who use the term do it to hide rather than to release their own joyful abilities. They spend time searching for their soulmates, but the search involves them in a pilgrimage for a kind of impossible communication with another, in which all division is lost, with the two then trying to join in a cementing oneness, suffocating all sense of play or creativity. You are not one part or one half of another soul, searching through the annals of time for your partner, undone until you are completed by your soulmate. When you become too intent to maintain your reality, you lose it, for you deny the creativity upon which it rests. I am not denying the importance of true reason. Certainly I am not telling you to ignore the intellect, but you do often ignore the playfulness of the intellect and force it to become something less than it is. Many of you have daydreams in which you actually see yourselves as your counterparts, and portions of their lives sometimes come through to you as you go about your chores. You pay little heed, however. You think that this is just your quote-unquote imagination. The unknown reality is alive in your own psyche. There are hints of it in all of your experience. You would not be alive in your terms if first you did not imagine yourself as you are. Play is, in fact, one of the most practical methods of survival, both individually and for the species. Within its framework lies the secrets of creativity, and within the secrets of creativity lie the secrets of being. The life that you consider real represents one narrow stratum of even your physical experience. I am not speaking here of other realities that could add to that dimension. Play brings you a needed rest from your distorted concepts of selfhood, and many of the world's finest inventions have come when the inventor was not concentrating upon work, but indulging in pastimes or play. You are involved with some of your counterparts more or less directly, while others live in different lands, and are sometimes separated also in terms of age differences or culture, qualities with which you would find it difficult to relate. Intuitively, you know who the counterparts are in your daily experience. This does not mean that if you become consciously aware of such affiliations, You must then feel it your responsibility to form a kind of culture of counterparts, or try to affect other people's lives by reminding them of your relationship. You are each individual. Some of the people you dislike most heartily may be counterparts. Each of you may be exploring different aspects of the same overall challenge. There is nothing esoteric about families. They represent the kind of relationships that you take for granted. The same applies to counterparts, except that you are not ordinarily familiar with the term or concept. Certain members of a family often act out particular roles, however, for the family as a whole. One might be the upstart, another the perfect achiever. Psychologists now often try to deal with the family as a whole by allowing the different members to see how they may be exaggerating certain tendencies at the expense of others. The upstart, for instance, may be displaying all of the bold aspects inhibited by other family members. Through this person, the others may vicariously share the excitement or suspense of those experiences that are otherwise blocked. On the other hand, the achiever may be completely hiding such impulses, while expressing faithfully the desires of other family members for quote-unquote excellence and discipline. Now, the same applies to counterparts, and those in your experience can show to you, in exaggerated form, abilities of your own upon which you have not chosen to concentrate. You can learn much from your counterparts, therefore, and they from you. Those counterparts that you meet will be working, playing, and being more or less within your own culture. This does not mean that you are bits and pieces of some hypothetical whole self. Pretend that the psyche is a plant, sending out seeds of itself in many directions, each seed growing into a new plant in different conditions. Growing to planthood, those seeds send out further new variations. A handful of seeds from any tree might fall in the same backyard. Others might be blown for miles before they land. You usually live with your physical family, though this does not always apply. Sometimes your ancestors come from various countries, so there is a physical lineage that you understand. There are often homecomings, where distant relatives return to the homestead. Now, psychically, the same applies in terms of counterparts. If you belong to any particular groups, often your closest counterparts will also be there. You will be a counterpart from their viewpoint, by the way. Many political, civic, educational, or religious groups are composed of counterparts. These counterparts form psychic families. They are family representations on another level. First of all, such groups have a built-in focus: political, civic, religious, sexual, or whatever. Certain members of the group express the repressed tendencies of others, yet each is supported through a common sense of belonging, so that the group sometimes seems to have its own overall identity, in which each member plays a part. Any reader can easily discover this by examining the groups to which he or she belongs. Now, there are races, physically speaking. There are also psychic counterparts of races, families of consciousness, so to speak, all related yet having different overall characteristics or specialties. Most of the people who come to Rupert's classes are Sumari, for example. There are 8 other such psychic families, 9 in all. Some of Rupert's students are counterparts of each other. Many of the people who come here come home in the ways that members of a physical family attend a reunion. Peter Smith is a counterpart of Joseph's. Sue and Zelda are counterparts of Rupert's, or Rupert is a counterpart of Sue and Zelda. Alan Koch and Rupert are counterparts. Carl Jones and Bill Harriman and Bill Granger are counterparts. Norma Pryor is a counterpart of Joseph's, and vice versa. The young man from Pennsylvania who comes every other week is a counterpart of Rupert's. But all of this applies to any group. The Sumari are naturally playful, inventors, and relatively unfettered. They are impatient, however. They will be found in the arts and in the less conventional sciences. The unknown reality. You have inner affiliations. What are they? I will outline the inner psychic species, and it is up to you to discover to which one you belong. Now, I am using this group of Rupert's class as an example, but the same applies again to any group. The Sumari are rambunctious, in certain terms anti-authority, full of energy. They are usually individualists against systems of any kind. They are not quote-unquote born reformers, however. They do not insist that everyone believes in their ideas, but they are stubborn in that they insist upon the right to believe in their own ideas, and will avoid all coercion. In class, Emma and Jack are counterparts. You and Jack are counterparts, but you and Emma are not. Earl and Sam are counterparts. To my readers, these names mean nothing. Yet in each case, the relationships noted indicate inner realizations and connections. The same realities appear in each of your lives. Will Petrosky and Ben are counterparts. Will is a very intellectual young man, proud of it, though he goes to great efforts to show he is one of the boys. On the other hand, Ben Fain trusts his intuitions fully and relies upon them, yet to some extent fears his own great energy. In many respects, he is a child and utterly spontaneous. Will dreams of being spontaneous. Yet even in this open class group, Ben's spontaneity becomes embarrassing to adults free enough to play with the idea of spontaneity while not trusting it completely. Ben is afraid of the intellect. He is frightened that it will quote-unquote pull him down. Now, any group will show the same kind of interrelationships. You can see them for yourselves. There is great diversity within the family of consciousness called Sumari, as there is within any physical race, and there is also great variety within other psychic families. You choose to be born in a particular physical family, however, with your brothers and sisters, or as an only child. So, generally speaking, your counterparts are born in the same psychic family of your contemporaries. These families will be called 1. Gramada, 2. Sumafi, 3. Tumold, 4. Vold, 5. Milumet, 6. Zuli, 7. Burladim, which is closest to Sumari, 8. Ilda, and 9. Sumari. Now, these categories do not come first. Your individuality comes first. You have certain characteristics of your own. These place you in a certain position. As you are not a rock or a mineral, but a person, so your individuality places you in a particular family or species of consciousness. This represents your overall viewpoint of reality. You like to be an initiator, or a follower, or a nourisher. You like to create variations on old systems, or you like to create new ones. You like to deal primarily with healing, or with information, or with physical data. You like to deal with sight, or sound, with dreams, or with translating inner data into working psychic material of your society. So you choose a certain focus, as you choose ahead of time your physical family. Session 733. When you are in an airplane looking down upon the planet, then you see the mountain ranges and the valleys, the rivers, plateaus, cities, fields, and villages. To some extent, you realize that the world has physical contents, existing at one time, yet varying in their characteristics. In those terms, the world is composed of its physical ingredients. That quote-unquote package is the only part of the picture that you see, however. Psychically, your world is composed of the contents of its consciousness. You have maps of continents and oceans, and in the entire view, each portion is like a piece of a jigsaw puzzle, all fitting together perfectly, smoothly following into the natural structure of the world. So, at any given time, there is a world of consciousness, a perfect jigsaw of awareness in which each identity however large or small, has its part. There are earthquakes that erupt physically, and tracings are made of them. There are also inner earthquakes of consciousness, from which the physical ones emerge, storms of mind or being, eruptions in which one segment of the world consciousness, repressed in one area, explodes in another. If you could orbit your planet in a different kind of craft, you could view the psychic contents of the world, seeing the world consciousness shining far more brilliantly than any lighted city. You could spot the point of intense activity, see the birth of new myths and the death of old ones, as certainly as you might be able to see a mountain slide or a tidal wave. The physical portions of the earth are all related. So does consciousness form its own kind of inner structures, from which, again, the physical ones emerge. You are indeed counterparts, then, each of the other. Yet as there is a great variety to physical form, so counterparts follow a still more expansive inner freedom that finds an even greater diversity of characteristics. As I have clearly hinted, the body is a miraculous organism, and you have barely learned the most simple of its structures. You do not understand the properties of soul or body, yet the body was given to you so that you could learn from it. The properties of the earth are meant to lead you into the nature of the soul. You create physical reality, yet without knowing how you do so that the wondrous structure of the earth itself is meant to lead you to question your own source. Nature as you understand it is meant to be your teacher. You are not its master. The Creator is not the master of his creations. He is simply their creator, and he creates because he does not attempt to control. When you try to control power or people, you always copy. To some extent, the world copies itself, in that there are patterns, but those patterns are always changed to one extent or another, so that no object is ever a copy of another, though it may appear to be the same. In your terms, the world is intensely different from one moment to another, with each smallest portion of consciousness choosing its reality from a field of infinite probabilities. Immense calculations, far beyond your conscious decisions as you think of them, are possible only because of the unutterable freedom that resides within minute worlds inside your skull, patterns of interrelationships, counterparts so cunningly woven that each is unique, freewheeling, and involved in an infinite cooperative venture so powerful that the atoms stay in certain forms and the same stars shine in the sky. The familiar and the strange are intimately connected in your most obvious, your simplest utterance. You are surrounded by miracles. Why, then, does the world so often seem dour and cruel? Why do your fellow beings sometimes seem like unfeeling monsters? Frankensteins, not of body but of mind, spiritual idiots, ignorant of any heritage of love or truth or even graceful beasthood. Why does it seem to many of you that the race, the species, is doomed? Why do some of you feel in your quiet moments such a sentence just? You make your own reality. Generally speaking, most of you live in your own world, with others of your kind. Those of you who do not believe in war have not experienced it. It may have surrounded you, but you did not experience it. Those of you who do not believe in greed have not suffered its quote-unquote consequences. If you still see it, it is because it is a part of your reality. If you are honestly not greedy, yet you see greed, then perhaps you are serving as an example to others, but you form your own reality. There are more worlds than you suppose, and in your own private experience, each of you contributes to the world that you know. You and your counterparts together form it. Your physical body alone is equipped to perceive far more than you presently allow it to. Physically, you are a part of every other person upon the earth, and you have a connection with each leaf and frog and nail. You choose the city or state or country in which you live. No one forces you to stay there unless you are looking for an excuse to remain. So you choose your psychic land as well. You can travel from one psychic land to another, as you can journey into other parts of the physical world. Some great travelers never left the country of their birth. Michelangelo roamed the centuries, picking up visions and ideas as others might buy postcards, journeying from one country to a foreign land. His genius shows you what you are, and yet it is but a hint of the potential with which your species is endowed. In the light of such ideals, surely you seem wanting, yet your reality is one in which the greatest freedoms have been allowed. This means that you have given yourselves full range, so that all probabilities could be explored, and none left out that were physically feasible. The species gave itself no quote-unquote preordained taboos. The infinite ranges possible to human capabilities would be explored, and those who chose that route said, "We will trust that our creativity will find its own way, and if there are nightmares, we will waken from them. We will even learn from them. We will dare to push aside the dimensions of being into those realms in which only the gods have gone before, and through our utter vulnerability to experience, discover the divinity that gives our humanity its meaning. And through the compassion that we have learned, we'll be able to understand the divine errors that gave us the gift of our birth. Souls and molecules each are learning, each are forming realities, each are a part of a divinity in which each counterpart has a part to play." Now, I dwell, in a way, in a realm that is more direct than yours. That is one image. I allow myself greater acknowledgement of my being. I speak with the wisdom, for example, that your cells would utter if they had speech. I am more aware of my reality than you are of yours, but the terms of being are the same in every place and every time. They bring forth the greater comprehension of each self, of itself. Rupert experiences now what he calls a massive quality, a physical and psychic expansion of consciousness, in which the dear familiar world seems small, yet twice precious. So does it appear to my consciousness. The petty wars, even those still to be fought, are but dim memories, once vital but lost as nightmares in greater awakenings. So even in this moment, Rupert faintly feels a nostalgic memory for lives come and gone, as you might for fond dreams barely recalled. They represent a present, unique beyond telling, alive in each consciousness, more important than you recognize. There are no real rules to be followed that will bring you into such an encounter with the present moment of reality. Only a trust in the nature of your being. And that trust is within you, whether or not you recognize it, for it gives you your present experience, and no matter how your mind questions, it rides securely in the great creativity of the soul. That soul constantly creates the body, and each individual on the face of the earth at any given time places his or her trust in that reality. That feeling of certainty is the same that any plant knows. Any idea, creative insight, or dream rides upon the same sure thrust. Session 734. There is a connection between counterparts and the families of consciousness. As you and your brothers or sisters might belong to the same physical family, so generally are you and your counterparts part of the same psychic group of consciousness. Remember, however, that these psychic groups are like natural formations into which consciousness seems to flow. Your own interests, desires, and abilities are not predetermined by your membership in a given psychic family. For example, you are not creatively playful because you are Sumari. Instead, you join the Sumari grouping because you are creatively playful. The groups of consciousness, then, are not to be equated with, say, astrological houses. Taking the Sumari as an example, there can be overly intent ponderous, or simply dour Sumari who have not learned to use their creativity graciously or with joy. Yet that joyful use of ability will be their intent. At particular periods of history, in your terms, different families may predominate. The psychic groups, however, overlap physical and national ones. The Sumari are extremely independent, for instance, and as a rule you will not find them born into countries with dictatorships. When they do so appear, their work may set a spark that brings about changes, but they seldom take joint political action. Their creativity is very threatening to such a society. However, the Sumari are practical in that they bring creative visions into physical reality and try to live their lives accordingly. They are initiators, yet they make little attempt to preserve organizations, even ones they feel to be fairly beneficial. They are not lawbreakers by design or intent. They are not reformers in the strictest sense, yet their playful work does often end up reforming a society or culture. They are given to art, but in its broadest sense also, trying to make an quote-unquote art of living, for example. They have been a part of most civilizations, though they appeared in the Middle Ages least of all. They often come to full strength before great social changes. Others might build social structures from their work, for example, but the Sumari themselves, while pleased, will usually not be able to feel any intuitive sense of belonging with any structured group. There is no correlation between the families of consciousness and bodily characteristics, however. Many of the Sumari choose to be born in the springtime, but all those born in the spring are not Sumari, and no general rule applies there. They also have a liking for certain races, but again, no specific rules apply. Many of the Irish, the Jews, the Spanish, and some lesser numbers of the French, for instance, are Sumari, though they appear in all races. Generally speaking, America has not been a Sumari nation, nor have the Scandinavian countries or England. Psychically speaking, the Sumari often very nicely arrange existences in which they are a minority. In a democracy, say, so they can work at their art within a fairly stable political situation. They are not interested in government, yet they do rely upon it to that extent. They are apt to be self-reliant within that framework. Their recognized artistic abilities may predominate, or be fairly minimal. Sumari is a state of mind, a slant of being. They are not fighters, nor will they generally advocate a violent overthrow of government or Moors. They believe in the creativity of change, naturally occurring. Nevertheless, they are often part of the cultural underground, simply because they are seldom conformers. A Sumari is very uncomfortable as a member of any large commercial venture, particularly if the work involves habitual or boring routine. They are not happy on assembly lines. They like to play with details, or to use them for creative purposes. They often go from one job or profession to another for that reason. If you begin to look into the nature of yourself and feel intuitively that you are a Sumari, then you should look for a position in which you can use your inventiveness. Sumari enjoy theoretical mathematics, for example, yet make miserable bookkeepers. In the arts, Picasso was a Sumari. Many entertainers are Sumari. You will seldom find them in politics. They are not usually historians. There are few with any position within organized religions. Because of their feelings of self-reliance, however, you can find them as farmers, working intuitively with the land. They are equally divided between the sexes. In your society, however, Sumari qualities in the male have until lately been frowned upon to some degree. Session 735. The Sumari characteristics do not exist in isolation, of course. To one extent or another, each family of consciousness carries within it the characteristics inherent in all of the families. There is, therefore, great diversity. The Sumari abilities are highly creative ones, however. To a large extent, they have been inhibited in your society. I have been speaking of them here so that each individual can learn to recognize his or her own degree of Sumariness. The playful, creative elements of personality can then be released. These qualities are particularly important as they add to, temper, or enhance the primary characteristics of the other families of consciousness. If you are a quote-unquote reformer, a quote-unquote reformer by nature, then the Sumari characteristics brought to the surface could help you temper your seriousness with play and humor, and actually assist you in achieving your reforms far easier than otherwise. Each personality carries traces of other characteristics besides those of the family of consciousness to which he or she might belong. The creative aspects of the Sumari can be particularly useful if those aspects are encouraged in any personality, simply because their inventive nature throws light on all elements of experience. The psyche, as you know it then, is composed of a mixture of these families of consciousness. One is not superior to the others. They are just different, and they represent various ways of looking at physical life. A book would be needed to explain the dimensions of the psyche in relation to the different families of consciousness. Here, in this manuscript, I merely wanted to make the reader aware of the existence of these psychic groupings. I am alert to the fact that I am using many terms, and that it may seem difficult to understand the differences between probable and reincarnational selves, counterparts, and families of consciousness. At times, contradictions may seem to exist. You may wonder how you are you in the midst of such multitudinous psychic quote-unquote variations. An apple can be red, round, weigh so much, be good to eat, sit in a basket, but be natural on a tree. It can be tart or sweet. You can find one on the ground, or on a table, or in a pie. None of these things are contradictory to the nature of an apple. You do not ask, how can an apple have color and be round at the same time? You can look at an apple and hold it in your hands, so it is obvious that its shape does not contradict its color. You see that an apple can be red or green or both. If I said, apples sit quietly on a table, you would have to agree that such is sometimes the case. If I said, apples roll down grassy inclines, you would also have to agree. If I said, apples fall down through space, you would again be forced to concede the point. It would be clear to you that none of these statements contradicted the other, for in different circumstances, apples behave differently. So far, you do not hold your consciousness in your hand, however. When I speak of the behavior of the psyche, then, you may wonder, how can my psyche exist in more than one time at once? It can do this just as apples can be found on a table, or on the ground, or on the tree. The inside dimensions of consciousness cannot be so easily described, however. If you ask, how can I have reincarnational and probable selves at once? You are asking a question comparable to the one mentioned earlier. How can an apple have color and be round at the same time? A young man was here last evening. He possesses great mastery of the guitar. As he played, it was obvious that any given composition quote-unquote grew from the first note, and had always been latent within it. An infinite number of other quote-unquote alternate compositions were also latent within the same note, however, but were not played last night. They were quite as legitimate as the compositions that were played. They were, in fact, inaudibly a part of each heard melody, and those unheard variations added silent structure and pacing to the physically actualized music. Following this analogy, in the same way, each psyche contains within it infinite notes, and each note is capable of its own endless creative variations. You follow one melody of yourself, and for some reason you seem to think that the true, full orchestra of yourself will somehow drown you out. When I speak in terms of counterparts then, or of reincarnational selves and probable selves, I am saying that in the true symphony of your being, you are violins, oboes, cymbals, harps. In other words, you are a living instrument through which you play yourself. You are not an instrument upon which you are played. You are the composer and the symphony. You play ballads, classical pieces, lyrics, operas. One creative performance does not contradict the others. Life, as you think of it, is far from being inflexible. Returning to our comments about the alternate compositions, you can at any time bring into your own life composition elements from any quote-unquote alternate ones. Some people structure their lives around their children, others around a career or pleasure or even pain. Again, these are simply certain focuses that you choose that direct your experience. You can add other focuses while still retaining your own identity, indeed enriching it. Sometimes you act as though one ability contradicts another. You think, I cannot be a good parent and a sexual partner to my mate at the same time. To those who feel this way, a definite contradiction seems implied. A woman might feel that the qualities of a mother almost stand in opposition to those of an exuberant sex mate. A man might imagine that fatherhood means providing an excellent home and income. He might think that quote-unquote aggressiveness, competition, and emotional aloofness were required to perform that role. These would be considered in opposition to the qualities of love, understanding, and emotional support quote-unquote required of a husband. In actuality, of course, no such contradictions apply. In the same way, however, you often seem to feel that your identity is dependent upon a certain highly specific role, until other qualities quite your own seem threatening. They almost seem to be unself-like. To some degree, you feel the same way when you encounter the concept of probable selves, or of counterparts. It is as though you had an unlimited bank of abilities and characteristics from which to draw, and yet were afraid of doing so, fearing that any addition could make you less instead of more. If all of this goes on personally, as you choose one melody and call it yourself, then perhaps you can begin to see the mass creative aspects in terms of civilizations that seem to rise and fall. So you look back through the historical past. All of the counterparts alive as contemporaries then form together a musical composition in what you think of as a present, and once that multidimensional song is struck, then its past ripples out behind it, so to speak, and its future sings quote-unquote ahead. But the song is being created from its beginning and its end simultaneously. In this case, however, it is as if each note has its own consciousness and is free to change its portion of the melody. Yet all are in the same overall composition, in quote-unquote time, so that time itself serves as a scale in which the musical number is written, chosen as a matter of organization, focus, and framework. Now, in music, the pauses are as important as the sounds. In fact, they serve to highlight the sounds, to frame them. The sounds are significant because of their placement within the pauses or silences. So, the portions of your psyche that you recognize as yourself are significant and intimate and real because of the inner pauses or silences that are not actualized, but are a part of your greater being. Now, imagine a composition in which the pauses and the silences that you do not hear are sounded, and the notes that you hear are instead the unheard inner structure. In the last few sentences, there is an intuitive quote-unquote definition of probable and reincarnational selves and counterparts in relationship to the self that you know. In your case, however, you can change your own pacing, add variations, or even begin an entirely new composition if you choose to. Now, many people have done this in very simple, mundane ways, by suddenly deciding to use abilities that they had earlier ignored. A man of letters, for instance, at the age of 40, suddenly remembers his old love of carpentry, reads do-it-yourself manuals, and begins his own home repairs. After disdaining such activities as beneath him for years, he suddenly discovers an intimate relationship with earth and its goods, and this appreciation adds to words that before may have been as dry as ash. In that case, you see, there would be, in another reality, a carpenter or his equivalent with a latent love of words, unexpressed, and that individual would then begin to develop, reading books on how to write perhaps, and taking up a hobby that would allow him to express in words his love of the land and its goods. The creativity of the psyche means that no one world or experience could ever contain it. Therefore does it create the dimensions in which it then has its experiences. Each portion, by whatever name, contains within it the latent potentials of the whole. If the unknown reality exists, it is because you play one melody over and over, and so identify yourself, while closing out, consciously at least, all of the other possible variations that you could add to that tune. There are many kinds of music. I could say, music is triumphant, or music is tragic. You would understand that I am not contradicting myself. You would not say, or at least I hope you would not say, why would anyone write a composition like Tchaikovsky's Pathétique? Why would a composer choose a somber mood? The music itself would have its own sweep and power, and would indeed be beautiful beyond all concepts of good and evil. In some manner, even a tragic composition of merit transcends tragedy itself. The composer was exuberant in the midst of the deepest emotions of tragedy, or even of defeat. In such cases, the tragedy itself is chosen as an emotional framework upon which the psyche plays. The framework is not thrust upon it, but indeed chosen, precisely because of its own characteristics, even those of despondency perhaps. Tasting those qualities to the utmost, from that framework the psyche probes the fires of vitality and being as experienced from that specific viewpoint, and the despondency can be more alive than an unprobed, barely experienced joy. In the same manner, certain individuals can and do choose life experiences that involve great tragedies. Yet those tragic lives are used as a focus point that actually brings into experience, through comparison, the great vitality and thrust of being. This does not mean that a tragic life is more vital than a happy, simple one. It just means that each individual is involved in an art of living. There are different themes, instruments, melodies, but existence, like great art, cannot be confined to simple definitions. From the outside, for instance, it might seem as if a young person dies because in one way or another he or she is dissatisfied with life itself. Certainly, it is usually taken for granted that suicides are afraid of life. However, suicides and would-be suicides often have such a great literal lust for life that they constantly put it into jeopardy, so that they can experience what it is in heightened form. The same applies to many who follow dangerous professions. It is fashionable to suppose that these people have a death wish. Instead, many of them have an intensified life wish, so to speak. Certainly it seems destructive to others. To those people, however, the additional excitement is worth the risk. The risk, in fact, gives them an intensified version of life. This is obviously not the case with all suicides or would-be suicides or all risk-takers, but those elements are there. A person who dies at 17 may have experienced much greater dimensions of living, in your terms, than someone who lives to be 82. Such people are not as unaware of those choices as it seems. This does not mean that you cannot alter your experience at any given point. Take a hypothetical young woman named Mary, who is partial to the kinds of experiences just mentioned, Temperamentally, she seeks out crisis situations. She may initiate suicide attempts. On the other hand, she may entertain no such ideas, but be murdered at the age of 17. We are certainly not condoning the murderer, but no slayer kills someone who does not want to die either. He picks, or she picks, victims as intuitively as the victim seeks out the slayer. On the other hand, Mary's experiences in life may make her change her mind, so to speak, so that at 17 she encounters a severe illness instead, from which she victoriously recovers. Or she might narrowly miss being murdered when a bullet from the killer's gun hits the person next to her. On an entirely different level, and in a different way, she might have no such experiences, but be a writer of murder mysteries, or a nurse in surgery. The particular variations that one person might play are endless. You cannot consciously begin to alter the framework of your life, however, unless you realize first of all that you form it. The melody is your own. It is not inevitable, nor is it the only tune that you can play. To some extent, you can actualize portions of your own unknown reality, and draw them into the experienced area of your life. There is an obvious relationship between one note and another in a musical composition. Now, in terms of physical families, and in larger terms of countries, there is a relationship between realities, which constantly change as the notes do. To some extent, your reality is picked up by your contemporaries. They accept it or not, according to the particular theme or focus of their lives. In those terms, you are not a part of any reality that is not your own. If you share it with others, it is because others are concerned with variations of the same theme. This applies in terms of world goals, quote unquote, at any given time. For example, in certain terms, you are working with a challenge of how best to use the world's resources. Some countries will overproduce. Others will underproduce. Contradictions seem to occur. Some people will be overfed, while others starve. Some sated with material conveniences, others relatively ignorant of them. These are variations of the same theme, you see. In overall terms, contemporaries are working on the same group of challenges, though either oversupply or great lack might show itself at any particular place. Perhaps, however, the challenges could not be clearly delineated without those extravagances of degree. As contemporaries, counterparts choose a particular time framework. The time format alone makes certain focuses clear that in your terms could not be made in another context. What you learn in your present about industry, quote-unquote progress, and the equitable sharing of the Earth's products could only be learned in a context in which industrialism was experienced as going too far, where technology was seen and known as a growing jeopardy. In terms that I admit are difficult to describe, the creative solutions will change the course of history in the past, so that variations are taken, and technology does not progress in the same way that it quote-unquote has in your experience. I have said before that personally you can change your past from the present. The same applies to civilizations. Session 736. Generally, the Sumari have the capacity to reach out emotionally to others and empathize. To some extent, this feeling for humanity often serves as an impetus for creative work. Many of them also have a mystical sense of connection with nature. At the same time, they can be relative isolationists, wanting to work in solitude. Various kinds of seemingly contradictory characteristics may appear then. One Sumari may have many deeply rewarding personal relationships. Another might find friends a distraction. One Sumari might enjoy performing in front of an audience. while another might not even be able to bear the thought. Since each person is unique, the various Sumari characteristics will then appear quite differently. Some live in cities, basking in the emotional nearness of others, content with a few flower pots for a reminder of nature's beauty. Another might have a farm. In most cases, however, the slant of consciousness is primarily creative. I am not again going into detail about the other families, but I will briefly discuss them because counterparts will generally belong to the same family. The first family that I mentioned, Gramada, for example, specializes in organization. Sometimes its members follow immediately after a revolutionary social change. Their organizational tendencies are expressed in any area of life, however. They are behind art schools, for instance, though they may not be artists themselves. They may set up colleges, although they may or may not be scholars. The founders of giant businesses often belong to this family, as do some politicians and statesmen. They are active, vital, and creatively aggressive. They know how to put other people's ideas together. They often unite conflicting schools of thought into a new, more or less unifying structure. They are, then, often the founders of social systems. In most cases, for instance, your hospitals, schools, and religions, as organizations, are initiated by and frequently maintained by this group. These people, the Gramada, have excellent abilities in putting together solitary concepts that might otherwise go by the wayside. They are organizers of energy, directed toward effective social structures. They usually set up fairly stable, fairly reasonable governments, schools, fraternities, although they do not initiate the ideas behind those structures. The next group, Sumafi, deals primarily with teaching. Again, the relationship with others is good, generally speaking. They may be gifted in any field, but their primary interest will be in passing on their knowledge or that of others. They are usually traditionalists, therefore, although they may be brilliant. In a way, they are equally related to the family just mentioned, Gramada, and to the Sumari, for they stand between the organized system and the creative artist. They transmit quote-unquote originality without altering it, however, through the social structures. I say that they do not alter the originality. Of course, any interpretation of an event alters it, but generally they teach the disciplines while not creatively changing the content. As historians, for example, they pass down the dates of battles, and those dates are considered almost as immaculate facts, so that in the context of their training, they see no point in questioning the validity of such information. In the Middle Ages, they faithfully copied manuscripts. They are custodians in a way. Again, there are infinite variations. Many music or art teachers belong to that category, where the arts are taught with a love of excellence, a stress upon technique, into which the artist, who is often a Sumari, although not always by any means, can put his or her creativity. The next family, to mold, is primarily devoted to healing. This does not mean that these people may not be creative or organizers or teachers, but the primary slant of their consciousness will be directed to healing. You might find them as doctors and nurses, while not usually as hospital administrators. However, they may be psychics, social workers, psychologists, artists, or in the religions. They may work in flower shops. They may work on assembly lines for that matter, but if so, they will be healers by intent or temperament. I mention various professions or occupations to give clear examples, but a garage man may belong to this group, or to any group. In this case, the garage man would have a healing effect on the customers, and he would be fixing more than cars. The healers might also appear as politicians, however, psychically healing the wounds of the nation. An artist of any kind, whose work is primarily meant to help, also belongs in this category. you will find some heads of state, and particularly in the past, some members of royal families who also belong to this group. Those in the next group, Vold, are primarily reformers. They have excellent precognitive abilities, which of course means that at least unconsciously they understand the motion of probabilities. They can work in any field. In your terms, it is as if they perceive the future motion or direction of an idea, concept, or a structure. Then, they work with all of their minds to bring that probability into physical reality. In conventional terms, they may appear to be great activists and revolutionaries, or they may seem to be impractical dreamers. They will be possessed of an idea of change and alteration, and will feel at least driven or compelled to make that idea a reality. They perform a very creative service as a rule, for social and political organizations can often become stagnant and no longer serve the purposes of the huge masses of people involved. Members of this family may also initiate religious revolutions, of course. As a rule, however, they have one purpose in mind: to change the status quo in whatever the area of primary interest. It is already easy to see how the purposes of these various families can intermesh, complement each other, and also conflict. Yet all in all, almost, they operate as systems of creative checks and balances. Now, the next family, Milumet, is composed of mystics. Almost all of their energy is directed in an inward fashion, with no regard as to whether or not inner experience is translated in usual terms. These persons, for instance, may be utterly unknown, and usually are, for as a rule they care not a bit about explaining their interior activities to others, nor for that matter even to themselves. They are true innocents and spiritual. They may be underdeveloped intellectually by recognized standards, but this is simply because they do not direct their intellect to physical focus. Those belonging to this family will not be in positions of any authority, generally speaking, for they will not concentrate that long on specific physical data. However, they may be found in your country precisely where you might not expect them to be, on some assembly lines that require simple repetitive action, in factories that do not require speed, however. They usually choose less industrialized countries then, with a slower pace of life. They have simple, direct, childish mannerisms, and may appear to be stupid. They do not bother with the conventions. Strangely enough, though, they may be excellent parents, particularly in less complicated societies than your own. In your terms, they are primitives wherever they appear. Yet, they are deeply involved in nature, and in that respect, they are more highly attuned psychically than most other people are. Their private experiences are often of a most venturesome kind, and at that level, they help nourish the psyche of mankind. The next group, Zuli, is involved mainly with the fulfillment of bodily activity. These are the athletes. In whatever field, they devote themselves to perfecting the capacities of the body, which in others usually lie latent. To some extent, they serve as physical models. The vitality of creaturehood is demonstrated through the beauty, speed, elegance, and performance of the body itself. To some extent, these people are perfectionists, and in their activities, there are always hints of quote-unquote super achievement, as if even physically, the species tries to go beyond itself. The members of this family actually serve to point out the unrealized capacity of the flesh, even as, for example, great Sumari artists might give clues as to the artistic abilities inherent but not used in the species as a whole. The members of this group deal then in performance. They are physical doers. They are also lovers of beauty as it is corporally expressed. Members of this family can often serve as models for the artist or the writer, but generally speaking, they themselves transmit their energy through physical quote-unquote arts and performance. In your terms only, and historically speaking, They often appeared at the beginnings of civilizations, where direct physical bodily manipulation within the environment was of supreme importance. Then, normal physical reactions were simply faster than they are now, even while normal body relaxation was deeper and more complete. Session 737. The next family, Borladim, deals primarily with parenthood. These people are natural, quote-unquote, earth parents. That is, they have the capacity to produce children who from a certain standpoint possess certain excellent characteristics. The children have brilliant minds, healthy bodies, and strong, clear emotions. While many people are working in specific areas, developing the intellect, for example, or the emotions or the body, these parents and their children produce offspring in which a fine balance is maintained. No one aspect of mind or body is developed at the expense of another aspect. The personalities possess a keen resiliency of both body and mind, and serve as a strong earth stock. It goes without saying that members of one family often marry into other families. Of course, the same thing happens here. When this occurs, new stability is inserted, for this particular family acts as a source stock, providing physical and mental strength. Physically speaking, these people often have many children, and usually the offspring do well in whatever area of life is chosen. Biologically speaking, they possess certain qualities that nullify quote-unquote negative codes in the genes. They are usually very healthy people, and marriage into this group can automatically end generations of so-called inherited weaknesses. These people, the Borladim, believe then in the natural goodness of sex, the body, and the family unit. However, those attributes are understood in the physical society to which they belong. As a rule, they possess an enchanting spontaneity, however, and all of their creative abilities go into the family group and the production of children. These are not rigid parents, then, blindly following conventions, but people who see family life as a fine living creative art, and children as masterpieces in flesh and blood. Far from devouring their offspring by an excess of overprotective care, they joyfully send their children out into the world, knowing that in their terms the masterpieces must complete themselves, and that they have helped with the underpainting. The Borladim are the stock that so far has always seen to it that your species continues despite catastrophes, and they are more or less equally distributed about the planet and in all nationalities. They are most like the Sumari. They have the same love of the arts and same general attitudes. They will usually seek fairly stable political situations in which to bear their children, as the Sumari will to produce their art. They demand a certain amount of freedom for their children, however, and while they are not political activists, like the Sumari, their ideas often spring to prominence before large social changes, and help initiate them. The one big difference is that the Sumari deal primarily with creativity and the arts, and often subordinate family life, while this family thinks of offspring in the terms of living art. Everything else is subordinated to that quote-unquote ideal. The Sumari often provide a cultural, spiritual, or artistic heritage for the species. This family provides a well-balanced earth stock, a heritage in terms of individuals. These people are kind, humorous, playful, filled with a lively compassion, but too wise for the quote-unquote perverted kind of compassion that breeds on other individuals' weaknesses. An artist expects his paintings to be good, or if you will forgive a jingle, at least he should. These people expect their children to be well-balanced, healthy, spiritually keen, and so they are. You will find members of the Borladim family in almost any occupation, but the main consideration will be on the physical family unit. These parents do not sacrifice themselves for the sake of their children. They understand too well the burden that is placed upon such offspring. Instead, the parents retain their own clear sense of identity and their individual characteristics, serving as clear examples to the children of loving, independent adults. The next family, Ilda, is composed of the quote-unquote exchangers. They deal primarily in the great play of exchange and interchange of ideas, products, social and political concepts. They are travelers, carrying with them the ideas of one country to another, mixing cultures, religions, attitudes, political structures. They are explorers, merchants, soldiers, missionaries, sailors. They are often members of crusades. Throughout the ages, they have served as the spreaders of ideas, the assimilators. They turn up everywhere. They were pirates and slaves as well, historically speaking. They are often primarily involved in social changes. In your time, they may be diplomats, as they were also in the past. Their characteristics are usually those of the adventuresome. Very seldom do they live in one place for long, although they may if their occupation deals with products from another land. Individually, they may seem highly diverse in nature one from the other, but you will not find them as a rule in universities as teachers. You might find them as archaeologists in the field, however. A good many salesmen belong in this category. In your terms, they may be cosmopolitan and often wealthy, so that frequent travel is possible. On the other hand, however, in certain frameworks, a humble merchant in a small country who travels through nearby provinces might also belong to this family. They are a lively, talkative, imaginative, usually likable group of people. They are interested in the outsides of things, social mores, the marketplace, current popular religions or political ideas. They spread these from place to place. They are seed carriers, both literally and figuratively. They can be quote-unquote con men, selling products supposed to have miraculous values, blinding the local populace with their city airs. Yet even then, they will be bringing with them the aura of other ideas, often inserting into closed areas concepts with which others are already familiar. The members of that family of consciousness provide frequent new options. They may be scientists, or the strictest kind of conventional missionaries abroad in alien lands. In your present time, they are sometimes Indians, from India that is, or Africans or Arabs journeying to your civilizations. They add to the great flow of communication. They may be emotional rather than intellectual as you understand those terms, but they are restless, usually on the move. They can be actors also. In the past, some Ilda have been great courtesans, and even though they were not able to travel physically, they were at the heart of communication, that is, a part of court life, or involved with diplomats who did travel. Many of the courtesans who ruled the salons of Europe belonged in the category then. The Crusades involved great movement of this family, in which trade and commerce and the exchange of political ideas were far more important than the religious aspects. Some members of this family served as initiators of new orders in the church in the past, the worldly Jesuits, for example, and some of the more sophisticated popes, who had a fine eye out for commerce and wealth. These people may be appreciators of fine art, but usually for its commercial value. Now you can often find them in the departments of government, in those areas where travel is involved, or in finance. They frequently enjoy intrigue. All in all, they mix mores. Now, there are all kinds of Sumari, as there is great diversity within each family of consciousness. Your house hunting serves, however, as an excellent example of the ways in which Sumari are attracted to other Sumari, even in connection with probabilities in your system. The same relationships could be seen with other family interconnections. You have already noticed a similarity in the two houses thus far that have attracted your attention. The first, mentioned earlier in Unknown Reality, you thought was definitely sold, and today you discovered that the sale was not that final. As you discussed these issues, a rather important main point escaped your minds. The man who owned the first house was a dealer in antiques and precious stones, utterly devoted to his work and engrossed in it, considering it his art. The house has a garden on one side with high trees, and a yard on the other, and was relatively shielded. The man's family took second place to some extent. The kitchen and dining areas were small. He had his office downstairs, and he often worked at home. His art came first. The second house was owned for years by the people who gave it its character. The large living room was so spacious just so that it could hold a grand piano. The man who owned the house thought of pianos as his art, and the living room was simply meant to set a piano off. Again, you have a small kitchen, a garden, and some sheltered privacy. Both homes appealed to you, however, because the people who lived in them organized their houses about their work. This is what you picked up and reacted to. You did not react to the attitudes of others in those families who, quote-unquote, had to put up with those conditions, because to you, they are natural. Neither house expresses your own particular individualistic ways of life, of course, but each one comes close enough to intrigue you, and either one could be made to suit your purposes quite easily. You were attracted also because the people who put their greatest imprint upon those houses so shared some of your tendencies. In the second house, your ideas of privacy were shown to you, carried to an extreme, where the windows would not even open. In the first house, the stairs to the second floor were purposely steep and never altered, because no one was invited to view the private family bedrooms. The stairs were meant to be formidable. Now, let us look at your real estate agents. As mentioned much earlier, the real estate couple who showed you the first house in Sayre have definite artistic leanings. The woman particularly likes the house, and thought you would. She identified with your ideas of art and work, and saw a probable variation of herself happily ensconced in such surroundings. Your second real estate lady, leading you unerringly to the Foster Avenue house, did so for the same reasons. She paints as a hobby. You did not consciously pick out real estate people who had artistic connections, but you were led to them and they to you. You recognized each other's characteristics. Now, when you make any important decisions, you automatically rouse all portions of your psyche. You set probabilities into motion. The kind of decision to some extent organizes the patterns. This should be obvious. But when you decide to move, you are putting yourself in league with others who also make the same decision. Someone who moves will leave a house or an apartment vacant for someone else to move into. Unconsciously, then, the movers are in league with each other. There are sympathetic probabilities set up. The other couple, also interested in the Foster Avenue house, are musicians, attracted to it for the same reasons that you were. You would find their house in Sayre interesting. They are primarily teachers of music, however. Their purposes do not necessarily involve the same kind of privacy that you want, although they think it attractive. You find typical ranch-style homes generally now uncomfortable because, and this should be obvious, they are given over mainly to family living of a particular kind, a kind that obviously separates work from living areas. Work is definitely done outside of the house. Since you both work at home, those houses do not fit you, generally speaking. Work is not incorporated into daily family life, but certainly exists apart from it, something you find, each of you, relatively inconceivable. You can see farms better, though you are not farmers, simply because there also work and home life are one. Both houses, therefore, still exist in your practical present as probable acquisitions, because you have not dismissed them. Years ago, you were interested in another house. Again, it had been owned by an artist. A coincidence? Hardly. I suggested that you take it. It would have been good for you both, but you were afraid of it, and your feelings had much to do with the contract being turned down. That house represented what each of you thought of as unbridled, undisciplined creativity. It was dirty and cluttered. The artist had children who ran about without any control. There was much playfulness there, however, that could have tempered some of your great mutual seriousness at the time. You did not choose to accept such a probability then, any more than you could have accepted my advice all the way. The authorities turned the contract down, but the authorities stood for the interdisciplinarians, and you did not want to share your road with the world, nor did you want later to share your driveway with the neighbor. Now, you chose your present neighborhood particularly because when you moved here, it was highly professional. Work and home were united. The dentist next door lives and works in the same house. So did the other dentist around the corner, and the chiropractor beside him. There was a uniting factor that you recognized, whereof office and home were in the same location. For that reason, certain so-called city locations could serve you well. That is, Elmira is no metropolis, but there are areas where old homes with grounds exist amid other old homes now given over to of offices of one kind or another. The suburbs obviously will not suit you unless you find a house apart from others, while in the same general area. You like both the Sayre and Foster Avenue houses thus far because their grounds set them apart from the neighbors and give clearly defined boundaries, very important to both of you. Because there are such interconnections as mentioned, your intents are going outward to be picked up by others. It would take a book to probe into the probabilities alone being roused at this time, for example, by all of those interested in either of those two houses. The present owner even of the Foster house thinks of it as quote-unquote work, since she herself is a working real estate person. Rupert finds the rugs there out of place, however, because they do not fit in with his ideas of work areas. The owner, however, is quite proud of them. Her work in that respect is to decorate, and the rugs represent her idea of what belongs in the house. The hints I have given you should be of help. The inner voice said, "Wait a few days," because Rupert unconsciously knew that the owner already had a higher offer that might very well fall through, in which case she would later be more amiable to negotiation. Session 738. Because that house is on a hill, it has certain advantages. Looking down at the town gives the kind of perspective that each of you enjoys, as here you look down from the second story. The aspects of nature there are important, however, and will be most refreshing. The air itself is clearer and cleaner. You both seem informal, yet your informality exists within its own rather formal structure. The places so far have had a certain formality, within which, in contrast, you are informal. The formality of the position of the house upon its hill provides a structure of its own. The same house on low land would not suffice, you see. It is the entire picture that is important. You do not understand your own mixtures of order and spontaneity, formality and informality. Houses themselves have a quality, a life, that is picked up by potential buyers. Certain houses repel you and Rupert. They will positively attract others, however, so the qualities in the houses that appeal to you two are precisely the ones that have turned off others and prevented their sale. It is highly important that you move. You both do need privacy for your work and because of your natures, but this does not mean that you should try to find a place with no distractions within miles. It does mean that you settle for a reasonable amount of privacy, in that you do not carry the idea to extremes. There are alliances and understandings in neighborhoods, signs for others to read. The front entrance of the Foster Avenue house was not even used. The Hill house is set up high. Anyone who walks up the steps from the street knows he or she is making a trip. Your daily environment is very important to your work and to Rupert. You require certain things of your art, and therefore you want the same things in your surroundings. Once you had it where you live now, for all of your criticism. Now it is gone, and you are different. At this time of your lives, it is important that you act. I am telling you that of the Elmira houses in your mind, it really makes little difference which one you choose. Neither is perfect. You would find yourselves quite hampered in any idealistically perfect environment. You need some give and take. Either place could well be made to suit your specific needs, and each reflects strong elements of your personalities. I am trying to give you the best information I can. The Hill house has its own kind of inner light. This is not possessed by the Sayer house, and I recommend against that house regardless of price. It has a built-in darkness that no amount of applied light could disperse. Nor will either of you ever, particularly you, Joseph, be satisfied with sharing a driveway. The Hill house, because of its location, adds a spaciousness that is inside the Foster Avenue house. But either way, you have an open feeling in terms of expansion. Now, once I gave you a recommendation, and you did not really take it. I can foresee probabilities, but you make your own reality, and I will not take the responsibility. Taking that for granted and knowing your characteristics, I have more to say. You may not like it. The Foster house represents many things, and though it is not on a hill, it stands for your feelings of secrecy and privacy. The windows do not open. It is dark, yet it is large, and in a way elegant. The Hill house has some privacy. It does not have secrecy, and while you have a view, you cannot hide in it. It is too contemporary. The Foster Avenue house has a certain decadence. The Hill house does not. It represents a kind of challenge you have thus far not accepted. As given, however, it still possesses qualities that do go in with your natures. The Hill house represents the future and the contemporary qualities of it. I suggest, and only suggest, that that be your choice, because it is the most daring of the ventures for you, and because the hill will give you a view in many more ways than one. When you live in a house that belongs conspicuously to another age, you are to some extent avoiding the contemporary nature of life. Rupert may find himself furnishing the place more formally than another one, yet the open quality of the air is the kind that you do not hide in. Now, the hill environment is as important to your painting as the ready-made workroom in the Foster Avenue house. The very air is inspiring, so that you will paint more there even if your work area is not immediately as good. The sunny nature of that house, regardless of what Rupert thinks now, will help him creatively and physically, but the Hill house represents a decision to face the world while maintaining certain necessary and quite reasonable conditions. It provides privacy, yet openness. The hillside is not yours, yet it is your view, and it has strong evocative connections with your creative lives. A definite change in living patterns and of psychic attitude will result, and that would not happen in the house on Foster Avenue. This also means that greater adaptability is required, but it will be to the good. The whole difference here is the quality of nature as it surrounds both places. The one invites you to roam, the other to stay inside. Both houses have Sumari characteristics, but in different combinations. You both need the sun. Now, a note. I do not want to get into family variations, but Sue Watkins picked up a variation of the Gromada family of consciousness, quite legitimate and at the same time very good on her part. People love to make divisions. There are then what you can call subfamilies, combinations, highly creative. All divisions are simply for the purpose of organizations of consciousness. The families mix and interrelate, so that you could indeed subdivide them, but for my purpose there is little point to this. As the physical races mix, so do the psychic ones. Every once in a while, in your terms, a new family forms out of such subgroups. So the families are meant to be understood as general categories into which earth-tuned consciousnesses fall, more or less naturally. Reading this section of Unknown Reality, each person should be able to feel an identification with a family. Yet he or she might also find within strong characteristics of another one, in which case the individual is in the same position as someone who is, say, part Irish and part French in physical terms. Now, it is fairly unusual to be half Italian and half Chinese, though it is possible. So some of the psychic families join more easily with certain others, and some who are very sympathetic to each other find it quite difficult to blend. The quote-unquote natural earth parents, the Borladim, and the Sumari, for instance, are very close, and yet have great difficulty in merging, because one considers the family itself an art, and the other subordinates the family for a different kind of art. Often, they do not even recognize each other as having many of the same characteristics. Session 739. Now, this is not dictation. Once you made up your minds to, you found your house, with characteristic swiftness, let me add, and you avoided several pitfalls. Rupert was correct. The picture of you, taken on the hill in the front yard, portrays you as far as your stance toward the hill house and land is concerned. Rupert was never athletically inclined, but always loved nature. The house and the grounds will allow you to pick up on old feelings that he had discarded, renewing to some extent a quote-unquote fresh air image that he once found natural. The Hill House neighborhood is composed of rather beneficial balance. No particular family of consciousness predominates. Instead, a love of woods and trees transcends such classifications. The area has brought together diverse kinds of people, united by love of nature, some airy spaces, and some privacy. The people are also achievers of one kind or another, and while your goals may be different, you appreciate the fact that they are trying to do something with their lives. Many are aware of their limitations. Many dabble in the arts. Some are patrons of the arts. They possess a great curiosity about artists, writers, or others who have chosen a different route and achieved in that fashion. They needed you there. This does not mean that some of your characteristics may not seem as strange to them as some of theirs may seem to you. Quite simply, few of them have known people who have devoted themselves to their art. They have only met them at receptions. They have an almost childlike wonder and curiosity about such matters, and will actually give you as much privacy as you want. Your psychic work will also help them question the values of their lives. In any case, barriers will drop on both sides. Many of the children are grown, and the adults have more time to think and ponder. They also need to see other lifestyles. The mixture of families of consciousness allow you to take a close look at the ways in which these tendencies merge to form communities. You are not moving into a closed psychic area, then, where everyone sees the world as you do, even generally speaking. Nor should you. For you, Joseph, the place is reminiscent. You are also presented, whether you know it or not, with certain artistic challenges that the landscape itself will provide, and that you have chosen. I mentioned that the air was cleaner on the hill. You will also have another kind of freedom. Your psychic and other creative work will be easier simply because you will not have others so close to contend with in terms of thought patterns. The fireplace in the Hill house is advantageous, as the one in the house on Foster Avenue would have been, simply in that the open hearth represents an inner source of strength and stability. The open flame, the source of cave heat, is evocative, and represents a closeness with the origins of light and life. Now, an open fire elicits certain responses from the cells that, for instance, a furnace does not. The effect of the light plus the warmth on the skin is extremely healing. People sit by a fireplace in wintertime because it is unconsciously recognized that recuperative and therapeutic results occur. Simply put, the cells respond to firelight in somewhat the same manner that flowers do to sunlight. The stimulation is much more than skin deep, however, and an open fire is cleansing. It even helps clear the blood. Cavemen recognized this. I am not suggesting that you use your fireplace instead of the furnace. I am saying that in wintertime there are definite health value effects to be felt when you sit in front of an open fire. 2 evenings a week would be quite effective. The proximity of so many trees also has considerable health value, and to those doing psychic or other creative work, the effects are particularly conducive to a peaceful state of mind. Trees are great users and yet conservators of energy, and they automatically provide much vitality to areas in which they are plentiful. This is physically obvious in scientific terms. Besides that, however, the consciousnesses of trees are remarkably kind and enduring. Now, you think of dogs as friends of man, and you personify gods in human terms. You think of them sometimes as guardians. In those terms now, trees are also guardians. They are attached to the people they know. You cannot put a leash on them and walk them around the block, yet trees form a protective barrier about, say, a home or a neighborhood. They are actively concerned. They have personalities, certainly to the same extent that dogs do, yet of an entirely different nature. They respond to you. The trees in that neighborhood, then, are particularly friendly, strong, and protective, and they will help renew your energies. The air there is drier in a certain way. The ocean air is wet, but it is healthy. River air is wet, but it may be healthy or unhealthy according to the nature of the river, the land, and the attitude of the people. After the flood in your area, the river air is felt to be a threat, and to many it is therefore unhealthy. At some time I will give you information discussing the reasons why some people, after being flooded in one location, then move to another equally threatening environment. The hill property represents a certain kind of security then, financial, spiritual, and artistic, but an open security, in which there is relative privacy without an overemphasis upon secrecy, which is something different. Session 740. Some preliminary notes to understand the session. Just before the session, Jane began to edge into an altered state of consciousness, other than the one she uses for her Seth trance, as she puts it. For a few moments, she sat quietly with her eyes closed. She felt, quote-unquote, the idea mentally of something shaped like a television screen off to her right. By now, I was writing down what I could. And now it's coming closer. I don't know what it is, or what it has to do with the session, if anything. She paused, then resumed in the past tense. It came up fairly close to me. I walked through it, and down a long chute. There were coils in there. They did things with me, healing things, then dropped me back into my chair. I had the feeling that Seth was in this chute or tunnel, in miniature, and that he looked like he does in your portrait of him, only in full length. Back to the present. Oh, he comes forward, then retreats, oscillating real fast.
But in the same way, the Seth thing in this is in the background. Now he's turning around, this miniature Seth. He's walking away, but out of the chute and into the great big Seth, who's like a statue. Then, in the eye of this Seth, there are two little Seths, looking out. Both of these images are like your portrait. Now they climb out of the eyes. With their bodies, they make a garland around the big Seth's head. They sit on it back to back like a pair of bookends. Pause. Eyes closed. Wow. A whole bunch of these little Seths climbed up on top of the giant head, but in perfect poses. They're very stylized, but all real. And Seth will explain it. Jane abruptly said, evidently quite surprised, "The little images face in all directions around the head of the big Seth. I know it's not right, not a good analogy, but they're like gargoyles on a steeple. It's all very distant now. I never saw the entire giant-sized figure of Seth. The head and the arms were clearest. The whole thing was an immeasurable distance from me." After another pause, "Okay, I think we can have the session now. But until Seth said so, I didn't know he'd explain any of this." And now the session. Now, Rupert saw the images in a particular fashion, so that he could understand certain information about the nature of the psyche. The giant image of myself, never clearly glimpsed by Rupert, represents my own greater reality. In a particular fashion, that identity cannot be fully expressed within the confines of any one form, any more than yours can. Rupert saw many miniature versions of me. In his inner vision, these appeared as identical, simply so that he could identify them as portions of myself. They are actually quite different, one from the others. Each one is involved in its own context of reality, each one pursuing its own directions for its own purposes. One of those quote-unquote Seths was born in your space and time. That Seth then seated himself, so to speak, in the space-time environment you recognize, appearing through the centuries, sending out offshoots of quote-unquote himself, exploring earthly experience, and developing as well as he could those potentials of his own greater identity that could best be brought to fruition within a creature context. That one Seth was endowed with his own inner blueprint. The blueprint gave him an idea of his potentials and how they could be best fulfilled in earthly terms. The self, as I have said many times before, is not limited. It can therefore split off from itself without being less. This Seth might be quote-unquote born 2 or 3 times in 1 century, or more, and then in your terms not appear for 5 or 10 centuries. Each Seth would be completely independent, however, and each appearance would signify the creation of a new personality, not simply a new version of an old one. Each would be inherently aware of its own potentials and quote-unquote background, but each would tune in to a particular point of that so-called background. What I am saying here applies to the greater identity of each reader. Because you are usually so worried about preserving what you think of as your identity, we use terms like reincarnational selves or counterparts. If you truly understood the nature of your individuality, however, you would clearly see that there is no contradiction if I say that you are uniquely yourself, that your individuality has an indestructible validity that is never assailed, and when I also say that you are at the same time connected with other identities, each as sacredly inviolate as your own. You are used to thinking of exterior organizational patterns. You might live in a city and a state and a country at one time, yet you do not think that your presence in one of these categories contradicts either of the other two. So you live amid psychic organizations, each having its own characteristics. You might consider yourself Indian though you live in America, or American though you live in Africa, or Chinese though you live in France, and you are quite able to retain your sense of individuality. So the psychic families, or the families of consciousness, can be thought of as natives of inner countries of the mind, sharing heritages, purposes, and intents that may have little to do with the physical countries in which you live your surface lives. People are born in any month of the year in every country. All those in Norway are not born in January or August. In the same way, all the members of any given psychic family are spread across the earth, following inner patterns that may or may not relate to other issues as they are currently understood. Certain families have a liking for certain months of birth, but no specific rules apply. There is indeed an inner kind of order that unites all of these issues, yet that inner order is not the result of laws, but of spontaneous creation, which flows into its own kinds of patterns. You see the patterns at any given time and try to make laws of them. I am trying to stretch your imaginations, and to help you throw aside rigid concepts that literally blind you to the dimensions of your own reality. Again, you are biologically equipped to perceive far more of that reality than you do. You are not a miniature self, an adjunct to some superbeing, never to share fully in its reality. In those terms, you are the super self, looking out of only one eye, or using just one finger. Much of this is very difficult to verbalize. You are not subordinate to some giant consciousness. While you think in such terms, however, I must speak of reincarnational selves and counterparts, because you are afraid that if you climb out of what you think your identity is, then you will lose it. Now, we will see if we can express some concepts about the self in a new way. In his own Psychic Politics, Rupert has presented from his psychic library some information concerning official and unofficial numbers. Between each official number in a given series, he envisions literally infinite space. The infinitesimal becomes infinite. Now, in the same way, the most infinitesimal self is infinite, and the most finite self, carried to the extremes of itself, is infinite. Each of you is part of an infinite self. That infinite self appears as a series of finite selves in your reality. Beneath that perceived reality, however, each finite self, carried to its degree, is itself infinite. Now here is one for the books. But there are different kinds of infinities. There are different varieties of psychological infinities that do not meet. That is, they go off in their own infinite directions. As long as you believe that as individuals you belong in any given series, you appear to yourselves as finite. You think in terms of linear time, and the best you can do to imagine your deeper reality is to consider reincarnation in time. It is a matter of focus. You usually identify with the outside of yourself, and with the outside of the world. You do not, for example, usually identify with the inside of your body, with its organs, much less its cells or atoms. Yet in that direction lies a certain kind of infinity. If you would identify with your own psychological reality, following the inward structure of thoughts and feelings, you would discover an inward psychological infinity. These quote-unquote infinities would reach, of course, into both an infinite past and future. Yet true infinity reaches far beyond past or future and into all probabilities, not simply straightforward into time or backward. There is literally an infinity in each moment you recognize, as numerically there is an quote-unquote infinity behind or within any prime number that you recognize. There are infinite versions of yourself, but no one negates the others, and each is connected with the others, and aids and supports them. There are other quite legitimate numerical systems that you do not follow. There are other kinds of psychological organizations also. In those terms, Rupert has learned, or rather Rupert is learning, to alternate a series, to bring information from one neurological series to another, so to speak. However, none of this is apart from normal living. Whether or not they want to mention it here in Unknown Reality, both Rupert and Joseph have learned to correlate data, so that some of the implications involved in a simple move from one house to another become apparent. They are not mathematicians. They will not statistically analyze the results. Yet I tell you that the moves that you make in daily life have indeed infinite effects, and I am not using the word loosely. Now, imagine a string of different colored Christmas lights, all glowing on a given tree. In this series of lights, any one light can go out while the others continue to shine. You are familiar with the arrangement. However, in our imaginary assortment, there are many such strings, and when a light goes out on one string, quote-unquote it almost automatically appears on another string. Now, generally speaking, the lights are all lit at once on any given string, except for those that now and then go out. Pretend that you are very tiny and moving slowly about the tree so that you can see only one light at a time. It appears that one light exists before the other then, and each one is so brilliant to your focus that it blots out the lights before and after. You may have a dim memory of the light you quote-unquote saw before, however, and so you think, aha, the bulb I see is my life, but I'm sure that long ago I had a different life, and perhaps another one lies ahead of me. But unless you step far back from the tree, you will not realize that the entire string of lights exists at once. Nor will you understand that one light goes out in a strand, it appears somewhere else on the tree in another strand. If you were still tinier, then any given bulb itself might seem to emit not a steady light at all, but a series of waves, and you might identify your life with any given wave, so that great distances might be perceived between one wave and the next. Experiencing that kind of series could lead to an entirely different kind of perception, in which infinities existed within a scale of its own. The series would have its own kind of infinities. A tree could be wired with lights, with each one having its own particular series of waves. The people who put up the tree might experience one Christmas Eve, while other consciousnesses, tuned into the different series, could experience endless generations, and their perceptions would be quite as legitimate as those of the light watchers who had erected the tree. This is not necessarily the best analogy, but I wanted to make the point that various scales of awareness contain their own infinities, no matter how finite they may appear to be. The soul, so called, is not related to size or duration in space and time, except insofar as it is wedded to experience within those contexts. Session 741. The unknown reality appears to be invisible only because you do not accept it in your prime series of events. It is as if you had trained yourselves to respond to red lights and to ignore green ones, for example, or as if you read only every third or fourth line on a page of a book. You attend to matters that seem to have practical value. Whether or not you understand what space is, you move through it easily. You do not calculate how many steps it takes you to cross a room, for instance. You do not need to understand the properties of space in scientific terms in order to use it very well. You can see yourselves operate in space, however. To that extent, it is a known quality, apparent to the senses. Your practical locomotion is involved with it, so you recognize it. Its mysterious or less known properties scarcely concern you. Now, you move through probabilities in much the same way that you navigate in space. As you do not consciously bother with all of the calculations necessary in the process of walking down the street, so you also ignore the mechanisms that involve motion through probable realities. You manipulate through probabilities so smoothly, in fact, and with such finesse, that you seldom catch yourself in the act of changing your course from one probability to another. Take a very simple action. You stand at a corner, wondering what direction to take. There are 4 streets involved. You briefly consider streets 1 and 2, but rather quickly decide against them. You stand for a moment longer, gazing down Street 3, taking in the visual area. You are somewhat attracted and imagine yourself taking that course. Your imagination places you there momentarily. Inner data is immediately aroused through conscious and unconscious association. Perhaps you are aware of a few memories that dimly come to mind. One house might remind you of one a relative lived in years ago. A tree might be reminiscent of one that grew by your family home. But in that instant, inner computations occur as you consider making a fairly simple decision, and the immediate area is checked against all portions of your knowledge. You then look at Street 4. The same process happens again. This area also takes your attention. At the same time, you almost equally hold in your mind the image of Street 3, for you can see them both at once from this intersection. Let us say that you are almost equally attracted to both courses. You teeter between probabilities, having the full power to choose one street or the other as physical experience. If you had to stand there and write down all the thoughts and associations connected with each course of action before you made your decision, you might never cross the intersection to begin with. You might be hit by an automobile as you stood there, lost in your musings. In the same way, it would take you some time to even walk from a table to a chair if you had to be consciously aware of all of the nerves and muscles that must first be activated. But while you stand almost equally attracted by Streets 3 and 4, then you send out mental and psychic energy in those directions. Past associations merge with present reality and form a pattern. Mentally, a part of you actually starts out upon each street, a projected mental image. As you stand there then, in this case 2 such projected images go out onto Streets 3 and 4. To some extent, these images experience, quote-unquote, what will happen if you yourself take one direction or the other. That information is returned to you instantaneously, and you make your decision accordingly. Say you choose Street 4. Physically, you begin to walk in that direction. Street 4 becomes your physical reality. You accept that experience in your prime sequence of events. You have, however, already sent out an energized mental image of yourself into Street 3, and you cannot withdraw that energy. The portion of you that was attracted to that route continues to travel it. At the point of decision, this alternate self made a different conclusion, that it experienced Street 3 as physical reality. The self, as you think of it, is literally reborn in each instant, following an infinite number of events from one official series of events that you recognize at any given quote-unquote time. There is something highly important here concerning your technological civilization. As your world becomes more complicated in those terms, you increase the number of probable actions practically available. The number of decisions multiplies. You can physically move from one place on the planet to another with relative ease. Centuries ago, ordinary people did not have the opportunity to travel from one country to another with such rapidity. As space becomes quote-unquote smaller, your probabilities grow in complexity. Your consciousness handles far more space data now. I am speaking in your terms of time. Watching television, you are aware of events that occur on the other side of the earth, so your consciousness necessarily becomes less parochial. As this has happened, the whole matter of probabilities has begun to assume a more practical cast. Civilizations are locked one into the other. Politicians try to predict what other governments will do. Ordinary people try to predict what their government might do. More and more, you are beginning to deal with probabilities as you try to ascertain which of a number of probable events might physically occur. When the question of probabilities is a practical one, then scientists will give it more consideration. The entire subject is very important, however. As far as a true psychology is concerned, individuals who are made aware of the existence of probable realities will no longer feel trapped by events. Your consciousness is at a point where it is beginning to understand the significance of quote-unquote predictive action, and predictive action always involves probabilities. In certain terms, you are the recognized quote-unquote result of all the decisions you have made up to this point in your life. That is the official you. You are in no way diminished because other quite as official selves are quote-unquote offshoots of your own experience, making the choices you did not make, and choosing then alternate versions of reality. You follow the prime series of events that you recognize as your own, yet all of you are connected. These are not just esoteric statements, but valid clues about the nature of your own behavior, meant to give you a sense of your own freedom and to emphasize the importance of your choice. Now, whenever you try to predict behavior or events then, you are dealing with probabilities. However, it seems to you that all action in the past is fixed and done, while behavior in the future alone is open to change. So the word quote-unquote prediction assumes future action. Basically, the past is as open to change as the future is. When you are dealing with historical events, you believe that no prediction is involved. Personally and as a species, you are convinced that there is a one-line series of finished events behind you. In The Nature of Personal Reality, I stated that the point of action occurs in the present. In Adventures in Consciousness, Rubert said, quite properly, that time experience actually splashed out from the present to form an apparent past and future. When you seemingly look backward into time and construct a history, you do so by projecting your own prime series of events into the past as it is understood. Obviously, you read the past from the present, but you also create it in the present as well. You accept certain data, your present recognized series of events, then use that series as a measuring stick, so to speak. It automatically rejects what does not fit. At certain levels of experience, this makes little difference. All data agree. No rough spots show. You build smooth structures of beliefs, then look at reality using the beliefs like glasses, tinted ones. Opposing information will literally be invisible to you. It will be ignored or cast aside. It has been fashionable to think in terms of straight-line evolution, for example. As mentioned earlier in this book, the accepted theory of evolution is highly simplistic. Your species did not come from one particular source. You have many cousins, so to speak. Some traces of that lineage remain in your time. However, when you look quote-unquote backward at the planet, you actually try to predict past behavior from the standpoint of the present. You do this personally in your intimate lives to some degree also, as you view your earlier days. You blot out events that do not fit your present concept of yourself. They literally become non-existent as far as you are concerned. In such fashion, you block out aspects of your own reality, and consciously, at least, cut down on your choices. The species as you know it has within it, intrinsically, many abilities and characteristics that go unrecognized, because you do not accept them as a part of your biological or spiritual heritage. Therefore, they become latent and invisible, practically speaking. The same applies individually, when you deny yourselves the rich mixture of consciousness and experience that is available through a recognition of the manipulation of probable realities. You alter your experience in each instant quite drastically. Each individual possesses far vaster opportunities for choice than are realized. You are denied tomorrow's wisdom only because you believe time is a closed system. It is true that you are subject to birth and death, yet within that framework, far greater dimensions of experience are possible than are usually experienced. You are all counterparts of each other who are alive at any given Earth time. By really understanding this, you could come to terms with the ideas of brotherhood that religions have taught for so long. Session 742. The whole idea of probable realities seems strange or esoteric only because you are not used to following your own thought processes. You shut them off any time they do not conform to current beliefs about the nature of the self or about reality in general. The deepest meanings of probabilities lie, however, precisely in their psychological import. You have become so hypnotized by a one-level kind of thought that anything else seems impractical. You concentrate upon those decisions that you make and disregard the processes involved. This has been carried to an extreme, you see. Often you are so disconnected from those inner workings that your own decisions then appear to come from someplace else. You may be convinced that events happen to you and are beyond your control, simply because you are so out of touch with yourself that you never catch the moments of your own decisions. Then you feel as if you are the pawns of fate, and the idea of probable actions seems like the sheerest nonsense. Each event seems inevitable. If this attitude is carried to excessive lengths, then it appears you have no hand at all in the making of your own reality. You will always feel yourself a victim. The unknown reality is your psychic, spiritual, and psychological one, and from it your physical experience springs. That inner, all-pervasive existence becomes known to the extent that you grow more responsive to your own inner environment. This does not mean that you become entirely self-centered, blind to the rest of the world. It does not mean that you must meditate for hours, or study your own thought processes with such vigor that you ignore other activities. It simply means that you are aware of your own life as clearly as possible, in touch with your thought processes, aware of them but without overdue concern or over-analysis. They are as much a part of your inner environment as trees are of your exterior world. There are different species of selves in the same fashion. There are different species of worlds. When you identify with only one particular level of your thought processes, however, the others, when you sense them, appear alien. You begin to feel threatened, determined to uphold your old ideas of selfhood. Plants grow many leaves. One leaf does not threaten the existence of others, and the plant is not jealous of its own foliage. So there is no need to protect your own individuality because it may send out other shoots into probable realities. This is simply the self growing in different directions, spreading its seeds. Joseph and Rupert have moved into a quote-unquote new house. In so doing, they have traveled through probabilities, as each of my readers has under similar circumstances. They identify with the selves who moved into the new quote-unquote hill house. In a sense, they are different people now than they were when unknown reality was begun 14 months ago. However, many of my readers are also different people now than they were when they began to read this work. Let us go back approximately 2 months in your time. Rupert and Joseph were looking for a house. They had already seen one on the inside, as mentioned earlier in Unknown Reality. This manuscript, for that matter, was begun precisely at the point in time that Rupert and Joseph's latest adventure with probabilities began. 2 months ago, however, they were attracted to the Foster Avenue house, as they called it. They drove past it often and went inside. Rupert imagined his classes being held there. Imaginatively, both Rupert and Joseph saw themselves living there, and a certain amount of psychic energy was projected into that house. In a probable reality, a Rupert and a Joseph now live there. In the world that you recognize as official, however, they moved into the Hill House. To some extent, both of them are aware of the inner processes involved in the final decision. I do not mean that they are simply familiar with the exterior thought processes involved, such as, the Hill House is better constructed, or it has a fine view. I am speaking of deeper mechanisms of consideration, in which correlations are made between interior and exterior realities. It is obvious that when you move from one place to another, you make an alteration in space. But you alter time as well, and you set into motion a certain psychological impetus that reaches out to affect everyone you know. When a house is vacant, all of the people in the neighborhood send out their own messages. To a certain extent, any given inhabited area forms its own quote-unquote entity. This applies to the smallest neighborhood and to the greatest nation. Such messages are often encountered in the dream state. Empty houses are psychic vacancies that yearn to be filled. When you move into other portions of your own selfhood. In fact, you move into new areas of the self all the time. The species is now entering such a phase, a period in which it will come more into its own. Mankind will be entering its own new house then, but the physical changes will be the result of the interior ones, and alterations in main lines of probabilities. Christian theology sees the end of the world in certain terms, with a grand God coming to reward the good and punish the wicked. That system of belief allows for no other probability. Some see the end of the world coming as a great disaster, or envision man finally ruining his planet. Others see periods of peace and advance, and each probability will happen, quote-unquote, somewhere. However, many of my readers or their offspring will be involved in a new dimension of selfhood in which consciousness is fully explored and the potentials of the soul uncovered, at least to some extent. Human capabilities will be seen as what they are, and a great new period of development will occur, in which all concepts of selfhood and reality will be literally seen as quote-unquote primitive superstition. The species will actually move into a new kind of selfhood. Theories of probabilities will be seen as practical, workable, psychological facts, giving leeway and freedom to the individual who will no longer feel at the mercy of external events, but will realize instead that he or she is their initiator. Now you squeeze the great fruit of your selfhood into a tiny, uneasy pulp, unaware of the sweetness of its juices or the variety of its seasons. You look at the outsides of yourselves as if a peach were aware only of its skin. In the reality I foresee, however, people will become familiar with far greater aspects of themselves and bring these into actualization. They will be in touch with their own decisions as they make them. If they become ill, they do so knowing they chose the condition in order to emphasize certain areas of development or to minimize others. They will be aware of their options, consciously. The great strength and resiliency of the body will be much better understood, not because medical science makes spectacular discoveries, though it will, but because the mind's alliance with the body will be seen more clearly. In this probability of which I speak, the species will begin to encounter the great challenge inherent in fulfilling the vast untouched potential of the human body and mind. In that probable reality, to which each of you can belong to some extent, each person will recognize his or her inherent power of action and decision, and feel an individual sense of belonging with the physical world that springs up in response to individual desire and belief. Your ideas of Atlantis are partially composed of future memories. They are psychic yearnings toward the ideal civilization, patterns within the psyche, even as each fetus has within it the picture of its own most ideal fulfillment toward which it grows. Atlantis is a land that you want to inhabit, appearing in your literature, your dreams, and your fantasies, serving as an impetus for development. It is real and valid. In your terms, it is not quote-unquote yet physical fact, but in some ways it is more real than any physical fact, for it is a psychic blueprint. It carries also, however, the imprint of your fears, for the tales say that Atlantis was destroyed. You place it in your past while it exists in your future. Not the destruction alone, but the entire pattern seen through the framework of your beliefs. Beside this, however, many civilizations have come and gone in somewhat the same manner, and the quote-unquote myth of Atlantis is based somewhat then on physical fact in your terms. The species then moves into its own new houses. Atlantis is the story of a future probability projected backward into an apparent past. Your planet as you know it is a certain kind of focus point for consciousness. At your level, you think it is divided into areas of land and water, continents and oceans, islands and peninsulas, cities and woods, because that is all you perceive. Your consciousness is tuned into frequencies of perception that give you that impression. A cat's world, wherein insects or plants are each far different, yet equally valid. As simply as I can explain it, your planet is also quote-unquote divided into time and probability areas. So many civilizations exist at once then, and there are certain bleed-throughs. In your terms, some civilizations are real and perceivable, and some are not. Session 743. No book entitled The Unknown Reality can hope to make that reality entirely known. It remains nebulous because it is consciously unrealized. The best I can do is to point out areas that have been relatively invisible, to help you explore actually different facets of your own consciousness. To some extent, this book has been written to help you exercise your own intuitive and mental capacities from a different viewpoint. In a way, it is meant to familiarize you with elements of your own reality, of which you may have been unaware, and to introduce you to certain subjective states of mind that are automatically aroused because of the manner in which the book was produced. Besides this, however, it contains what you may call cues that automatically open up greater levels of your own awareness, and hence bring into your conscious life some recognition of the unknown reality in which you also have your being. The subject matter itself entices your imagination. That intuitive faculty will then illuminate the intellect, so that it learns to question in a broader, more exciting and productive manner than perhaps it did before. I am well aware that the book raises many more questions than it presently answers for, and this has been my intent. The unknown reality will become known to the extent that you form new questions, and forget the old frameworks in which answers and myths were automatically given in response. If this book quote-unquote works, then many old questions will be seen as relatively meaningless, formed not after any intimate encounter with basic issues, but in response to old dogmas. The quote-unquote proper questions about the unknown reality will automatically bring more of it into your experience. Many of the questions you think were not answered in this book, however, have been answered, but from a different angle. The answers presented in such a way that they will entice you to further creative thought. You are the unknown reality, to the extent that you do not recognize, realize, or experience the many facets of your own being. As always, I say that the answers lie within yourself, not in the exterior world. Clues may indeed be found there, however, because the exterior conditions mirror so perfectly your inner, individual, and mass experience. This book itself, because of the method of its production, is an excellent example of the unknown reality becoming, if not quote-unquote known, then recognized. Do not look for neat answers or tidy solutions, for when you do, your explanations and theories will always be too small. There is always an unknown reality to some extent, for the miracle of your being works outside of the kind of explanations that you so often seem to require. Your ready answers end up limiting your own experience because you try to fit your subjective behavior into the cramped boot of preconceived ideas. Your experience creates new questions in the same way that a painter creates new paintings. The unknown reality. Many of you, I know, would like to find in this book answers pertaining to Atlantis, the Bermuda Triangle, UFOs, and many other such questions. Those matters certainly seem pertinent in the framework of your experience and beliefs. You already have a great variety of explanations offered. Writers in many fields have produced books about such topics. By far the greatest questions, however, are those pertaining to the unknown reality of the psyche, and those that relate to the kind of being who perceives in one way or another an Atlantis, a Bermuda Triangle, a UFO. For, in greater terms, until you ask deeper questions about yourselves, these other experiences will remain mysterious. You cannot understand perceived events unless you understand who perceives them. You must learn more about the slant of your own consciousness before you are in a position to ask truly pertinent questions about the reality that you perceive. There are many who will give you answers to such questions. The answers will be couched in the framework of beliefs that you have held individually and collectively for some time. In this book, I am purposely trying to lead you into a larger, more expansive way of looking at yourself and the world in which you live. When I consider those and other such matters, it will be from a much different perspective. By then, you, my readers, will be familiar enough with the unknown reality to understand answers given in a different context. This book had no chapters in order to further disrupt your accepted notions of what a book should be. There are different kinds of organizations present, however, and in any given section of the book, several levels of consciousness are appealed to at once. The threads of the work are interwoven so that various portions of your consciousness are sent out, so to speak, on separate journeys of thought and imagination. Yet these side trips are also related. They intertwine, not only through the psychic organization that I have given to unknown reality, but because of the great uniting nature within the consciousness of each reader. Again, Rupert and Joseph have moved to a new place. Each reader has also journeyed to a new position within the psyche, however. This book is a bridge between realities. Reading it, each person sets out upon a psychic pilgrimage through the unknown realities of his or her own consciousness and experience. No one can predict the destination. I am a part of your unknown reality, and you are a part of mine. To some extent in these pages, our realities meet. To the extent that you do not know yourself, you do not know your world. To the extent that you do not know yourself, you do not know your husband or wife or mother and father. To the extent that you do not know yourself, you do not know what God is. To the extent that you do not know yourself, you do not know what nature is. The unknown reality exists to the extent that you do not travel joyfully through the intimate lands of the psyche, to the extent that you do not directly experience your life as original, but accept labels put on it by others. The unknown reality exists as a challenge, an exciting endeavor, as each individual becomes consciously aware of intimate subjective feeling. Do not overlay the personal daily aspects of your life with preconceived ideas about who you are, what you are, where you are, why you are. Become aware of the original nature of any given moment as it exists for you. Forget what you have been told about time and space. Refuse to accept ideas that limit the dimensions of your own natural being. Again, the unknown reality is what you are. End of book. Session 744. Now, in a way, it is quite difficult to tell you what I have been doing with my time while I have been involved in the production of unknown reality, and therefore, to some extent at least, inclined toward your time. In a manner of speaking, your experienced practical reality is made up of events that seem entire to you, or relatively complete, while from my dimension it is apparent that your recognized events are simply portions of larger ones. I move naturally then in a realm of greater dimensionalized events. In your terms, I see not only greater chunks of time as you do, but I can to some considerable extent view the probable actualizations of events and times. Now, an artist does the same thing in different terms when he or she imagines the probable versions that a painting or a book or a sculpture, for example, might take. The artist does not usually understand, however, that those probable art productions do literally exist. He perceives only the final, physically chosen work. Speaking simply, some of us are able to hold intact the nature of our own identities while following patterns of probable realities in which we also play a part. In your reality, the unknown reality we have just finished is the only version of that manuscript. Instead, it is, of course, the only version you recognize. When we are working on such a project here in your reality, we are working on probable books also, and those are as real as your official one. In ways too difficult to explain now, your probabilities are connected by certain themes, intents, purposes. Some of these appear as subsidiary interests in your own lives, for example. Others may well be recognized by you as prime concerns, and still others may be so latent that you are unaware of them. So, we have been working on a probable unknown reality. In fact, on many probable unknown realities. Not mere versions, but variations. In one reality, of course, the work was finished at the Foster Avenue house. In another, it was finished in Sayre. Now, that is what I have been doing as far as your reality is concerned. That is, in my relationship with you. It is a multidimensional version of what Rupert does in simple terms when he writes a book of his own. I've also helped in the construction, so to speak, of Rupert's psychic library, and I hope that he will be able to meet me there, in surroundings in which he feels confident and at home, and yet on neutral ground. He does not want my apparition, you might say, to intrude upon a physical living room particularly, yet he wants to meet me in an out-of-the-way place. Now, that is a sensible arrangement. He is the one who has to deal primarily with the practical aspects of our relationship, and in the business of translating my reality into your world. I quite approve, for in greater terms I do not belong in your living room in that particular fashion. My reality is far more apparent than any apparitions. Rupert does well because he explores so cleverly and keeps his strands of reality in good order. Others have indeed sensed me, Sue Watkins, for example, but the relationship there is far different, and it is important for Rupert that he have clear-cut areas which I respect. Any such appearances, by the way, would also add to much superstitious nonsense. On the other hand, there is much for Rupert to learn about my reality. Until he understood the inward order of the events, he would not be able to meet me there, so the library can serve us both in that regard. I am not here going into Rupert to any great degree, but I do have some information. Obviously, he is in the middle of a learning adventure, trying to do far more with his ordinary consciousness than most people, and trying to solve his problems and encounter his challenges without relying upon old structures of belief. He has done this even though he has been working in relatively untried areas, where there seem to be few certainties. The Nature of Personal Reality, our last book, is there for others to follow. Others, however, did not have a hand in producing it. They will try out the ideas, many of them to the best of their ability, and learn and gain much, all the time hanging on safely to the banners of conventional beliefs. Rupert has allowed himself no such comforts. He should remember that many people have far greater hassles, with health, personal relationships, finances, and vocations, and without any satisfying accomplishments to offset their misfortunes. I make recommendations now and then you see fit to follow them. Considering Rupert's challenges, he has done extremely well as he cleared away the debris that literally surrounds the lives of most people. In a way, his progress has been dependent upon the state of his learning, so that he has been trying to stretch the abilities of normal consciousness by drawing in other quote-unquote strands. Yet because he was the one so involved, he had to test each strand, and in the meantime, he still had his quote-unquote old consciousness with its habits to contend with. The Seth material is endless. I organize it for your benefit. If you want to divide it into 2 volumes, that is fine. You will find several points where this can be done, and I will answer any questions that you have. In a way, Rupert's book, Psychic Politics, will continue our material from another viewpoint, while you are preparing our unknown reality.